traditions were also received with skepticism by the social historian J.C. Furness, who nevertheless registered their commonness when in 1956 he suggested that claims of Black Americans to mixed ancestry may have been exaggerated because, as he sarcastically put it, the Indian appears as often as the African king and Negro fantasy about lineage. Willard Gatewood, in his study of the turn of the 20th century Black elite, effectively both noted and then disregarded the connections of the elite to African aristocracy by commenting, as in the case of their white ancestors, they tended to endow the African branches of the family tree with a prominence they did not always possess. Their genealogical charts contained a disproportionate number of African kings and Madagascan princesses. 94 There is probably some truth to the charge that not all the noble African ancestors who were claimed as kings, queens, princes, and princesses by their American progeny really held such exalted rank. But on the other hand, there is no doubt that hundreds if not thousands of noble Africans arrived on American shores. Indeed, when compared to European Americans with their middling and lower ancestry, Americans of African heritage truly are a noble people. It would be a pity if history were to forget Black America's royal heritage.
Of the 18th dynasty, the Egyptians changed tactics. They moved the royal cemetery to the south, at Thebes. No giant monuments pointed the way to the pharaoh's treasure. These tombs now were hidden, deep within the craggy walls of a bleak area. Well beyond the cultivated fields near the Nile, nothing grew there. It was literally the land of the dead. This isolated location did, however, provide a very significant natural landmark.
You know, the ancient Egyptians, when they came to this valley, they wanted really to hide their tombs. They want to look at a place of silence, a place of mystery, a place that can keep the tombs of the kings of the new kingdom who ruled Egypt in the time of the Golden Age. They built pyramids in the Old Kingdom and the Middle Kingdom, but pyramids never saved their mummies. And that's why when they came to the valley, they looked at the top and they saw that peak, which is a shape of a pyramid. And they built all the tombs under this shape.
You know what else looks like a pyramid? Isis Temple in the Grand Canyon. Never mind. Forget I said that. There's no Egyptian monument in the Grand Canyon. And that's the official word from the Smithsonian. So we're just going to keep it moving.
Edwin Blashfield's mural, Evolution of Civilization, anticipated by 2 decades the outline of Dresden's textbook. Egypt and America sit side by side in Blashfield's painting because Egypt is the origin of civilization, which progresses around the dome to its climax in America.
They did a mud flood. They did some plagues. They did it to the Chinese with opium. They did it to the Australians. They did it to the American Indians with smallpox.
Yep.
They just go into a country, plague the whole place out, and then take over their buildings. New York was already there for thousands of years. San Francisco was there for thousands of years. Los Angeles was there for thousands of years. They were built by the indigenous people who were black and Indians as well. The black people, they weren't brought over by slaves. They are the original owners of America.
Thank you.
Black people, African Americans. They don't come from Africa. They were already here, and they plagued them out. And they stole the Smithsonian Institute, which is Jesuit controlled, stole their knowledge, stole their history, and now we're just left wondering who we are, where we are, where we come from, where we're going. We don't know.
Glad he said that.
Anything.
Wow. Okay, because that's what y'all wanted to see.
Because they did a catastrophe on this earth only a few hundred years ago.
So I want just to touch on the Jesuit idea. So these religions, which I suspect are tied in with the other religions, Catholic and all that, they put out this whole globalism thing long ago just to keep us trapped try to keep us trapped into our disillusion?
Yeah.
Absolutely. That's all they're doing. They are parasites, they are vampires, and they are harvesting our energy. And it's time to say enough is enough. We're not going to take your medications. We're not going to be locked down. We're going to be free. We were born free, and we will remain free forever. And that's my message to the Jesuit Pope.
So it feels like this entire naval, which we know is just a big lie, this whole thing for the last 2 years, really, is it fair to say, Santos, before you go, that this never would have happened if we would have been just more awake and knew where we were? And this, so their ploy so far is played out. They were able to pull off this COVID thing because we've been programmed for so long.
Surprised when you went to America with this book, because I thought, well, it's in America, you know, and because of all of the assumptions I had made and what I had been taught as a kid, the narratives was simple. As little as I knew that there was nothing else there.
Exactly. This was the view, and this is why America is so interesting, because what we have in the Americas, North and South America, is a gigantic landmass, enormously rich in resources. Just the kind of place where a civilization could emerge. And then you take the Ice Age and you recognize that for very long periods the Americas were cut off from the rest of the world, but yet incredibly rich in resources. So now we know that there were human beings there from 130,000 years ago, and we know that archaeologists haven't been looking at what they were doing. Now's the time to ask, what were they doing? What was going on in the Americas in that time? And again, a need for archaeologists to be more humble. How much have they really looked at? Take the Mississippi Valley civilization, which plays an important role in this book. The famous sites are sites like Cahokia or Poverty Point, or the Ohio sites such as High Bank and Newark. Amazing, huge geometrical earthworks, absolutely stunning. But the trouble is that in the 18th and 19th and 20th centuries, there was massive, large-scale destruction of these ancient monuments. They were not considered to be worth preserving. The needs of agriculture and industry were more important. So what we can say is that around about 90% of the monuments that were in the Mississippi Valley in, say, 1700 are gone now. They're not there. So archaeologists, in drawing their conclusions about that culture, are drawing it on a tiny fraction that's randomly left by chance from the mass-scale wipeout that was caused. And then when the archaeologists come to it with preconceived ideas about what sort of culture it should be, that's another form of censorship that imposes itself upon the past. We should let the past speak for itself.
And was that just human destruction without people thinking about it? Why was
well, I mean, first of all, there was the view. Things have changed. We live in a different world today. But America in the 18th and 19th centuries was in an aggressively expansionist, expanding westward, and that involved taking the land of the indigenous inhabitants. Right. Well, if you're going to take away, tens of millions of acres from people and stuff them somewhere else, then you need a good excuse to do so. So what you do is you depict them as savages, and you say that actually we're doing them a favor. There's a quote I put in the book concerning the horrific project called the boarding schools project in America, where Native American children, about 90% of them, were physically removed from their families and stuck in boarding schools in another state, far away, punished if they wore any traditional clothing, given the whole ideology of Western civilization, and encouraged to cut themselves off from their roots. Well, of no wonder we're a species with amnesia if we take the entire cultural memory banks of the indigenous inhabitants of the Americas and deliberately wipe them out. In there was a large skeleton of a man, but also in this coffin was a little box, no more than maybe about 8 or 10 inches in size, and it was cemented shut. Wyrick and the men, while they're all there together, they pried this box apart, and in it was a black stone. They opened this box, and here was this unusual artifact.
We own the Newark Holy Stones, and these stones were found in a Hopewell mound in the 1860s, and the presumption from finding them was that perhaps the American Indians had some kind of contact with the Hebrews, or possibly they were the Hebrews. That's another idea. So we have the museum has been interested in origins.
They took it to some scholars, identified that it was probably some type of Hebrew. They took it to some rabbis living in the area, and upon looking at it, they said yes, they could read it. And it was a complete rendition of the 10 Commandments. They called it Block Hebrew because they had never seen anything written like this, but they called it Block Hebrew. And so then naysayers started picking on Wyrick. He was accused of sticking this stone in front of these 9 men somehow and being able to hide it and conceal it. Until sometime in the 1900s, lo and behold, in Israel, they find, guess what? They found block-style Hebrew. That block-style Hebrew was given a name by the experts, Monumental Hebrew, because of the way it was written. Long after Wyrick. After.
Mainstream archaeologists dismiss such findings, in part because scientific protocols and rules of evidence were not followed in their acquisition.
The science of archaeology was really in its infancy at that time. There were only a few people using what we would consider to be even remotely modern methods.
But what of the tens of thousands of artifacts found prior to the establishment of these modern methods? Should we ignore these artifacts because they have been irreversibly separated from their original surroundings? But diffusionists like to point to one artifact that has been dismissed by mainstream archaeologists, even though it was found using modern methods within the original surroundings.
They can't say that about the Bat Creek Stone because the Bat Creek Stone was found in the course of an official excavation by the Smithsonian Institution. Okay, then Bat Creek Stone went to the Smithsonian Institution in Washington. They didn't understand it. They thought it was Cherokee since it came from Cherokee country. They did not realize it was Hebrew. And they published it upside down, and then they threw it in a box in the sub basement of the Smithsonian. And ever after, it was poo-pooed until some Semitic scholars like Cyrus Gordon came and vindicated it.
Cyrus Gordon, who was one of the great Semitic scholars of our generation, he talks about the writings that were found in this very area and how he was able to translate those things, translate that writing. When it was turned over, they were trying to figure out what type of Native American wrote this, and Cyrus Gordon turned it upside down. He recognized that it was actually Phoenician.
Phoenician, this older form of Hebrew, dates to the Old Testament Babylonian captivity and the scattering of Israel. Are there other linguistic evidences that may lend support to diffusionist ideas?
As a scholar of ancient languages, I have discovered that there are many symbols in the Micmac that are very close and similar to those of ancient Egyptian. About 700 BC in Egypt, there was a language that was developed or came in that was called Meroitic from the kingdom of Meroe, which many Egyptian scholars have even called Reformed Egyptian because it's so different than what the standard Egyptian that we know. And this Meroitic is very close to some of the signs of the Micmac.
Anthropologists dismiss a lot of the stone evidence and inscriptions in these ancient languages like Egyptian and Greek and Hebrew by saying, well, they were not found in the course of an official excavation.
Are these diffusionist ideas simply a continuation of the controversies that existed in John Wesley Powell's day?
There were some people who were arguing that the mounds had not been built by any of the existing groups of North American Indians.
and they would use the word race indiscriminately. There were others who did argue that no, these were non-Indian peoples in a biological sense, and that they were built by Europeans.
Maize, or corn, had not been introduced to the other side of the Atlantic until after the year 1500. Meanwhile, in the Americas, corn had been a staple food for thousands of years. This simple contradiction facilitates the philosophical split between Egyptology and biblical scripture. Why would Genesis mention corn when corn supposedly didn't exist in Old World Egypt? Now it's time to start asking simple questions. And the most important question, what else? What else are they hiding under their academic veil of secrecy?
An individual by the name of Moses. Well, the Bible says that Moses wandered about in the Sinai desert for 40 years. The big problem was that the tribes of Israel were also following around behind Moses, and that means everybody was lost for about 40 years. Well, the Sinai desert just is not all that big. If you've got a good supply of water and a decent camel, you should be able to cross it in about a month. But they wandered around for 40 years. So Moses was lost, Columbus was lost. They were both fundamentalists, and they were following what they believed was what they should be doing. It was written down in stone, the laws, and Moses was looking for the promised land. Well, perhaps he was looking in the wrong place. Perhaps the promised land was, as many historians in the 18th century finally realized, the promised land was North and South America.
Unpackaging the truth about the history of ancient Egypt first begins with accepting a new truth. America is Egypt.
If so, then the history of the discovery of the Americas would have to be rewritten. But if people had been here before the American Indians, surely there would be other traces of their presence. The archaeologists continued to dig, down to depths 50,000 years old. And then they found this. Fragments of animal bone and charcoal. For Anne-Marie Passy, one of the archaeologists involved in the dig, these fragments were proof of human occupation.
We found structures shaped like hearths. Next to the charcoal, depending on the period, we sometimes found food leftovers of animals they may have eaten.
The Brazilian finds show that the New World was discovered tens of thousands of years earlier than previously believed, certainly well before the time of the American Indians. But who were these pioneers? A much earlier wave of Mongoloids, or another race altogether? Clues to the identity of the first Americans are emerging in rock shelters in the northeast and southeast of Brazil. Archaeologists there have recently unearthed human remains. Prehistoric skulls were found buried in layers of soil 9,000 to 12,000 years old. They are the oldest skulls in the Americas. this is the oldest of them all. The skull of a young woman nicknamed Luthia by scientists. Can she tell us who the first Americans were? Walter Neves is a physical anthropologist at Sao Paulo University in Brazil. He's been using a standard and reliable archaeological measure, the shape of the skull, to find out what race she belonged to.
91.
He fully expected Luthia to be a Mongoloid, an ancestor of the American Indians.
91.
But then he fed the measurements into the computer.
When we start running the computer and seeing the results, it was amazing because we realized that the statistics, the quantitative analysis we were doing was not showing these people to be Mongoloid. In fact, the analysis was showing these people was anything except Mongoloid.
So who was Luthia? And where did she come from? To find out, the skull was taken to a hospital in Rio de Janeiro to begin the process of reconstructing her face. The first stage was to make a three-dimensional CAT scan of Luthia's skull in order to build a replica. The cast was then given to Richard Neve of the University of Manchester in England, one of the world's leading forensic artists, to recreate her features.
That, to me, is a Negroid face that has all the features that you associate with a Negroid face. The proportions of the face, it doesn't say anything about it being a Mongoloid.
Was this then the face of a first American? Her reconstruction is confirmed by measurements Walter Neves has taken of all his skulls.
The first reaction was not to believe in it. But as the results, repeated so many times, and the result is exactly the same thing. They are very similar to nowadays Aborigines and Africans, and no similarity at all with Mongoloids in Asia or with American Indians.
According to the historical narrative, Napoleon Bonaparte invaded Egypt in 1798 as an offensive against British India, apparently to stop British trade access to India. British India wasn't an actual sovereign nation which operated and controlled Egypt. British India could only best be described as merchants whom had set up trading posts, most predominantly the East India Company, were accompanied by forts on land which had been acquired by force or by simply squatting on uninhabited plots of land along navigable waterways. Jacques Cartier was one of the first French explorers to do this in America, navigating down the St. Lawrence Seaway. But this point cannot be overlooked. The most notable French explorer, Napoleon, his expedition and invasion of Europe happened at the exact same time as the Louisiana Purchase. The course of these parallel events occurred during Napoleon's Battle of the Nile against the British. Coincidentally, the French were also battling the British for control west of the Mississippi in the exact same narrative and fashion in which Napoleon obtained vast plots of land in America. So a serious question should be asked. How did Napoleon acquire ownership of vast lands in Middle America, while at the same time he was invading Egypt?
Beginning. Volume 2, Diodorus Siculus Library of History. Contents of the third book of Diodorus. Now the Ethiopians, as historians relate, were the first of all men, and the proofs of this statement, they say, are manifest. For that they did not come into their land as immigrants from abroad, but were natives of it, and so justly bear the name of autochthones. One is, they maintain, conceded by practically all men. Furthermore, that those who dwell beneath the noonday sun were, in all likelihood, the first to be generated by the earth, is clear to all, since, inasmuch as it was the warmth of the sun which, at the generation of the universe, dried up the earth when it was still wet and impregnated it with life. 2. It is reasonable to suppose that the region which was nearest the sun was the first to bring forth living creatures. 2. And they say that they were the first to be taught to honor the gods and to hold sacrifices and processions and festivals and the other rites by which men honor the deity, and that in consequence their piety has been published abroad among all men, and it is generally held that the sacrifices practiced among the Ethiopians are those which are the most pleasing to heaven. 3. As witness to this they call upon the poet who is perhaps the oldest and certainly the most venerated among the Greeks. For in the Iliad 3 he represents both Zeus and the rest of the gods with him as absent on a visit to Ethiopia to share in the sacrifices and the banquet which were given annually by the Ethiopians for all the gods together.
Homer on the Ethiopian. Iliad 1.423-4, Thetis is speaking to Achilles. Only yesterday Zeus went off to the ocean river to feast with the Ethiopians, loyal, lordly men. And all of the gods went with him. Odyssey 25. But now, Poseidon had gone to visit the Ethiopians worlds away. Ethiopians off at the farthest limits of mankind. A people split in two, one part where the sun god sets, and part where the sun god rises.
The Ethiopians, a people split in two, one where the sun god rises, and one where the sun god sets. This is the account of the Greeks.
There Poseidon went to receive an offering, bulls and rams by the hundred. Far away at the feast the sea lord sat and took his pleasure. 4.81-84, Menelaus is speaking to Telemachus. Believe me, much I suffered, many a mile I roved to haul such treasures home in my ships. 8 years out, wandering off as far as Cyprus, Phoenicia, even Egypt. I reached the Ethiopians, Sidonians, Erembians, Libya too. Odyssey 5.281-287. But now Poseidon, god of the earthquake, saw him just returning home from his Ethiopian friends. From miles away on the Solomai mountain range, he spied Odysseus sailing down the sea. And it made his fury boil even more. He shook his head and rumbled to himself. Outrageous. Look how the gods have changed their minds about Odysseus, while I was off with my Ethiopians.
For Zeus had yesterday, to ocean's bounds, set forth to feast with Ethiop's faultless men. And he was followed there by all the gods. For and they state that, by reason of their piety towards the deity, they manifestly enjoy the favor of the gods, inasmuch as they have never experienced the rule of an invader from abroad, for from all time they have enjoyed a state of freedom and of peace one with another. And although many and powerful rulers have made war upon them, not one of these has succeeded in his undertaking the attempt. They say also that the Egyptians are colonists sent out by the Ethiopians, Osiris having been the leader of the colony. 2-4. Speaking generally, what is now Egypt, they maintain, was not land but sea when in the beginning the universe was being formed. Afterwards, however, as the Nile during the times of its inundation carried down the mud from Ethiopia, land was gradually built up from the deposit. Also, the statement that all the land of the Egyptians is alluvial silt deposited by the river receives the clearest proof, in their opinion, from what takes place at the outlets of the Nile. 3-4 As each year new mud is continually gathered together at the mouths of the river, the sea is observed being thrust back by the deposited silt and the land receiving the increase. And a larger part of the customs of the Egyptians are, they hold, Ethiopian colonists still preserving their ancient manners. 4. For instance, the belief that their kings are gods, the very special attention which they pay to their burials, and many other matters of a similar nature are Ethiopian practices, while the shapes of their statues and the forms of their letters are Ethiopian. 5. For of the two kinds of writing 5 which the Egyptians have, that which is known as popular, demotic, is learned by everyone, while that which is called sacred 6 is understood only by the priests of the Egyptians, who learn it from their fathers as one of the things which are not divulged, but among the Ethiopians everyone uses these forms of letters. 6. Furthermore, the orders of the priests, they maintain, have much the same position among both peoples, for all are clean 7 who are engaged in the service of the gods, keeping themselves shaven, like the Egyptian priests, and having the same dress and form of staff, which is shaped like a plow and is carried by their kings, who wear high felt hats which end in a knob at the top and are circled by the serpents which they call asps, and this symbol appears to carry the thought that it will be the lot of those who shall dare to attack the king to encounter death-carrying stings. 8-7. Many other things are also told by them concerning their own antiquity and the colony which they sent out that became the Egyptians, but about this there is no special need of our writing anything. For one, we must now speak about the Ethiopian writing which is called hieroglyphic among the Egyptians, in order that we may omit nothing in our discussion of their antiquities. Now it is found that the forms of their letters take the shape of animals of every kind, and of the members of the human body, and of implements and especially carpenters' tools, for their writing does not express the intended concept by means of syllables joined one to another, but by means of the significance of the objects which have been copied and by its figurative meaning which has been impressed upon the memory by practice. 2. For instance, they draw the picture of a hawk, a crocodile, a snake, and of the members of the human body, an eye, a hand, a face, and the like. 8-1 But there are also a great many other tribes of the Ethiopians, some of them dwelling in the land lying on both banks of the Nile and on the islands in P105 the river, others inhabiting the neighboring country of Arabia, 12 and still others residing in the interior of Libya. 2 The majority of them, and especially those who dwell along the river, are black in color and have flat noses and woolly hair.
The world's oldest Y chromosome DNA.
First African American man dates back 338,000 years. A minuscule bit of DNA from an African American man now living in South Carolina has been traced back 338,000 years. The man's Y chromosome, a hereditary factor determining male sex, has a history that's so old, it even predates the age of the oldest known Homo sapiens fossils, according to the report, published in the American Journal of Human Genetics. The fellow's chromosome turned out to carry a rare mutation, which researchers matched to a similar chromosome in the Bo, a population living in a tiny area of western Cameroon in sub-Saharan Africa. Our analysis indicates this lineage diverged from previously known Y chromosomes about 338,000 ago, a time when anatomically modern humans had not yet evolved, Michael Hammer, who worked on the study, said in a press release. This pushes back the time the last common Y chromosome ancestor lived by almost 70%. Hammer is an associate professor in the University of Arizona's Department of Ecology and Evolutionary Biology and a research scientist at the UA's Arizona Research Labs. The DNA detective work began after the South Carolinian submitted a small tissue sample to the National Geographic Genographic Project. The researchers were shocked after they noticed none of the genetic markers used to assign lineages to known Y chromosome groupings were found. They sent the man's DNA sample to Family Tree DNA for sequencing. Fernando Mendez, a postdoctoral researcher in Hammer's lab, led the effort to analyze the DNA sequence. It included more than 240,000 base pairs of the Y chromosome. Searches through a huge database led to the MO connection. The scientists could then estimate the emergence of the chromosome mutation based on rates of change, creating a sort of family tree for the chromosome. The discovery doesn't necessarily mean that we all descended from an ancestor living in Western Cameroon. It is a misconception that the genealogy of a single genetic region reflects population divergence, Hammer explained. Instead, our results suggest that there are pockets of genetically isolated communities that together preserve a great deal of human diversity. Still, Hammer said, it is likely that other divergent lineages will be found, whether in Africa or among African Americans in the US, and that some of these may further increase the age of the Y chromosome tree. There has been a lot of hype with people trying to trace their Y chromosome to different tribes, but this individual from South Carolina can say he did it. The study has even further implications. It strengthens the belief that there is no mitochondrial Eve or Y chromosome Adam. All of humankind, as a result, did not descend from exactly one pair of humans that lived at a certain point in human evolution. Don't call him Adam. South Carolina man's genes help date first man. You're older than you think. DNA from an unnamed African American from South Carolina is so distinctive that it led scientists to a unique conclusion. The roots of the human tree date back much further than previously thought. This lineage diverged from previously known Y chromosomes about 338,000 years ago, a time when anatomically modern humans had not yet evolved, said Michael Hammer, an associate professor in the University of Arizona's Department of Ecology and Evolutionary Biology and a research scientist at the UA's Arizona Research Labs. This pushes back the time the last common Y chromosome ancestor lived by almost 70%. The human Y chromosome, the hereditary factor determining male sex, is unlike the other human chromosomes in one key way. The majority of it doesn't exchange genetic material with other chromosomes, making it a simple way to trace ancestral relationships. If two Y chromosomes carry the same mutation, it is because they share a common paternal ancestor at some point in the past. The more mutations that separate two Y chromosomes, the further back in time the common ancestor lived. And the South Carolina man's genes, obtained by a consumer genetic testing company and given to the National Geographic Genographic Project, have more than any seen to date. His lineage didn't fit anywhere on the existing Y chromosome tree, even though the tree had been constructed based on perhaps 500,000 individuals or more. Nobody expected to find anything like this, Hammer said. The fossil record dates back about 200,000 years, he said. This chromosome goes back to an even earlier time. Either interbreeding with Neanderthals or other populations led to the unusual genetic makeup, he said, or humans evolved far earlier than the extant fossil record suggests. Either way, this isn't proof of Adam, Hammer said. The scientist quashed suggestions that the DNA could point to a Garden of Eden first man and woman scenario, a so-called mitochondrial Eve or Y chromosome Adam. Human evolution is far more complex, he said. It's a misconception that the genealogy of a single genetic region reflects population divergence. Instead, our results suggest that there are pockets of genetically isolated communities that together preserve a great deal of human diversity. Indeed, it's likely that additional discoveries will push that lineage back further, he noted. The father of all men is 340,000 years old. Perry carried a secret in his DNA, a Y chromosome so distinctive that it reveals new information about the origin of our species. It shows that the last common male ancestor down the paternal line of our species is over twice as old as we thought. One possible explanation is that hundreds of thousands of years ago, modern and archaic humans in Central Africa interbred, adding to known examples of interbreeding, with Neanderthals in the Middle East, and with the enigmatic Denisovans somewhere in Southeast Asia. Perry, recently deceased, was an African American who lived in South Carolina. A few years ago, one of his female relatives submitted a sample of his DNA to a company called Family Tree DNA for genealogical analysis. Geneticists can use such samples to work out how we are related to one another.
We all know by now that America prior to 1492 had a thriving and by many accounts diverse population. Anthropological finds on the North American continent alone would seem something out of a Hollywood movie, from giants who stood over 10 feet tall to the oldest traces of civilization dated prior to the supposed Bering Migration. The hidden truth about America is far stranger than the fraudster's fiction. But this movie wouldn't be complete without the villain, and the adversary playing that role is institutional academia in general. Of course, this mostly begins with the gatekeepers, like Harvard and the universities, the Smithsonian, NASA, the British Museum, the Louvre, the military, and every other institution connected with higher learning who promotes false, racist, historic propaganda.
And as the search for the caves goes on, other trails are being followed. High up in the Andes Mountains, in the town of Cuenca, Stanley Hall is searching out an old Catholic priest called Padre Crespi.
No, espera, adesso con la cosa del museo, no?
Over 40 years, the old priest has gathered together a backyard museum in his orphanage church.
Escocia. Escocia?
Moritz has told Stanley Hall there are certain special pieces to look out for, like in all the best treasure trails. A golden plaque, part of the message from the gods, with strange symbols on it, and a model of a dome carved in stone.
Well, this is quite remarkable because it looks...
Este es metal oro puro. Oro puro es.
Pure gold, the old man shouts. Pure gold.
Any archaeologist who
Vaya, ese es el
has
faraón.
studied the Sumerian,
Permíteme.
Babylonian,
El
Assyrian
faraón,
cultures,
no, ese es el faraón, no. El rey de Babilonia.
Now, no conventional archaeologist would come to a backyard in South America looking for objects from the Babylonia of 5,000 years ago.
The truth about Father Crespi and his missing artifacts finally revealed. The story of Father Crespi is a mysterious and controversial account of a priest in Ecuador involving claims of unknown civilizations, strange golden artifacts, a subterranean cave system containing a metallic library, depictions of strange figures connecting America to Sumeria, symbols depicting an unknown language, evidence of extraterrestrial contact, and a Vatican conspiracy involving thousands of missing artifacts. But how much of the story is true? Ancient Origins set out to find the answers and was given exclusive access by the Central Bank of Ecuador to the private artifact collection of Father Crespi, tucked away in hidden vaults and storerooms, including the controversial carved metal plates, which had not been seen or photographed for decades. Google the name Father Crespi today and you will find dozens of websites telling the bizarre story of a humble priest and his connection with a mysterious collection of artifacts. Admittedly, Ancient Origins is included among those that have highlighted the strange story of Crespi and his missing artifacts. However, when myself and Dr. Ioannis Saragos of Ancient Origins moved to Cuenca, Ecuador, and were visited by researchers Hugh Newman, founder of megalithomania.co.uk, and Jim Vieira, who has starred on several History Channel programs, there was an opportunity to explore the account in more depth and find out what is really behind the story of Father Crespi, the man behind the mystery. Father Carlos Crespi Croci was a Salesian monk who was born in Italy in 1891. He studied anthropology at the University of Milan before becoming a priest. In 1923, he was assigned to the small Andean city of Cuenca in Ecuador to work among the indigenous people. It was here that he devoted 59 years of his life to charitable work until his death in 1982. Father Crespi is known for his multitude of talents. He was an educator, anthropologist, botanist, artist, explorer, cinematographer, and musician, as well as his intense humanitarian efforts in Ecuador, in which he set up an orphanage and educational facilities, assisted the impoverished, gave food and money handouts, and cared deeply for the people. Walking around the city of Cuenca, it is clear that Crespi won the hearts of the people. Today a statue of him helping a young child remains in the square in front of the Church of Maria Auxiliadora, and local people old enough to have known him share stories about his intense charitable efforts. The city of Cuenca has been working with the Vatican for years to have Father Crespi recognized as a saint. However, it was not only the people of Cuenca that he helped. Father Crespi also had a deep personal interest in the numerous tribes of indigenous people throughout Ecuador and sought to learn about their culture and traditions, as well as to offer assistance wherever possible. People speak of his dedication to a life of voluntary poverty, sometimes sleeping on the floors of small huts belonging to indigenous people, with only a single blanket. The Crespi Collection. It was due to the dedication of Father Crespi to the people that they began to bring him artifacts as offers of thanks. These artifacts came from all corners of the country and beyond, and were representative of the works of almost all the indigenous cultures of Ecuador. Not wanting to shame impoverished families by giving them money handouts for nothing, Crespi began to pay some of the people for the objects they brought him. Philip Coppens explains. When poor people brought him these plates or other artifacts that the local people knew he collected, he made sure they were rewarded for their efforts. He knew several local families were poor, but that pride prevented them from asking for money, unless it was as payment for something. And hence, more and more metal plates found their way to the priest. Over time, Father Crespi acquired more than 50,000 objects, many of which were kept in the courtyard of the Church Maria Auxiliadora until the Vatican gave him permission to start a museum to house the collection. Unfortunately, many of the artifacts were destroyed in a fire in 1962. After Father Crespi passed away, the remaining artifacts were removed and little trace of them remained. Various claims emerged as to what happened to the artifacts that survived the fire. Some say they were stored in the cellar archive of Maria Auxiliadora. Others say they were sold to private collectors, or that they were shipped off to the Vatican. For decades, there was little known or seen of Crespi's precious artifacts. Gold of the Gods. While thousands of Crespi's artifacts are unremarkable in that they can be clearly classified according to their age and the indigenous culture they belong to, there remained a small subset of items that sparked intense controversy. Some of the artifacts are Babylonian in style. Others appear to have been carved in gold with strange motifs and symbols that do not resemble objects from any South American culture. Some of the gold plates appear to show a type of ancient writing, although as far as we are aware, none of them were identified and translated. Richard Wingate, a Florida-based explorer and writer, visited Father Crespi during the mid to late 1970s and photographed the extensive artifact collection. He said, in a dusty, cramped shed on the side porch of the Church of Maria Auxiliadora in Cuenca, Ecuador, lies the most valuable archaeological treasure on Earth. More than $1 million worth of dazzling gold is cached here, and much silver, yet the hard money value of this forgotten hoard is not its principal worth. There are ancient artifacts identified as Assyrian, Egyptian, Chinese, and African so perfect in workmanship and beauty that any museum director would regard them as first-class acquisitions. Since this treasure is the strangest collection of ancient archaeological objects in existence, its value lies in the historical questions it poses, and demands answers to. Yet it is unknown to historians and deliberately neglected in the journals of Orthodox archaeology. In order to unravel the facts behind Father Crespi and his missing artifacts, our first stop was the Maria Auxiliadora Church, where Crespi spent much of his life dedicated to religion and charity. We were welcomed by the acting priest, Padre Javier Heron, also rector of the Universidad Politécnica Salesiana in Cuenca. Padre Javier had known Father Crespi personally and was able to tell us about his life and dedication to the people of Ecuador. He insisted that none of Crespi's collection had remained at Maria Auxiliadora after the fire, but instead was purchased by the Central Bank of Ecuador. He set up a meeting for us with Dr. Luis Alvarez, Editor-General of the Universidad Politécnica Salesiana, who could tell us more. Dr. Alvarez is an expert about Father Crespi and took us to a small museum in the university grounds that contained some of Crespi's personal possessions. He told us that Crespi's collection was accumulated as a result of his generous work for the people of Ecuador and that Daniken's account was entirely false. According to Dr. Alvarez, Crespi himself was shocked when he heard claims about the Teos caves and stories of lost civilizations and extraterrestrials. Dr. Alvarez was very keen to separate Father Crespi from what he said were sensational stories and mistaken facts, and told us he could take us himself to see the collection. We were thrilled. The collection had not been seen or photographed for decades, and now we would have the chance to see it for ourselves.
In style, you can tell by the beard. Quiero la placa metálica.
Esta es la placa.
Otra placa.
No.
This shape. This shape.
¿Qué placa es?
La placa with the hole in the center. La placa with the here.
For Stanley Hall, this is the big moment. Here, and in the caves of Los Tayos, his faith in Juan Moritz will be put to the test.
No. Ya cuando Cristóbal Colón había descubierto América, ya no.
Some of them are quite remarkable objects. Figurín.
Ella está hecha ahora, esta. Los juegos de los tallos entran 200.
¿Dónde figurín?
This is the dome Von Daniken claims came from the caves. He says it proves ancient people knew all about modern engineering.
No llegan ustedes, yo estuve.
But old Padre Crespi isn't too interested in other people's theories.
Appeared in the Gold of the Gods book by Eric von Daniken. Well, this is a plaque that appears in von Daniken's book. You can get some idea of the scale of it.
No.
This particular character here, I've noticed, appears on the cheek of Chief Mayambi, who is the military head of the Shuaras down near Las Cuevas de los Tayos.
Oiga, permiso, Shuara nothing.
No.
No hablar de Shuara.
No, Father Crespi.
Babilonia, Egipto, Tierra del Fuego. La Shuara otra película, yo hice una gran película de los Shuara.
Sí, padre.
Pero 400 y más copias, todos lo han querido eso, ¿no? De Washington, ¿no? La reina de Uber estaba fuera, pero la reina. Libro de historia.
It contains some history of a previous civilization.
But Amun was at the beginning. And Amun names the land. He's loving it. It's a beautiful land. He's sitting there with his throne. He's left Yucatan. He's whooped his father. He's now the king. He puts his throne away from the Yucatan into South America at the top of that mountain, that holy mountain where Jerusalem is eventually built. And he is even higher than that, up into the mountain peak north of that David eventually buys that land when he finds out that's where Amun had his throne, and said, let's build a temple right here where Amun was, because we are worshiping Amun after all. And so they built that temple where Amun had his throne. So your Ark of the Covenant, which is actually a boat, which is actually an ark, just like the Ark of Noah, it is still an ark when it becomes the Ark of the Covenant. It is a ship. And when you look at ancient Egypt, and you look on the walls, you see them carrying this ship as a little house, little box on it, where Amun's likeness sits on the judgment seat. And the two cherubs, Isis and her sister Nephthys, their wings protect over the covering. There's your Ark of the Covenant that people say they cannot find. It's sitting and staring you right in your eyes. And when David bought that piece of land, he knew exactly what he was buying. He knew exactly where that temple was going to be built, and Solomon built it there. And they thought the temple was built in the city of Jerusalem. No, the African city of Jerusalem, sitting in that mountain, sits upriver from where Amun's throne had been. That's why when you read in the African literature that we call the biblical narratives, it says that when Solomon built this city for Pharaoh's daughter and for his own palace and for the temple and the little temple for the ark, that they gathered all the leaders together and then took the ark up out of the city of David. Up and out of the city of David, because it was going almost 50 miles downriver to the place where Amun's throne had been. These are things that we've not been told. I wanted to get what rocks cry out to you, so we could begin the discussions and begin seeing where we went wrong, begin seeing the things that were hidden, throw those covers off. And I'm sorry, the black historians with their egos about Egypt being on the Nile, now they're stuck on the Nile, now they're scared to get on the Atlantic and come across to the Americans and find the rest of the Egypt. I'm sorry, eventually you'll get there. But we're there. And with the youth coming up, I want you to know that it's there. So you can now go forward. You won't get stuck in neutral. You can now go forward and find the rest of the African history and find that you in the Americas 22,000 BC and building cities and having nation building and doing everything in the Americas from then up until now. So when Amun named that land the beautiful land, the word for beautiful, Mary, M-A-R-E in some spellings, Mary. And the land means Ta, T-A, Ta, the land of, beautiful land, Ta Mary. And Ta Mary is still applied to the land. And just as the ancient Africans said, there is a northland and a southland. Now we have North to Mary and South to Mary. We simply move the Ta to the end of the word and call it America. South America, North America, you're living in the land that was named by Egypt. Here are your Moors, who are named from Ta Mary, from the M and the R. You get your Moor. So even in the ancient African literature called biblical, you find Amorites, who lived on the north side of the Amazon River and went all the way up through Venezuela, what is now called Colombia, Guyana, all of that. Now we're going to get you a little deeper, something I haven't told before. Because that land is also called Syria. Here is your Asia. So when you hear brothers talking about, that's an Asiatic term. You're not African. Dude, Asia was Africa. They're all in the same place. These are Africans. You don't know that the Phoenicians are Africans. You don't know that their city Tyre is sitting right there off of Venezuela on that island that's connected by a man-made causeway, because you did not read that Alexander the Great built that causeway out to capture Tyre. You don't know that that national forest is there that's hiding the ruins still have Tyre's name in it. You have not deciphered that Venezuela is Phoenicia. Phoenicia. The way you find your ancient landscapes and geography is to find the cities. If you want to know where Phoenicia was, find the major cities of Phoenicia. Want to know where major Asia was? Find the major cities that were given for Asia in ancient times. Once you find Miletus there, once you find Antioch there, once you find Tyre sitting there, once you find Tyre's old name Korah sitting on the mainland where Tyre was at first, once you go around and find Akit, that's now Karaka, and you see these other places and see Guyana, which they changed the name, or was Sayana or Sinai. Once you find the places, then you know where the ancient writings are talking about. And now you're ready to discuss and have a lively and fruitful discussion. Don't get tied up in terms because you don't know your terms. Saying, well, Egypt came over and read boats like it was proven. No, the heck no, they didn't. These brothers knew how to make seaworthy ships, and when rocks cry out, when that book finally hit, then the archaeologists started saying, well, you know what? Okay, now that it's out, we'll go on and show you what we found. We've got the remains of the wooden ships that ancient Egypt was using to go across the sea. Not down the Nile, but across the sea.
Right,
so they started letting those discoveries out. They were on the east coast of the Egypt and Northeast Africa. They've not shown the ones that were here in the Americas. You want to see a ship here in the Americas? Go to Benampak, go into that end room, and you'll see a man standing there with lines going across the wall above his head, and you don't know it, but that's Agamemnon's ship that's been painted there. And nobody has told anything about it. I gave it to National Geographic 2 years ago. So they went in and got the Black King out of it and announced that story earlier this year, but they still didn't announce to you that this was an African city and that the discovery came from African records that showed this city, showed those paintings, and named every one of those black painted people in that temple to be the ancient Greeks and ancient Trojans of antiquity. All black. Trojans, all black. Greeks, all black. Agamemnon sitting there, black, with his Zulu, with his Zulu clothing on, and Achilles right behind him with his. And that's Achilles' son whose tomb they went into and pulled those skeletons and started messing with them and all that crap. You know, that was Achilles' son buried in that tomb, as the ancient African writings told. That's how they found the tomb. Because I gave them the ancient writings to try to start getting this stuff published into our schools so our kids could get this information, and it wouldn't just be a couple of brothers on the corner in Harlem, you know, debating about knowledge. They could start having it in the textbooks, but apparently even that was not good enough. So even after they found the tomb to verify the writings and what the writings were said, you still didn't hear the story about the blacks in the empire, which is ancient Delphi in Mexico. And so, brother, we're working on the map, but as I talk, this interview and others, I steadily give you more cities so you can kind of get an idea of where they were. Tonight, I give you Tyre. The last interview, I gave you Troy. So I want you to know the landscape in case my breaks or whatever, you'll at least have the city.
You remember only one Doge, though there have been many. You and your fellow citizens are descended from the few survivors that remain, but you know nothing about it because so many succeeding generations left no record in writing. The change in the rising and setting of the sun and the other heavenly bodies, how in those times they used to set in the quarter where they now rise, and used to rise where they now set. Of all the changes which take place in the heavens, this reversal is the greatest and most complete. There is at that time great destruction of animals in general, and only a small part of the human race survives. The conclusion is unavoidable that the oldest civilization was in Yucatan in Central America. Future discoveries may change this conclusion. It seems that Egypt was first peopled by immigrants from Yucatan.
It was in 1910 that a group of early anthropologists began to theorize that the stepped pyramids in Mexico might not have been the invention of American Indians. Could the technology have come from the other side of the Atlantic Ocean, from Egypt, where there were also stepped pyramids? After spotting other transatlantic similarities, these anthropologists began to argue that all civilization was invented in Egypt, and later handed down to what they regarded as more primitive societies. The implication that Old World culture was superior was thought acceptable at that time. A German scientist, Dr. Svetla Balabanova, made a discovery which was to baffle Egyptologists and call into question whole areas of science, from archaeology to chemistry and botany. She discovered that the body of Henut-Tawi contained large quantities of cocaine and nicotine. The surprise was not just that the Egyptians had taken drugs, but that these drugs come from tobacco and coca, plants completely unknown outside the Americas until thousands of years later, unheard of until Sir Walter Raleigh introduced smoking from the New World, or until cocaine was imported in the Victorian era. It was seemingly impossible for the ancient Egyptians to get hold of these substances. And so began the mystery.
Running hand in hand are these two theories so intertwined within the psyche of Americans. All information surrounding these two insertions into the world's historic narrative serve as a breeding ground for the ignorance of the ages. Not only connecting a people to a land where they are not biologically from, but disconnecting those people from their ancestral homelands. This was all done through literature, as was the creation of ancient Egypt. A mythological location set like a movie in people's minds in the dry deserts off the Mediterranean coast. This location was chosen after the discovery of America as the stage for the new composite history of Mitzrayim. It is well known that hieroglyphics were unknown to any of the Western European powers before the supposed Napoleonic invasion. So, of course, that would also mean that Egyptian hieroglyphics were unknown to the Americans as well, correct? Because if American Indians had been using Egyptian script prior to the year 1500, and also after the year 1500, wouldn't that mean that the French discovery of hieroglyphics and the magical Rosetta Stone would be a complete lie? Or at least a misrepresentation of the truth? The idea that the 1798 Egyptian campaign is what introduced the world to ancient Egypt would have been a total concoction. From the year 1605 to 1763, the French built several forts and colonies in Indian territory. Are we to expect that no exchange of phonetic or literary information took place in over 150 years? Now, most scholars will tell you that the American Indians had no written language. This fable serves dual purposes. One, to dismiss any pre-Columbian script as illegitimate or forgery, and two, this smokescreen serves as a prejudicial assumption to the position of Europeans toward the idea of Indian savagery. These schemes laid the bedrock for Manifest Destiny, and Manifest Destiny played an important role in the destruction of evidence. This point cannot be understated. The history of the American civilization prior to Europeans was systematically dismantled and suppressed, while at the same time ancient Egypt was being created. Such a contradiction of philosophies in the preservation versus the destruction of ancient histories leads any logical determination of these actions to indicate historical conspiracy. The walls of the pyramids in Egypt were being meticulously studied while pyramids in the Americas were being eradicated. According to all historians, the fall of the Mississippian culture happens around the year 1500, approximately the same time of the first European contact. What happened to these people? The most prominent assertion put forward by academics is disease, most notably smallpox. Although modern forensic anthropologists now say it wasn't smallpox that killed the majority of American Indians, but rather salmonella. No matter what killed these people, the reality is the Indian nations who dwelt here were far more advanced than history will give them credit for being. The archaeoastronomy techniques that were used in Egypt at the pyramids of Giza had been well employed by the American nations for millennia. Hundreds of mound centers were measured with exact specifications, whether that be geometric or astronomical. In addition, the pyramids of Mexico and Central America are also built to these symmetrical specifications. Long before the idea of ancient Egypt was even known to the Western world. Where could these people have gotten this knowledge? Way on the other side of the ocean. At one point, it was estimated that there were over 200,000 mounds in the continental United States alone. And within these 200,000 mounds, some incredible things have been uncovered that these charlatan historians wish they could hide forever.
Thankfully, some artifacts in ancient cities yet remain, such as these once city walls intentionally preserved as mounds in a golf course in Newark, Ohio.
I'm standing here at the parallel walls that connect the gigantic octagon with a large circle. The circle is 1,054 feet in diameter. The octagon encloses 50 acres, which is large enough to encompass 4 Roman Colosseums. This was built by the ancient Hopewell culture that lived in this region between about 100 BC and AD 400.
The level of precision it is incredible.
The entire Newark earthworks encompasses 4.5 square miles, and it was the largest complex of geometric earthworks ever built in the world. It includes 2 circles, a gigantic octagon, a square. Actually, what we call the Hopewell culture, things like it at least, and things related to it, covered much of eastern North America in different parts. As far south as Florida, as far west as Kansas City, as far east as perhaps New York.
They had to be incredibly sophisticated to be able to build these mounds perfectly, in unison to an octagon shape and a circular shape.
It's clear that they rival, by any scale, any other cultural achievement in the world. The Great Pyramids, the Great Wall of China, the Roman Colosseum.
I'm not that surprised by it. There's so many other things that we see when we start learning about and looking into Native culture that I think people on the surface may be surprised because they tend to think of Indian people as anti-intellectual or, non-scientific or somehow, living in the backwoods and not knowledgeable about things like that.
The knowledge embedded in these earthworks and encoded in their structure is anything but primitive. It's remarkable.
It also shows that not just high math, but these sites are lined up primarily with the lunar calendar. They had high math, they understood geometry, and because of the lunar calendar, they also understood the heavens, astronomy.
What I've learned now is just how amazing they were in terms of their knowledge of the solar system and of mathematics.
And then they had a unit of measurement was 606, which they call the stade. One side of the Great Pyramid from the base to the tip of the apex is 606 feet. If you square inside the octagon, which the surveyors like to call, it's a term they use, squaring the circle, and you divide that up into 4 equal parts inside of cubes, you'll find those cubes are all made of 606-foot lines per cube side. The angle of the Great Pyramid of Egypt runs 51.8 degrees up the slope from the base to the angle. That measurement is there, and when you come off of the baseline at Newark and you run true north and then measure that angle back to the baseline, what do you find? 51.8 degrees. So did they have the same math as ancient Egyptians? Well, I gotta say, yeah, it sure looks like it.
Here we have an ancient tablet with some sort of script. I've heard many historians call this artifact fake, not because there is physical evidence supporting their case, but because Indians had no written language. Therefore, it is deemed counterfeit. It should be noted that the only school of thought where this artifact would be considered legitimate is if it falls under the notion that this tablet is not an original Indian artifact, but was instead left by Europeans who traveled to visit the Americas generations earlier. This gatekeeping mechanism is the indoctrinated thought that permeates the halls of academia and the psyche of anyone exposed to Western education. These people were savages without written language or record, is probably one of the most bigoted assumptions of an entire people that is still being taught in colleges and universities today. So the accredited world of academia says this tablet is fake because Indians didn't write. But what happens when more tablets are found in different places with the same type script? Can the same argument be used to denounce their authenticity? Of course, the same argument could be used. But with each new discovery, that argument would weaken substantially to the point of an obvious cover-up.
This new direction would not only include racist ideas, but additionally, it would attempt to limit the use of some artifacts.
I'd like to next read from the following, J.W. Powell's own words. This is a paper that he presented to the members of the Smithsonian at the Bureau of Ethnology, and the title on the talk is On Limitations to Use of Some Anthropological Data. And it's pages 73 through 86 of the 1879 and 1880 book that was published in the Smithsonian. And the quote is as follows: "Hence, it will be seen that it is illegitimate to use any pictographic matter of a date anterior to the discovery of the continent by Columbus for historic purposes."
Native Americans, even today, suffer from this policy, which effectively meant that Native Americans have no history.
You only have history if it's something written down. If you have an oral tradition, that doesn't count as history.
Many believe that the Native Americans had no written record prior to Christopher Columbus. This would make it prehistory, but nothing could be further from the truth.
What you learn through ceremony has been taught and preserved on birch bark scrolls. Not like English is written in words, but there are pictographs that have been compared to, for example, Egyptian hieroglyphics. We do know that there are certain people who are charged with being the stewards of those scrolls and taking care of them, so they would have closer access to be able to look at and keep those scrolls. And yet, very clearly, our people, who are the traditional people of that area, we know exactly what those teachings are.
In fact, the Micmac have a written language that predates Columbus.
With a fully developed glyph system, you can say anything, the poetry, philosophy, technology, whatever, as one only has to go to China or Japan to see that their systems are the equal of any European writing system. But very different.
I don't know that everyone running around was creating scrolls and using those in the way we use language today, but it was still something that I think one person could create a scroll and another person would be able to read that had no connection to them.
What happened to these written records?
But it is another irony that we find that we're said to not have any kind of written language or history, and it's all stored in the shelves of the museums.
Every museum, small or big, has a great quantity of stuff that's boxed up, but hasn't seen the light of day for literally 100 years.
That door in the Sphinx, does the library of that knowledge lie?
I think there is extraordinarily powerful evidence to suggest that this is so. If you were amongst the survivors of a high civilization, and your civilization had been destroyed in an enormous cataclysm, and you wanted somehow to keep the memory of your civilization preserved and to pass down the knowledge to the future, and you might particularly want to do that if you believe passionately in the reincarnation of the soul, by the way.
Are these heathens covering transatlantic pre-Columbian contact, or something more sinister? And why do these tablets resemble Greek or Coptic script? It's important to note that Coptic script is a mesh between Greek and Egyptian writing systems, and was used in the interpretation of Egyptian hieroglyphs. Generally, Coptic script finds its roots during the rise of Christianity into Egypt. So why is Coptic being found in several locations in America? And even more importantly, why are depictions of Greek and Trojan military being carved into the same tablets? We can clearly see this is a depiction of a man in what looks like a Greek or Roman military helmet. But wait, there's more. Other depictions surface on tablets of similar character, as well as images that appear to be Negro, and more importantly, images that appear to be Egyptian. There's no mistaking the Egyptian theme behind these old relics, but if you ask any Egyptologist about these artifacts, they will call them crude forgeries. The Egyptians were symmetrical and perfect, as seen by the lovely murals on Egyptian temples. These are primitive and unrefined, cloddish imitations. Moreover, these artifacts are deemed anterior to the discovery of the Americas by Columbus, and therefore illegitimate as it concerns the classically established history of America. Unto this day, artifacts of the like are being held under lock and key in institutions like the Smithsonian and the magical disappearing Bonaparte Library, which was bigger than the Library of Congress. Ironically enough, this massive Bonaparte Library, possessed by Joseph Bonaparte, the guy who almost ended up being the first French-Mexican president, wasn't in Paris, or Naples, or London, or even Egypt, but instead Bordentown, New Jersey. Nonetheless, what exactly happened? The massive library suspiciously caught fire. A story that mirrors the fires at the Library of Congress and the Smithsonian. Interestingly, history doesn't recall the significance of these fires as it relates to the possible theft or destruction of momentous records of antiquity. When the French were colonizing Middle America, there is no doubt they came across Egyptian culture. There is no speculation about this patent fact.
We've all talked about Mexico, we've talked about the Andes, South America, we've talked about Egypt, we've talked about Turkey, but actually North America is a really fascinating subject. Now that I know what happened in North America between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago, I'm beginning to feel that it may be the place where the final clues come from, where we really put the picture together of what happened to our ancestors at the end of the last ice age. I think there's a huge story to tell in America, and I'm intending, if the universe allows.
And you spend a lot of time traveling through America.
I'm traveling more and more in America, and I really feel that it's important for me to learn about the past of North America, which of course has been a past that has been ideologically massaged. As we know, the winners write history, not the losers. But the story of the Native American peoples and how they came to the Americas and when they came to Americas, this is an area of just burgeoning science at the moment. There are huge new discoveries being made. I mean, for decades it was held that there were no human beings in America before 13,000 years ago. This is called the so-called Clovis model. That there was just no population in America before that, and that the first Americans came across the Bering Strait about 12,000 years ago, and the story goes from there. It's obvious now that's complete rubbish, that America was settled 50, 60, 70,000 years ago. We have ancient human populations in America. Recent DNA, really weird thing, and I've reported this in Magicians of the Gods, in the paperback. There's a human ancestor, or it's more complicated than that. Ancestry. We know about Neanderthals, right? And we know that we're anatomically modern humans. And we know we didn't descend from Neanderthals, but there's some relationship, and they interbred with us. Now we know that there were other human species like Neanderthals, a people called the Denisovans, another species that are being called the red deer species. These were all intelligent human beings, but not quite us. Now, the Denisovan DNA, the samples have been taken from the middle of Siberia, southern Siberia in Russia, okay, with Mongolia and just on the other side. The places in the world today where Denisovan DNA survive most strongly are amongst Native American Indians and amongst Aborigines in Australia.
This is an incorrect statement, a misnomer. The number one place where Denisovan DNA is discovered in Melanesians and the South Pacific.
Because Native American Indians are up there in the North America, and Aborigines in Australia are down there, for thousands and thousands and thousands of miles apart, and yet they share this chunk of DNA from a mysterious human ancestor. So it's like something big is missing from the picture. There's something in the middle. We're seeing the edges, but we're not seeing the middle of the picture yet. And I think we're just poised on the edge of a series of huge breakthroughs in our understanding of the past. I hope that the academics will allow those breakthroughs to occur, that they will not be so invested in their own careers that they will block the progress of science for another 100 years. It does happen in science. I hope it doesn't happen in archaeology.
These were titles. Outsiders ruling a land in which the well-being of the people was of no concern, milking the land for its riches and using those riches to build elaborate palaces and monuments to themselves and to gods. Much history was lost under the reign of the Ptolemies, as many of the original texts were translated to Greek and hieroglyphic was repackaged with the Ptolemaic seal of secrecy.
It all started in Egypt.
Exhibited in these monuments were obviously indicative of an ancient civilization to everyone who knew nothing of the Americas. This high civilization recovered from the ashes of extinction brought new light into the world. But which world did it bring light into? And what was recovered from the ashes? And from whose ashes was it recovered?
Maya in America research reports. Mayan glyphs, figurines at Mandeville site in Georgia. The Mandeville site in Georgia is the earliest site in the state to feature a flat-topped earthen pyramid mound. Mayan pottery, pyramids unearthed in Georgia. New research reveals that symbols which appear on ancient Georgia pottery are identical to Mayan glyphs. Mayan glyphs on Georgia, Florida pottery? The arrival of corn at the Fort Center and Ortona sites in the Lake Okeechobee area of Florida. Mayan words among Georgia's Indians? Mayan words in Hitchiti Creek language suggest ancient connection. The Hitchiti language, one of many languages spoken by Creek Indians. Possible Mayan site discovered in Georgia mountains? Architect and scholar Richard Thornton has published his findings about an archaeological site on the side of Georgia's highest mountain. Another Mayan glyph at Crystal River site in Florida. A pottery fragment on display in the museum at the Crystal River Archaeological State Park appears to represent the Mayan. Ocala, a Mayan province in Florida. In 1539, the Hernando de Soto expedition heard fabulous stories about a province in Florida called Ocala, pronounced Ocala. Mayan glyphs at Crystal River site in Florida. The Crystal River site on the Gulf Coast of Florida has been called enigmatic for decades due to Cahokia Mound Valetawa artifacts unearthed at Mayan site in Mexico. Over the past year, there has been much debate about the possible presence of Maya in America, specifically in Georgia. Did Mayan astronomers create the Forsyth petroglyph? Does the Forsyth petroglyph record the same astronomical event recorded in Temple 19 at Palenque? Ancient astronomical observatory unearthed in Georgia was Doomsday Clock. About 3 hours west of Savannah, Georgia archaeologists unearthed an ancient Indian mound, which had a secret hidden chamber inside. Did Maya mine blue pigment from Georgia? One of the many mysteries involving the ancient Maya is the origin of a blue pigment they used to paint.
Ancient temples in Georgia and Egypt share solar alignments. Did you know that the Okmulgee Earth Lodge in Macon, Georgia, and the Abu Simbel Temple in Aswan, Egypt are
aligned?
ancient walled city, older than Egypt's pyramids, unearthed off Georgia coast.
Discovery, which has not yet been published. It relates directly to the black communities across America. After here, I'm going to Bimini. As she said, I'm also going to be speaking at the Ouachita Conference again in Louisiana about this. But before I tell you about that, people will say, well, big deal, so what? Why is history important at all? History is extremely important. Imagine if I could take from each one of you as an individual everything you knew about your life up to last week and just erase it. Where would you be? You'd be lost. You'd be incompetent. You wouldn't know how to plan for the future. And you do the same thing with a people. If you erase their history or you don't tell enough about their past, they also become incompetent and they can't fulfill the future. And that's why a lot of people in the black community have felt, well, how come all of the dreams of the civil rights movement aren't yet fulfilled? And one reason is because this history is still suppressed. It still isn't taught. But there's been a recent discovery which is going to blow the lid off of all that. And that's what I'm going to talk about. Now, basically, what science has now found, although this is suppressed for the most part, there have been some great researchers. You have some wonderful books there, like by Evan van Sertima, who's talking about these things. This is not taught in your public schools, although it will be. The history that the children are learning today is not going to be history that's going to be taught in the next 25 years. It's going to be radically different. We now know for a fact that long before Columbus, there were 4 major migrations of blacks to the Americas, different parts of the Americas, for totally different reasons, totally separated from each other by many centuries. But nonetheless, there were these black, you can call them migrations, but they were not entirely. I'll describe, and you can make up your own mind what they were. The most recent of these took place about 400 years before Columbus was even born, and it's all outlined in a marvelous book over there. It's called The Golden Trade of the Moors. And it is now known that the West African kingdom of Mali had huge fleets of merchant vessels, and that these kings, these black kings of West Africa, began sailing across the Atlantic to Mexico as early as 900 AD. Now, why did they do that? They did that for trade, not for conquest or invasion. They did this for trade. Mali was very wealthy in gold. They had lots of minerals. Some of the black kingdoms, they were called the Yoruba or the Benin. They were great workers in bronze. But the trouble with West Africa, and it's still a trouble today, not enough food, famine. Somehow, the black kings of Mali had preserved this tradition of long before, where there was this kingdom across the sea, a totally different one. It was very hard to reach. You needed to have excellent ships and good sailors, and nobody in Europe was doing it at this time. But if you cross that sea, this other kingdom across the Atlantic was very rich in a certain kind of food, which the people over there called maize. We now call corn. And these West African kings launched at least 2 major fleets, trading ventures, that went across the Atlantic 900 AD to about 1600 AD. And they brought over their bronze work, and they taught the Mexican people, the ancient Mexican people, who were then known as the Mayas. The Mayas had built up a great kingdom of their own, but in 900 AD they were in decline. They were really on the outs. Nobody knows exactly why, but their society was in decline. They were losing all of their technology. Then these black fleets came across from West Africa, from Mali, and they presented a lot of gold work, bronze work, and in return, they came back with shiploads of corn, maize. Now, we know for sure that this actually happened because very recently, you'll see in the next issue of our magazine, not this issue, the next issue is coming out in about 2 weeks. This is part of the discoveries are happening so fast and furious, it's hard to keep track. They now have found that a certain type of maize or corn, which is growing in West Africa, has been growing there for many centuries, is not native to West Africa. It is a type of corn which comes from Mexico. Could have only been brought over by these Mali seafarers over 1,000 years ago. So this is a first concrete proof that they beat Columbus by centuries. And we're not just on a voyage of exploration. They were going back and forth, bringing corn back. Now, why don't we know about that? Well, this trade stopped abruptly 1600 AD. 1600 AD, the Spanish, the Portuguese were on a real aggressive colonizing campaign, and they took over Africa, and they destroyed a lot of these kingdoms. And with the destruction of these kingdoms went all the knowledge and all the history of these past trades. This is a tremendous lesson for us because, you know, we're so proud of our American civilization. We think it'll go on forever. But when a civilization falls, history tells us it takes almost all memory of it with it. Civilization is really very fragile. And that's why these lessons from the past are very, very important. If we want to preserve our civilization, we have to learn what happened to these others that crashed. So we know for sure between 900 and 1600 AD, long before Columbus was even born, as I say, these blacks were trading, these black kingdoms were trading with Mexico. If I have to refer to my notes, it's because this is new to me as well. There's also traditions in Mexico, ancient Mexico, of these black kings coming. And one of them was called, by the Mayas, if I pronounce this right, Ekchua, which means the black calabash or the black gourd. It referred not only to his black skin color, but also this gourd that he brought over. This gourd has been portrayed in these Maya hieroglyphs. This guy is portrayed as a West African type of man with robes and everything. And he's holding a gourd in these glyphs. That gourd has actually been identified as a West African type of gourd. So here we're having wonderful proof that there were these contacts between Africa and Mexico. And they actually referred to him by this name. And it shows that the Mayas and these Mali civilizers, these Mali traders, got along really well. It wasn't a conquest. It wasn't one society taking over another. They both had things to offer each other. The Africans had to offer metallurgy and gold, and the Mayas had to offer corn. But these Mali kings, 900 AD, they set out because they had a legend that there had been blacks going long before them. It was only a legend. It was only a myth. And it was on that myth that they chanced and they went across the sea and it worked out for them. But that myth traced all the way back to an even earlier black contact between Africa and America. And I'm talking about America now, not Mexico, but what we call now the United States. And this relates to this new fabulous discovery that is coming out. About 200 years before Christ, up until right at about the time of Christ, in other words, about 2,000 years ago, there now appears that there were wealthy West African and North African blacks who left Africa on a pilgrimage and came, if you can believe this or not, but there's solid proof for it now, to southern Illinois. Now I'll explain how that happened. In 1982, our time, there was a guy who was going along southern Illinois. He was a cave hunter. And he was, I don't know if you're familiar with southern Illinois at all, on the Ohio River. It's just honeycombed with caves, thousands of caves. They have not all been explored by any means. And he was involved in sport for hunting in caves. It's done all the time. It's rough work. Sometimes these caves are very narrow. He went into, to make a long story short, he went into this cave that no one had ever seen before. And he squeezed through a very narrow entrance, and all of a sudden it turned out into an enormous room. And in this room, he found great sarcophagi, or coffins, coffin lids, made out of stone. The walls are engraved with all kinds of stories, picture stories of men and women in old costumes from the ancient world. And then on the floor he found stacks of thousands upon thousands of these black rocks that were beautifully engraved with the profiles of people, not Indians, people from other parts of the world. Some of them were white, some of them were Asian, but hundreds are of black people, all in profile. They are made on a type of rock that is found really mostly only in southern Illinois in caves. This rock is like a clay. You pull it out of the ground and you have like a stylus or a pen, and you can draw on it real fast. You can draw profiles and letters, and then as it dries it turns into a hard rock. And these rocks are piled up on the floor of this cave. Now this man's name is Russell Burroughs. He's not an archaeologist, he's just a spelunker, he's a cave enthusiast. He brought these out over time. They're very difficult to bring out because the cave entrance is so narrow. And he's brought out now almost 10,000 of these magnificent tablets. They're very crude looking as rocks are concerned, but the drawings are beautiful. And they show the profiles of black people, some with scarification, which is West African, mostly with not that, some with specifically West African robes, which are still used today. Some will have a man on one side and a woman on the other. Some will be entirely women. It has each one of these 10,000 have a script associated with these pictures. Nobody's been able to translate the script. Well, since 1982, this place has really been contested a lot, but finally some professional archaeologists are involved, some top archaeologists, and they have verified that it is all authentic, and they have dated it now, and there's going to be a lot of information released in the next few weeks and months about this find. who are these people portrayed in this cave? Not all black, but a lot of them are black. Some of them will show like a black man with a kind of a sailor's cap, and in the background will show like a ship or a fish. It seems as though they're portraying a captain or a sailor of some kind. It's now understood, it's very involved, complex. You'll see the whole story in our magazine in the next few issues. It appears as though around the time of Christ, just before the coming of Christ, in Rome, there were a great many mystery cults. And these mystery cults, they were called mystery because they were secret, not because it was a mystery. It was secret. And in order to get into this mystery cult, you had to go through different levels of initiation, like the Freemasons, you know, which are not unrelated to it, believe it or not. There were many mystery cults like this, the cult of Osiris, the cult of Isis, and a lot of other cults we don't know about. And to get into these cults, we do know you had to pay money, you had to be fairly well off, and the final stage of all these mystery cults, you had to go on a long pilgrimage, a long quest. All that cost money, but you would go on this long quest to a sacred place. And at that final sacred place, you go through an initiation of some kind. And when you went through that initiation, you were finally a member of this mystery cult. And these mystery cults were all the same in that they promised the individual who went through this initiation eternal life. You didn't die. You survived after life. And these levels of initiation showed you how your soul made this progression. All that's been lost, although some of it is revived in Christianity, which is basically the same. That you don't die. If you are a good Christian, you go eternal life with Christ. And some of these ideas apparently were shared in common. Now these blacks apparently, they all look well fed. There are no starving people portrayed in this. And they all are with jewels and everything. So they're well-to-do people. That fits. What the archaeologists now think is that these wealthy people, no matter what their race was, but a lot of them were black, would participate in this mystery cult, would cross the sea and come to a cave. This specific cave in southern Illinois was the holy place. It was far away. It was hard to get to. It was extremely secret. It was part of the mystery cult, but they knew about it. Apparently the Romans knew about it. This is like a Roman cult that was open to anybody that could afford to go through it. And they went through their final initiation, whatever it was in this cave, and when they were finished, they had their portraits drawn. It's just like you have your picture taken when you graduated, right? And then in the Catholic Church today, we still have things called votive candles and votive statues. Like you'll go to a church and you light a candle and you leave part of yourself there. Or you have like a statue of the Blessed Virgin or St. Joseph and you'll leave it there. Little inexpensive statue. The same idea seems to be working here. You would go through this mystery cult, you'd come all the way across the ocean on this great hard quest, all the way to southern Illinois to this strange cave. You go through these rituals, and when you completed them, they would draw your portrait real fast and put your name on there, and then they would store it in the sacred cave. You didn't take it with you. That's why it's done on kind of crude stone, although the drawings are not crude. The drawings are excellent. And these inscribed tablets were put in this cave because it was like the votive part of you. You left that part of you there. So when you went back to Rome or Africa or wherever it was, part of you was still in this cave. And it is no hoax. It was one time I thought maybe it was a hoax, but now they found over 10,000 of these. They're beautifully done. It's beyond anybody to hoax this stuff. So here's this earlier migration. And because it was part of a mystery cult, it was not well publicized. And so we can kind of excuse historians for saying, well, there were no Romans or blacks or anybody at that time going across the ocean, but there were. The reason they didn't know about it because it was part of this mystery cult. Something of that myth, though, must have survived all the way into Mali times, up into 900 AD, when those kings of Mali decided to cross the ocean. Those two black migrations to the Americas are not the only two. There are two more, two earlier ones still. We go way back in history.
And another term was Indian corn, and that's because many people thought that it was India that was located across the sea. So we find similar names for turkeys and corn, Indian corn, Welsh corn.
Go way back in history.
And another term was Indian corn, and that's because many people thought that it was India that was located across the sea. So we find similar names for turkeys and corn, Indian corn, Welsh corn, turkey corn, turkey. Several volunteers of the time detectives scoured the collections of museums in London, Berlin, Paris, Rome, New York, Chicago, Cairo, and San Francisco. One of the challenges confronting time detectives is that Egyptian artifacts have been sold, stolen, or given away to many private collections and museums. In other words, the clues to the mystery of the Egyptian maze are spread out all over the world. We found lots of evidence of corn cobs and corn plants in the Egyptian tombs and temples. This comes as quite a surprise, considering that all the authorities, all the tenured professors, and all the encyclopedias claim that there is no evidence of Egyptian maize. Here's an example of an artifact that is decorated with corn plants at the Cairo Museum. It is from the Naquata I phase of archaeology. That means that the artifact dates to about 4000 BC. That's from the earliest phase of farming along the Nile River. In other words, the corn was already there when the ancient Egyptians first started farming. Here is a comparison of a Hopi Indian maize decoration with the Egyptian corn plant in the middle. The pattern of drooping leaves terminating with corn tassels at the very top are very similar to the modern corn plant. Here is a schematic drawing of a tomb mural from the Cairo Museum. The mural dates to about 2000 BC. The corn plant is with a food offering display on the right-hand side of the mural. Here we see an enlargement of the mural from Amenhotep's tomb, and the corn plant is identifiable from the yellow corn cob and the green husk leaves. Many of the Old Kingdom murals were not very well carved or painted, and one Egyptian authority, Helen Strudwick, calls this Old Kingdom example lettuce. Another variety of maize is shown in this example from a tomb on the Giza Plateau near Cairo. Typically, the maize ears are shown on platters or on food displays along with breads, jars of beer, and butchered animals. Here is an example of a tombstone with a corn cob. There was an association of maize with the Osiris cult of resurrection. Tens of thousands of these stone monuments were made in Egypt. The British Museum has over 100 stored away in a warehouse. This is an illustration from a papyrus book called the Book of the Dead. It comes from a scroll in the British Museum dating to about 1200 BC. These examples are from the British Museum. On the left are Sumerian hieroglyphs for corn and a generic glyph for grain that is in the shape of a corn plant or a bush. On the right-hand side is a glass jug with a corn plant which served as a decoration. Here is a comparison of a Sumerian glyph for grain and a modern corn plant. The Sumerian grain symbol dates to a period between 4000 and 5000 BC, so it would appear that corn or maize was present in the Middle East right about at the time that huge city-states started forming up along the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. This was very near the dawn of Western civilization. A period called the New Kingdom starts in about 1500 BC in Egypt. It is at the beginning of this period that corn cobs have their greatest level of realism. This example is from the tomb of Nakhet, circa 1424 BC. There is a corn cob with very distinctive kernels. There can be no question that this plant was intended to represent Indian corn. Here's another example of corn cobs from the tomb of Seti I, dated to about 1292 BC. In about 1500 BC, Egyptian methods of agriculture and food preparation spread to Mexico. Here we see a comparison of women in Egypt and Mexico using the same kind of equipment to grind corn. One name for the corn dough in Egypt was masa, and the same word was used by Mexican women for corn dough used to make tortillas. The Egyptian word masa, or mas, is probably the root for later words of mace or maize. I have identified Pharaoh Hatshepsut as the Queen of Maize. It is during the reign of this woman pharaoh that the most realistic illustrations of Indian corn crop up in Egyptian tombs. The Queen's Maize is found at her temple museum at Deir el-Bahri. This huge temple is located in the Upper Nile region across from Luxor and Thebes. Here is an example of a mural from Hatshepsut's temple. This reconstruction is by Howard Carter in 1909. It appeared in an exhibit at the Metropolitan Museum in New York City in 205. The museum is known simply as the Met. It was also published in a book about the exhibit by Catherine Roehrig. Oddly enough, nobody at the Met seems to have noticed that the New World corn was part of the Hatshepsut special exhibit. Here's an enlargement of the maize in Hatshepsut's temple. This illustration shows the corn cobs that decorate a single room in Hatshepsut's temple. The room is called the Anubis Chapel. There are over 30 corn cobs intermingled with the fruits, breads, and jars in the offering displays. This is an illustration from the Queen's Temple. It shows the kind of vessel that members of the Punt expedition used to sail across the Atlantic Ocean. It would appear that the temple was intended to promote overseas commerce. An Egyptian text from the reign of Pharaoh Ramses III refers to an overseas region called the Inverted Waters. This is a reference to a place on the earth where lands and seas are upside down with respect to Egypt. In other words, it is evident that at least some of the intellectual leaders in ancient Egypt understood the spherical shape of the world. This is an Olmec colossal head from San Lorenzo, Mexico. It is dated to a period from 1400 to 900 BC. Obviously, this stone carving has the facial features of a black African. Here's a black and white comparison of the Olmec head with a schematic image of a modern-day resident of Ghana, Africa. Note the close similarity. This is not a coincidence of abstract art. The distinctive lip ridge is a genetic trait that rules out any possibility that it resulted from an abstraction. The pronounced lip ridge is a characteristic of artwork in 15th century BC Egypt and Mexico. Here is a comparison of lip ridges from 3 Olmec statues with a contemporary Egyptian sculpture. This is the imposing exterior of the Library of Congress in Washington, D.C. This is one of many libraries where time detectives searched for published sources on Egyptian maize. We had documented 124 corn cobs in Egyptian tombs, temples, and scrolls by August of 2008. A preliminary report in this study was presented to the First Atlantic Conference on August the 16th. By October of last year, my associates and I had documented 425 corn cobs in ancient Egyptian art. Even you can become an instant authority on Egyptian maize simply by examining art books at your local library or at your secondhand bookstore. Here is a summary table of what we found. Note that during the last phase of Egyptian history, the post-dynastic period, at the bottom, the corn cobs had become so stylized that they didn't look anything at all like Indian corn. The Greek god of the underworld was Hades. He is seen here in an image that was taken from a Greek vase. His symbol was a huge cow horn that was filled with grains and fruits. It was called a cornucopia, or horn of plenty. The name for a horn, cornu, was probably the source for the word we use to represent maize. That is, cornu was changed to simply corn. The corn cob was called corn or cornu because it had the shape of a cow's horn. Here is a Minoan merchant and an ocean-going ship circa 1500 BC. This map shows the principal routes that Bronze Age traders used to transport native copper from out of the Great Lakes region. They also brought corn from the same area. Copper traders brought ingots across the North Atlantic to the British Isles, Spain, the Mediterranean, and on to the Middle East. These are a pair of Cretan corncob rings that were cast from gold in about 2000 BC. They are evidence of the great wealth that was obtained from the corn trade. Corn was the principal food of the lower classes, the merchants, travelers, laborers, slaves, and soldiers. These were the very people upon whose bare backs civilization arose from the earth. Native Americans carved the faces of Mediterranean sailors in clay and stone. These illustrations compare the faces of Old World travelers with the corresponding Native American artifacts that have been found in archaeological sites in Mexico, Guatemala, and Peru. These represent just a few of the hundreds of artifacts that the ancient travelers left behind in the Americas. Men wearing fish costumes represent ocean travelers from beneath the seas. They were called mermen or seamen. One merchant on the left carries a corn pod and a seed bag. These symbols reveal the role of merchants in dispersing maize all across the world between 5000 and 1000 BC. The earliest destination for New World copper and corn was the Middle East. Here we see a genie holding a corn cob. This Assyrian artifact dates to about 900 BC. Most doctrinaire scholars identify the seed pod as a pine cone. However, the artistic and agricultural context of the Assyrian civilization suggests that the genie is actually holding a cob of maize. Here is another example. Here is another one. My associate, Mark McInerney, says that the Assyrians were famous for growing huge supplies of grain, not for planting pine trees. Indeed, most of the items that we see in the hands of genies look more like corn cobs than they do pine cones. Here is a sample of corn cobs from ancient India, Mexico, Peru, and modern America, and they have a similar appearance to the Assyrian corn cobs. This illustration is from a Babylonian stone tablet. It shows two riders on horseback moving alongside parallel corn rows. The height of corn is exactly the same that the Spaniards reported in Peru, and this artifact dates to about 1000 BC. Here is a comparison of the native Peruvian and Babylonian corn rows. The genie on the left is from a stone slab in the British Museum. The Birdman on the right was sold at Sotheby's auction house in London. They date to a period from about 700 to 900 BC. In the middle is an example of the corn plant from another Babylonian tablet. Notice they are all very similar. Here is an example of the Babylonian tree of life. It is a tree of corn cobs. Each branch terminates in an ear of maize. Here's another tablet from Babylon, and it shows a farm scene featuring a corn row and a litter of pigs. Here's a colored image of the Babylonian corn row. This is a cylinder seal showing a man with 2 corn plants. The artifact is at the Louvre Museum in Paris. It was found at the archaeological site of Uruk in Iraq. The artifact dates to about 3000 BC. This is the Warka vase from the Baghdad Museum. It dates to about 3300 BC. We see along the lower register a row of corn plants with irrigation ditches running between them. The plant can be identified as maize because of the huge size of cobs, the waffle pattern on the cobs, and the very large leaves and stalks. This is Stonehenge. It is located about 150 miles southwest of London. The Bronze Age structure dates to the same span of time that merchants were bringing copper to the British Isles. The first stones were laid in about 3000 BC, or right about at the dawn of Egyptian civilization. This is the Hecatius map of about 500 BC. It is one of several maps that predate the Phoenician cartography of Marinus and the Roman cartography of Ptolemy. This map has the Gulf of Mexico labeled as the Caspian Sea. A team of Greek explorers in about 500 BC issued a report affirming that this was true. This is Eratosthenes' map of about 300 BC. It has the southern continent indicated as the Alter Orbis, meaning the other world. This is an early name for South America, and it's the same name that Columbus used for South America. This is a Roman map by Macrobius circa 440 AD. It is presently at the Huntington Library in Santa Marina, California. The map is a very accurate Florida and Gulf of Mexico. Florida was a Roman goddess of springtime. This is an enlargement of the Macrobius map showing the Florida Peninsula and the Gulf of Mexico. The Portuguese had a map of the same area called Antillia, or the Antilles, in 1436. So why does Columbus get credit for discovering lands that were already known to the Romans and the Portuguese? Let's go to Rome. Time detectives in Italy were asked to find evidence of Egyptian corn during the era of the Roman Empire. It was said that Egypt was, quote, the breadbasket of the Roman Empire. So it stands to reason that if there was maize in Egypt, then we might expect to find evidence of that grain growing in the artifacts of ancient Italy. And this is a section of the Palestrina mural. It shows an alligator and a hippopotamus in a marshy area. The Villa Palestrina is located southeast of Rome, and this mural is dated to the 1st century AD. Names for maize in Rome included Roman corn, polenta, and pulse. The words polenta and pulse are both derivatives from the words used for a pole mill. The pole was used to crush the corn into mush prior to baking it as an ash cake or a griddle cake. Most of the maize in Rome was imported in grain bags or gunny sacks from Egypt, Tunisia, and Turkey. The upper class regarded the pulse or cornmeal as barbaric. They preferred the finer pastries that bakers made from wheat, leavening, butter, and honey. Thus, we don't see very many corn plants shown in Roman art.
Now, there are people out there, especially in U.S. academia, who love to dismiss the tens of thousands of artifacts showing ancient Middle Eastern languages and customs here in North America as fakes. But then how do they explain some of the Middle Eastern languages and customs, particularly Hebrew, that are still preserved among some Native American cultures? Is it just coincidence? Of course not. And I'm going to show you a few examples. Now, I'm not saying that all Native Americans have Hebrew or other Middle Eastern ancestry, but there definitely are some. Now, if you're a Native American watching this video, it may or may not apply to you, depending on what tribes are in your ancestry. I'm going to start with the name of God. Here are 2 columns. One column shows the name of God in Hebrew and various pronunciations of it. The other column shows various pronunciations of the name of God or Creator, as he is more often called, in various Native American cultures. Look at his name. Coincidence? No. Next, I want to show you a list of Algonquin words and phrases from a book printed in 1825 called View of the Hebrews by Ethan Smith. Now, like many books in this time period of the United States, it calls the Native Americans savages, which I don't agree with. Just because the Native American tribes had different cultures than the European settlers doesn't mean they were savages. But anyway, be prepared to see that term in old books like this. So here's a list of words and phrases from View of the Hebrews shown in 3 columns. The first column is in English. The second column is from Algonquin tribes originally from the eastern United States before the government took their lands and forced them onto reservations. The third column is Hebrew or Chaldaic, which are both Semitic languages. Obviously, columns 2 and 3 are spelled out with English letters so that the reader can try to pronounce them as they actually sound. Look how similar these words and phrases are that have been preserved in the Algonquin languages. Some are exact, some are near exact, others are very similar. And look at the type of words and phrases. A lot of them are biblical. This is the real deal. Linguistics like this are not coincidences or fakes. View of the Hebrews is a very informative book, and I suggest you read it. It has many more examples of language, customs, and beliefs preserved among Native Americans that tie into Middle Eastern ancestry. Another excellent book is The 10 Tribes of Israel by Timothy R. Jenkins, printed in 1883. There are many other old books like these. I'm going to give an example of an account from the 10 Tribes of Israel. It's on page 16, and I'll just read it for you here. It says, "The following is from Alexander's Messenger, published many years ago in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania." And again, this book was published in 1883, so many years ago from 1883. Anyway, it goes on to say, "A government officer stationed at Lake Superior at an early day, before any white settlers had invaded that part of the country, after becoming acquainted with a number of Indian tribes, found one tribe in possession of a copper tube, tightly soldered. And when asked what it contained, they said they were not able to tell, but they had received it from their ancestors a long time ago. The officer finally prevailed upon them to let him open the article, and when he did so, he found it filled with parchment, with inscriptions that he could not read. But by sending the parchment to Washington City, where it was examined by competent Hebrew scholars, it was declared to be part of the 5 books of Moses." So that's the first 5 books of the Bible. Here we have another link in the chain, proving that Hebrews were here many years before the white man came to this continent, and that the present North American Indians are their descendants. And again, like I said earlier in this video, I'm not saying that every single Native American tribe has Hebrew ancestry in it, but there definitely are some tribes with Hebrew ancestry in them. Anyway, this book, The 10 Tribes of Israel, and also View of the Hebrews, are filled with awesome stories like this. And like I said, there's many other old books like these out there. You just gotta go looking for them and read through them. Now I want to move on to the Micmac Native Americans from the Northeast U.S. and Southeast Canada. So the prophet Joseph Smith said that the original metal plates that the Book of Mormon was engraved on had a reformed Egyptian language. Here are some of the characters from the metal plates copied onto paper in the 1820s. Now, look how similar some of these characters are to characters in the written language of the Micmac tribe, whose written language is a form of Egyptian called Hieratic Egyptian. They had this language before the European settlers even arrived. So even if you don't believe Joseph Smith about the truth of the Book of Mormon, how do the Micmacs have Hieratic Egyptian as their language? Is it fake? Is it just coincidence? No. It's been handed down from their ancient ancestors. That's how they had it before the European settlers arrived. Now I want to move on to Chief Joseph of the Nez Perce tribe, who were forced westward off their land by the U.S. Army. Chief Joseph's story can easily be found on the internet and in various books. In 1877, Chief Joseph, which is his English name, was captured by the army. When they searched his medicine bag, they took out a small tablet from him. He, the chief, said that the tablet had been passed down in his family for many generations, and that they had inherited it from their ancestors, and that men had come among his ancestors long ago. The tablet was confirmed by Professor Robert Biggs to be an ancient writing called cuneiform. Robert Biggs was a professor of Assyriology at the Oriental University of Chicago. The tablet was simply a sales receipt for a lamb bought around 2040 BC in the Assyrian Babylonian area of the Middle East. I'll let you read the translation here because I'll butcher the names. Babylon is also the area where the Tower of Babel was built, and the Book of Mormon tells us that the Jaredites came to ancient America sometime after the Tower of Babel. And for anyone who assumes that Chief Joseph was lying about the tablet, take a look at his medicine bag. On his medicine bag is a symbol known as the Star of Asher, which is an ancient symbol for an Assyrian Babylonian god. As of 1971, in honor of that ancient symbol, the Assyrian flag has the Star of Asher on it today. The 4-point star has 3 streams of light going out from between each point. The main difference in Chief Joseph's star is that each stream of light starts out as one stream and then separates into 3 points at the end. This is not fake. This is not coincidence.
Around 1,000 years before Christ, 3,000 years ago. It's such a long time ago, it's hard to even imagine. There were a people called the Phoenicians. These were Canaanite people that are mentioned in the Bible. They're a half-Semitic, a very great seafarer, and they employed all kinds of races on their ships because they didn't really have any particular homeland. They were always traveling, went everywhere. They were the first to go around Africa, known to go around Africa, 900 BC. And it's known that they employed many blacks on their ships, not as slaves. They had no slaves on board their ships. But they did have sailors. They did have captains. These people definitely crossed the ocean also to Mexico. It made a very strong impact on a civilization called the Olmecs. The Olmecs, that's just as a name for this very, very early civilization. The earliest known civilization in Mexico. And everyone thought at one time, well, it's just an Indian civilization until 1861. In 1861, a farmer was plowing his field, came across a very strange domed rock, a black rock, and he couldn't dig it out. The more he dug down, the bigger this rock got, until he dug the entire thing away. It took him weeks to dig it away. And it turned out that he unearthed a 9-foot-high statue, a head, beautifully done, of an African, not an Indian at all the portrayed features of a West African man. From that time until recently now, there have been 11 of these giant stone heads. Let's see, I'll give you an idea how big they are. They're an average, well, there's 11 found now. They're between 6 and 9 feet high, and they weigh 40 tons apiece. They're magnificently carved. While these were being found, more of the Olmec civilization was found, and a temple was discovered that had also the same type of people, these West African people portrayed as kings and warriors. So, when the first archaeologists found these, they says, well, these are probably just blacks that got blown across the sea and were enslaved. But you don't make huge heads portrayed with crowns of your slaves. You know, these were obviously regents, powerful people. How did they get there that long ago? Because those heads are dated to about 3,000 years ago. So far as is known, there was no black civilization then. That came later. It appears that these were sailors and captains working with the Phoenicians. Maybe they jumped ships, maybe they got shipwrecked, but somehow they got along fine with this Olmec community, so much so that they rose to become the leaders of that society. One of the other new things that have been found is that the heads, the black heads of these great Olmec kings, wear a strange kind of headgear. It comes down halfway by the ears and encircles the entire crown of the head. There's nothing like that anyplace else until they found, starting to find now, these old leather crowns that were studded with gold and brass that were used by the early kings of Mali. So only 2 places in the world do the same strange type of crown, amongst the Olmecs in Mexico and West Africa. So here again there's this parallel. Now, even older than this, I mean, they talk about, our ancestors coming over on the Mayflower. This beats them by thousands of years. There has been another stupendous discovery. I mean, they're coming so thick and fast, probably because our technology is expanding, as you know. And as our technology expands, we're able to find out more faster. Over in Japan, and this relates to what we're talking about, was found an underwater city, the first ever found. It's right off the coast of southern Japan, by Okinawa, where the great battle was fought in World War II. And this underwater city extends for 311 miles on the bottom of the ocean floor. The deepest one is 100 feet, deepest building is 100 feet, the others are 20 and 40 feet. And they show streets and boulevards, they show pyramids. I've got photographs I'll show you tonight. These photographs have not well been publicized, but they will be. Great plazas, huge steps, all underwater. Now, this place is probably related to another old legend, and that is of the lost civilization of Mu. Mu was supposed to be a Pacific Island civilization that sank long ago, but before it sank, and while it was sinking, it was not a fast or catastrophic end for the most part. The oceans rose when the ice melted at the glacier. The glaciers that covered all of this area, at one time. 10,000 years ago, they began to melt very rapidly. And when they melted, they flowed into the oceans of the world, and they raised the ocean level by about 100 feet. So this civilization goes back maybe 10,000 years. Hard to believe, but the evidence seems to suggest that the city at the bottom of the sea goes back that far. Their solar religion, they believe that the sun has different phases of the year, and so they should share power. As the sun shares power with its light on the earth, it's had to share power equally. The reason why they believed that was they believed God manifested his power and his identity in natural law. What you see, the flowers growing, the sun, the stars. You can't see God, but you can see what God does. That's God's law. So if you live in harmony with God's laws, you see it in nature, you're doing God's will. That's what these people believed. And so by having the sun at different phases of the year, you share different power. Sometimes this land sank. This high civilization brought some of its ideas to different parts of the world. It became part of what is now Polynesia. And the Polynesian, I can tell you for a fact, the Polynesian legends are thick with stories about Mu. The Hawaiians have a people they call the Mu, who were there before they were. Blacks, however, went in 2 directions. And this is beyond legend now. Now we're moving into hard science. When Mu sank, or when Mu was in the process of being inundated by this great rising wave of water, they went in 2 directions. They went out to what is now known as Oceania and became a people known as the Negritos. And they also went towards Mexico and impacted this Olmec civilization. And the reason why we now know that is because there was a genetic trace done. You know about DNA now. That's getting a lot of play in the paper. DNA means you can trace the genetic code of a people. The genetic code of and there are still native blacks in Mexico. That's never been explained by archaeologists before Columbus arrived. DNA tests done on them. DNA tests done on the bones of some of the Olmec people, not all of them, the ancient remains, show a definite genetic trace, not to Africa only, but across the Pacific. When they found that out, they said that's got to be wrong. It just doesn't. There are no black people out in the Pacific, but there's this definite trace, lineage they could trace out towards Hawaii and beyond Hawaii. Then they began a worldwide match of DNA. Well, these strange black people, who do they match up with? They don't match up with Africans. They matched up with the Negritos in Oceania. It looks now, scientists believe, there was a central point from which they went in both directions. So this is a marvelous heritage. And, some people say, well, you're a white guy, how can you talk about stuff like this? I get flack from this on both sides. The purpose of our magazine is to tell the truth about what happened to our country and our continents before Columbus. And if it shows that there were white Vikings here, and there were, we tell that. And if it shows that there were Asians here visiting, Chinese here visiting Mexico, we'll tell about that. And if there were blacks here, we have to tell that too. That's all part of our heritage. And I think it's thrilling and exciting for all of us. It's remarkable. So what we're telling you, I mean, this is just in a nutshell, and you're going to be seeing a lot more of this, not just in our magazine. Believe me, you're going to be seeing this on TV. It's bound to burst out because it's really known in the archaeological community. You've had 4 of these major impacts that the black people have made to the Americas, not only before Columbus was born, but before even Spain or Italy existed. That's the kind of roots that are in this country. And by knowing that, and the more you know about it, it's an empowerment. You're really rooted. You have got a heritage which is more than slavery. Sure, there was slavery, but that's not all. That's a small part of it. Long before that, there's a heritage of kings, seafarers, religious missionaries, and they were all here. But it happened so long ago, there's just so little of it left. And that's basically my story. What connects it up is even the word Moor, because it's pronounced differently in different parts of Africa. And they call themselves Moor, Mu, Mur. There's all variations of that, so that even the name Muir. I'll leave you with one thing which is really interesting, too, that relates to this. The Mali kingdom, part of their religion, around 900 AD, they believed in a god called Vodun. Vodun or Vodan. And they said Vodan was this great sailor who came across the sea, and he taught the Yoruba and the Benin tribes how to work with metals. And he was their man god, as it were. He was their founding father, their George Washington, was Vodun. And he brought tablets. He said they brought tablets, which he taught people how to read. Vodan was his name. Vodan and Vodun. Across the ocean, all the way across the Atlantic Ocean, amongst what they call the Quiché Maya, or the lowland Maya that I talked about, they have a tradition of a god they called Vodan, same name, who brought tablets across the sea to tell them how to work metals and so on. So here we're dealing with the same tradition. This is something which is not made up or interpretive. It's the actual fact. It's the truth. So the more of these you have, like I say, the greater the sense of empowerment.
Egyptian artifacts have been found up and down the Mississippi Valley in the 1900s. What were the French discovering in the 1600s? Better yet, what were the Spanish discovering in the 1500s? The Mississippian and Mayan civilizations had undeniable ties to one another. They both resembled elements of ancient Egypt, long before the world even knew what ancient Egypt actually was. It was only after this then did the French learn anything about these people or this culture. It goes beyond saying 3,500 years ago, during the supposed height of the Egyptian Empire, empires in America, especially in the Mississippi, were flourishing and well advanced. It is hard to truly get a scope on what exactly these prosperous civilizations used to resemble. All we have to go by now are the reformulated artist renditions, which are not always historically consistent based upon physical evidence. One of the most significant pieces of undeniable physical evidence are the mounds themselves. Not only are these mounds massive works embedded within the earth, they are indications of remarkable geometry compounded with an exceeding mastery of cosmology and mathematics. These are not primitive people by any stretch of the imagination. Their chiefdoms were masterpieces of humanity and nature. Much of what has been attributed to Europeans was invented long before their travels across the sea. The earthworks built by these civilizations are by far the most slept-on natural wonders of the ancient world, and the only true pyramids still standing. Speaking of pyramids, several Mississippian locations predate the illustrious pyramids of Giza. Although they have been speculated to be older, reliably dating these monuments has been troublesome for those relying upon the extremely unreliable process of radiocarbon dating. However, for scientists, dating the oldest mounds doesn't prove as troublesome because the Earth's interior is organic matter within the strata, and the process of aging is more consistent through the source material, which means it's easily proven Watson Break mounds are older than the pyramids of Giza.
Now here's a survey drawing of a unique ancient Hopewell mound builder site in Ohio. Notice the Hebrew oil lamp, the 9-candle menorah, and also the compass and the square, all of which have sacred meaning in the Hebrew culture. A survey drawing of this site is included in the Smithsonian's first publication in 1848 called Ancient Monuments of the Mississippi Valley by Ephraim Squire and Edwin Davis. Yet there are still people who accuse this site of being fake as well. Later, in the early 1900s, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers completely leveled this entire site down to the ground. Yet, they left all the other mound builder sites around it alone. So again, you think about that. The site has been said to have been at or near this spot here by Fayetteville, Ohio. And if you notice this field here on the left, there are ditches that form a sacred Hebrew letter called the Shin, which may have been where the mound builders got the dirt from to build the site, or it could just be a natural formation because there's a lot of similar curvy ditches in the area. But if so, maybe that's why they built it in that area, which isn't a far-fetched idea because the city of Jerusalem in Israel is built on terrain that naturally forms a Shin as well. Here are some other important artifacts that were found in the 1860s in Ohio near a town called Newark, which are also accused of being excavated at a mound builder site by a man named David Wyrick and 7 or 8 other witnesses, and are nicknamed the Newark Holy Stones. The most popular one is called the Decalogue Stone, which was inside the stone case you see behind it, buried with a skeleton at the bottom and center of a very large mound. This stone has the entire 10 Commandments engraved on it in ancient block Hebrew writing. The man in the middle is holding tablets and wearing a turban, and the name above his head says Moshe, which means Moses. The other stone is nicknamed the Keystone, just because that's what it looks like, and it has ancient Hebrew writing on all 4 sides, which says the King of the Earth, the Word of the Lord, the Laws of Jehovah, and the Holy of Holies. The small stone bowl is also significant because in the Hebrew culture, a vessel was considered impure if it had been made out of clay or something and then cooked to harden. And so if they wanted a pure vessel to hold holy water or oil, they would carve the vessel out of stone. And speaking of the 10 Commandments, Ohio is not the only place where they're found in ancient America. Remember the account earlier in this video from the book The 10 Tribes of Israel about the Native Americans around Lake Superior in the 1800s who had part of the 5 books of Moses written on parchment in a little copper tube passed on from their ancient ancestors through many generations. And again, the mound builders were experts in copper. Well, the 10 Commandments are mentioned all throughout the 5 books of Moses, beginning in the 2nd book, Exodus, when the Lord gave the 10 Commandments to Moses. Also, the Cheyenne tribe know about the 10 Commandments from their ancient ancestors. And we're about to finally talk about the Cheyenne tribe. But one last thing, the 10 Commandments are also found carved in a boulder in the mountains of Los Lunas, New Mexico. This is another artifact that U.S. academia accuses of being fake. But if you speak with Native Americans in that area who know a lot about it, they'll tell you it was there long before any white explorers came to the area. The stone is still there today, but sadly, somebody vandalized it around 2006 and scratched over it.
It is hard to believe how the largest ancient structures in North America could ever have been misinterpreted as geological forms, even though hundreds of years of weather and vegetation had obscured them. We now know that Western Illinois was once home to America's largest prehistoric population at a site we call Cahokia. And yet this ancient monument was just barely saved from being plowed under.
It was in the 1920s that Warren K. Moorhead, an archaeologist, came here to help the effort for the state to acquire this property. He did this by excavating in the mounds, some places between the mounds, to find objects, pottery, worked shell, flint work, that would demonstrate that these mounds were not only lived upon by Indians, but they were built by Indians, and that these were man-made, these are artificial. In the case of Monk's Mound, almost a magic mountain.
Monk's Mound is the largest prehistoric earthwork in the entire Western Hemisphere. Its base covers over 14 acres. It stands 100 feet high and has several terraces. Excavations have revealed that there was a huge building at the top. This construction was over 104 feet long and about 48 feet wide. A room at the top where the paramount ruler would have lived and governed his community, as well as being the setting for ritual and ceremonial activities.
We estimate that there's at least 22 million cubic feet of earth in Monk's Mound. But it wasn't all done at once. It was done in a series of stages. And from excavations and corings we've done through the mound, we can identify many building stages. So perhaps as a leader would die, they'd burn down or tear down the old building on top, add more dirt, put up a new building for the new leader. So the mound gradually increased in size.
Monk's Mound stood at the center of what is often referred to as America's first great city. Archaeological data indicates that the site came into existence around 800 AD and flourished for around 500 years. Monk's Mound was one of the first examples of what has become known as the Mississippian culture. Large temple mounds are the primary feature that defines a Mississippian site, and these can be found throughout the Mississippi River Valley.
Nonetheless, the chronological and historical parallels between Napoleon's invasion of Egypt and the French and British participation of the Louisiana Purchase are undeniable. One of the most important supposed discoveries of Napoleon's invasion was the discovery of the Rosetta Stone. Some historians say this is what the entire field of Egyptology is set upon. However, today the stone sits in London at the British Museum because the French eventually lost to the British in 1801 at the capitulation of Alexandria, and the British took the stone along with other relics and possessed them unto this day. What are the chances that the British and the French are being truthful about Egyptian history? According to the historical narrative, 3 types of script are found on the giant Rosetta Stone: Greek, Demotic, and hieroglyphic. Until this point, no one could even understand Egyptian hieroglyphic. The stone reads Ptolemy as the acting pharaoh during the commission of the rock, making this stone Ptolemaic in origin, thus not authentically Egyptian. The Ptolemies were not Egyptian, they were Greek. This family came into power after the death of Alexander and the subsequent division of his kingdom. As mentioned earlier, the Seleucid kingdom reigned in Syria, and the Ptolemaic kingdom ruled Egypt. The Seleucids were kings of the north, and the Ptolemies were the kings of the south. Egypt fell to Rome under the Ptolemies after the death of Cleopatra, who was also a Ptolemy, aka Greco-Roman. There were multiple Ptolemies and multiple Cleopatras, none of which were Egyptian.
But that's not all. At the top of the mountain is an ancient fort similar to Fort Masada in Israel. There's also an astronomy carving up there which shows the position of the stars from one night during the year of, I can't remember if it was 107 BC or 107 AD. But how do they know this? Because today there is software which astronomers use that can mathematically calculate where the stars, planets, moons, comets, etc. were at any night in the past, even that far back in time. Some other things to research in the Southwest are the Tucson-led Arizona artifacts, which are really cool, but I need to learn more about them, and so I'm not going to go into them right now in this video. Alright, let's get into the Cheyenne tribe. I have a friend named Sean Littlebear who lives in Oklahoma and is one of the Cheyenne's medicine men, one of their 4 arrow men, and he's also their record keeper. But I'm not sure if they have more than one of those. The Cheyenne tribe also have Hebrew-related customs. Back in about the year 2000, the Prime Minister of Israel gave the Cheyenne tribe land to own in Israel, because Israel had learned that the Cheyenne were distant relatives of theirs. How did they know this? There's a Jewish ceremony that Israel knew had a missing portion of the ceremony, which their ancestors knew, but they no longer knew it. So they were searching among cultures that they believed had Hebrew ancestry to see if any of those cultures' ceremonies had this missing portion. Well, they found this missing portion in the Cheyenne tribe, because the Cheyenne performed this same particular Jewish ceremony, only they performed the complete version of it. So Israel had finally found this missing portion of the ceremony, and in return, the prime minister gave land in Israel to the Cheyenne tribe. Sean is one of the 4 arrowmen in the Cheyenne tribe and has been invited by Israel to be in the ceremony when they perform it. That is not coincidence or fake. Now this land that the Cheyenne owns in Israel has a hill on it. It is one of 3 hills that are sacred to the Cheyenne people. Sean has told me about the other 2 hills. One of them is Bear Butte Mountain in South Dakota. The Cheyenne call it the Holy Sacred Walking Mountain. The reason for these names and why the mountain is sacred to them is because they say that a very long time ago, an army of their enemies were coming to attack their ancestors. And there was a great prophet among their ancestors who told them that if they had faith in the Creator, that the Creator would save them from the army. Then the prophet commanded the mountain to rise up, move over the army, and land on top of them. They say it looked like a giant walking bear. Sean says this is Mount Zerin spoken of in Ether chapter 12 verse 30 in the Book of Mormon, only it doesn't give all the details. It just says that the brother of Jared was able to move Mount Zerin by faith in God. The Cheyenne still gather at Bear Butte Mountain to this day. The other hill that is sacred to the Cheyenne people is the Hill Cumorah in Palmyra, New York. The hill spoken of in the Book of Mormon, where the last of the Jaredites and the Nephites were killed off at different periods in history, who also match up with the Adena and Hopewell mound builder cultures. And archaeology and Native Americans tell us that the Hopewell mound builder culture ended in New York around 400 AD. The reason this hill is sacred to the Cheyenne people is because they say that a record of their ancient ancestors was buried in it and would one day come out of the hill and bless the whole world. They compare it to seeds being planted in the hill and fruit growing from those seeds that would bless the whole world. And the Hill Cumorah is where the prophet Moroni buried the ancient metal record called the Book of Mormon in about 421 AD. And 1400 years later, in 1823 AD, Moroni appeared as an angel to a 17-year-old boy named Joseph Smith, who lived in Palmyra at the time. And Moroni finally let Joseph take the metal record out of the hill 4 years later in 1827, when Joseph was 21 years old. Over the next 3 years, with the help of God, Joseph translated the ancient record, which was a reformed Egyptian similar to what the Micmac tribe had, into the English language. And it was published in 1830 when Joseph was 24 years old and is called the Book of Mormon. And the Book of Mormon tells of how ancient Native Americans knew who Jesus Christ was and that he actually visited them and spent time with them after his resurrection. And Cheyenne and many other tribes whom they associate with have many ancient records that they keep safely hidden and guarded in caves because they don't want the U.S. government to take them and destroy them as they've done with so many other Native American artifacts and cities. Mainstream U.S. academia would have us believe that Native Americans don't have any written history or language, which is absolutely false. Sean says the Cheyenne and many other tribes they associate with have records of their people recorded on booklets, bark, leather, bones, and the most ancient records are preserved on stone tablets and metal plates and are written in Egyptian hieroglyphs, Phoenician, and Hebrew. There are so many other Hebrew and early Christian beliefs preserved in the Cheyenne culture, such as the story of Adam and Eve, the 10 Commandments, as I mentioned earlier, and sacred temple symbols of creation, including the compass and the square. And the Cheyenne leadership was organized the exact way that Jesus Christ had organized his church while he was on the earth, both in Jerusalem, as mentioned in the Bible, and in ancient America, as mentioned in the Book of Mormon. And that organization is a chief apostle with 2 apostles under him and 12 apostles under them. The Cheyenne used to have a chief with 2 under him and 12 under them in leadership. This type of leadership ended when the U.S. government were trying to get the head Cheyenne chief to sign away their lands to the United States and give the chief an English name. The chief's real name was Ben Whiteshield, which is a Hebrew name, and he told them that he had Hebrew ancestry and didn't want an English name and didn't want to sign over the Cheyenne lands to the United States. Well, sadly, as we know, the United States ended up taking the Cheyenne's land anyway. And along that topic, I need to mention the U.S. Indian Removal Act of 1830, otherwise known as the Trail of Tears, where the United States wrongly justified taking away the lands of the Native American tribes and forcing them to move onto reservations on the other side of Arkansas, Missouri, and Iowa, which was then the western border of the United States. This is why so many Native American tribes are still in Oklahoma, Kansas, and Nebraska to this day. But the Cheyenne also know of the great city, Zion, or the New Jerusalem, which will one day be built in the United States when God gives this land back to the Native Americans, although it probably won't be called the United States at that time. And God told Joseph Smith that the center of Zion, the New Jerusalem, will be where Independence, Missouri is. Now look at where Independence, Missouri is. Now, are there any Native American tribes that we know of from the scriptures, the prophet Joseph, and church history who are descendants of Hebrews from the Book of Mormon? Yes, there are. And I plan on making a more detailed video about this, but for right now, I'll just tell you the tribes, and here are the sources for you to go read on your own. The specific tribes mentioned that I know of are the Seneca, the Wyandot, the Shawnee, the Delaware, the Sac, the Fox, and the Potawatomi. But in general, the prophet Joseph said from the 1830s clear up until the year he died in 1844 that the tribes at the western border of the United States were descendants of the people in the Book of Mormon. And the Lord himself said that was the border of the Lamanites, the line between Jew and Gentile, the Lamanites being of Jewish descent and the white settlers are the Gentiles. And remember, it was the Gentiles, the United States, who forced the Native Americans off their homelands in the east, along the Trail of Tears to that western border. Now, does that mean that every single tribe in the area of Oklahoma, Kansas, and Nebraska have Hebrew ancestors? I don't know. But as I've talked about earlier in this video, the Potawatomi do have Hebrew ancestry, and so do the Seneca, the Wyandot, the Shawnee, the Delaware, the Sac, and the Fox. I've also talked in this video about the Cherokee, Muskogee, and Cheyenne, and they all do as well. And all of these tribes, as well as many others, were forced to that western border by the United States. Now, I don't know about the Micmac. They may have been skipped since they were mainly in Canada, and I think the Nez Perce were already west of that border, and so I don't think they were affected until the U.S. started moving further west and forcing them off their lands. Sean Little Bear and the Cheyenne tribe associate with all of the tribes in that area, and he tells me that most of them have Hebrew ancestry.
What happened to the great civilizations of ancient America? At one point, the Mississippi River Valley was one of the most populated and inhabited places on Earth. The earthworks constructed up and down the river were some of the world's most impressive structures ever accomplished. But for some reason, the remnants of a massive ancient civilization that lies under our own feet is nowhere to be found in the historical narrative. Why is that? Why has the Smithsonian promoted the idea that any American history prior to Columbus would be thrown out of the historical record? Theories about the savagery of the Indians didn't fit the magnificence of these earthen civilizations that spread across the country. Europeans would quickly adopt many racial theories involving the root civilizations. Who constructed the earthworks? As long as the works wouldn't be attributed to black Indians and could rather be associated with races of people who were considered non-American. These theories would eventually settle on the falsity that Asians who traveled across the Bering Strait were the first people to populate the Americas. This was an answer the whole academic community could support. The first Americans were not black or Negro. They were Asian. And not a civilization or race of people unto themselves. This essentially shut the case on the ancient history of the Americas. The continent was uninhabited until the Beringia migration. There was only one problem. There is no anthropological or archaeological evidence of any civilizations in pre-Columbian America being peopled by anyone but primarily Negroes. There is zero evidence for morphological characteristics of excavated bodies in burial mounds to have any Asian or Eurasian characteristics. This essentially blows the top off any race theory that says Negroes did not inhabit the Americas prior to Eurasians. For this reason, pre-Columbian history of the Americas has been redacted from the classical historical narrative. To unravel the true history of America is to unravel the true history of Europeans. And if this were done, we would all see that all academically accepted history is a mountain of lies fabricated to push European superiority. Not only were the Indians savages, but they had no language and built nothing of significance. These lies permeate academia unto this day. If you let an Egyptologist tell you, the discoveries made by the French during their invasion of Egypt opened the world for the first time to the history of ancient Egypt, which had previously gone unknown. Again, we should ask, how? How could Egyptian history have been unknown? Remember, at the supposed fall of Egypt, at the end, it was a Roman province. France, Italy, and Spain were under Roman rule and have been under Roman rule unto this day. Imagine the history of Florida being completely unknown to New Yorkers for over 3,000 years. But also during that same time, Florida and New York were being ruled by the same country. Once again, why would it take Napoleon 6 weeks to cross the Mediterranean?
Times, and these first inhabitants of America spread and multiplied. Civilizations rose and fell. From one of these in what is now Mexico, centuries ago an upsurge of culture poured into the region of our lower Mississippi Valley.
The true history of North America was purposely destroyed during Western expansion. Any remnants of ancient civilizations were plowed, excavated, looted, burned, flooded, and even blown up. This was not just done to clear land for development. Indeed, some of the largest cities in America today are built upon massive Indian civilizations and burial grounds. But also, these cities were built upon Indian civilizations to make the history concerning the Indians vanish into oblivion. But one could ask, why would they destroy a people's entire history? Wouldn't they stand to learn something from the native people of the land? Although these are valid questions, they are missing one critical point that lies at the heart of every European. If they tell the truth about how highly civilized and advanced these people were, how would they be able to take credit for their achievements?
So when you look at this side-by-side comparison with our House bill over here, the bill that we all passed, versus the Senate's
what page are you on, Representative?
On this, if you look at this comparison...
I'm sorry, what page are you on?
I'm on page 3, but I'm not asking you about a specific page. When you look at this side-by-side comparison throughout the bill, it reads like a how-to guide in historical whitewashing. Are you aware that this new version of the bill from the Senate removes the writings of Frederick Douglass?
I am.
Are you aware that this new version of the bill from the Senate removes the writings of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.?
Yes.
Are you aware that this new version of the bill from the Senate removes the history of Native Americans?
The way the bill is laid out,
that's a yes or no question.
Because we were very clear
are you
that
aware
we could not
this
be
new version of the bill
about every single
removes the
document out
history
there that
of
we
Native
could.
Americans?
I'm going to give you an answer. You're not. This isn't a trial. I'm going to give you an answer.
Okay, I'm ready for the answer.
The way it's set out is so that a teacher can go to different documents in different authors by which to teach from. It's by no means meant to be a conclusive list.
Let me just ask you one more time. Are you aware that this new version of the bill from the Senate removes the history of Native Americans? It's on page 3 of the side-by-side if you don't have it in front of you.
Then I believe you.
Okay. Are you aware that this new version of the bill removes mentions of Cesar Chavez?
Yes.
Are you aware that this new version of the bill removes mentions of Susan B. Anthony?
Yes, I am.
Yet the new version of the bill from the Senate, this is not the bill we all passed as a House, but the Senate's version, it still includes the writings of Alexis de Tocqueville, and he's not even an American. Could that be because he's a white man?
Not exactly. And let me respond something to you brought up Susan B. Anthony. Are you aware, Representative, that Susan B. Anthony was an abolitionist?
Again, I don't have to answer questions about this bill because
we're having a discussion here, and there's nothing. There's nothing about me in the rules not being able to ask you a question.
From what I can see,
were you also aware that she was pro-life?
Mr.
Choate,
I know.
Fought against both slavery.
I know these are hard questions. I really do, but I need you to try to answer them. From what I can see, the new version of the bill removes all mentions of people of color and women from the legislation. Is that correct?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So by my count, the new version from the Senate. Again, this is not the bill we passed as the House. This is the bill from the Senate. It removes 9 historical figures of color and 6 female historical figures from the bill, which means that all mentions of people of color or women have been removed from this bill. Is that correct?
I'll take your word for it, Representative.
Could an example of white supremacy, which we tried to condemn,
it also has in here the federal, if you look, it also has on here on page 4, it speaks very clearly to the Federal Civil Rights Act of 1964. What was the purpose of that?
Gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Tallarico, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of the Senate amendments to House Bill 3979 under Rule 11.
Members, we're not going to have outbursts on the House floor.
Under Rule 11, Section 2 of the House rules, on the grounds that the Senate amendments are not germane to this bill.
And that is especially what we are dealing with here. Pseudo-Eurocentric propaganda. Much of this propaganda is centered around transatlantic slave trade exacerbation and the institution of Darwinism within the world of science. The only existing manuscripts remaining from anything chronologically close to antiquity are products manipulated and refabricated from the hands of Greco-Roman families. Why would classical Egyptian history only be explored and taught through the lens of non-Egyptians? Or were these Greco-Romans also Egyptians as well? To understand this, we must work backwards, starting with present day and showing the direct correlation from the past to the present. In order to do this, we will begin with the field of Egyptology and the gatekeepers who uphold the status quo. The narrative concerning Egypt sits mostly under the hands of Europeans and Freemasons, specifically the French, followed by the British and the Germans. But why do these people control all the information about a people's history for whom they are seemingly unrelated to? The Louvre in Paris and the British Museum control the Chronicle. And what reason would these nations have to create a manufactured story about Egyptian history? And furthermore, how is it that the French became the leading experts in ancient Egyptian history, rather than Egyptians themselves? And why did the top Egyptologists study in America and Europe rather than exclusively in Egypt? At what point in time did prophecy become present? And at what point did the conqueror's fairy tale become fact?
I want to talk about the Cherokee tribe. Here is their account of the creation of the world, which you'll find is almost exactly the same as described in the book of Genesis in the Bible. This is in their words. You can just pause the video to read over it. The Cherokee also have a special ceremony in the fall called the Green Corn Ceremony. Take some time to pause the video and look at the similarities of the Green Corn Ceremony in comparison to the special fall ceremonies of Israel. The Muskogee or Creek tribe also have a special fall ceremony called the Green Corn Dance. Now take a look at the similarities between this ceremony and the fall ceremonies of Israel. These two examples of ceremonial similarities are only from two Native American tribes, but there are many more tribes that you can research who also have similar customs and beliefs to the Hebrews. As I've said so many times throughout this video, these are not coincidences. They've been passed down through many generations from their ancient ancestors. Next, I want to talk about the Cheyenne tribe. To be brief about the artifacts. So I've shared some examples of Middle Eastern languages and customs that have been handed down through the generations in some Native American tribes. It's there. It's in their tribes. It can't be denied. It's not fake. It's not coincidence. It's fact. Yet, over the entire history of the United States, whenever artifacts are found that are tied to Middle Eastern cultures, U.S. academia always finds a way to make up a story about how they're fake, and anybody who was involved in finding them is just a fraud. Why? Well, that's a whole other video, and again, I'm trying to keep this as short and simple as I can, but it has to do a lot with ideas called manifest destiny, the doctrine of discovery, and a guy you may have heard of by the name of John Wesley Powell. Now, with the tens of thousands of artifacts found in the U.S. over the last few hundred years, of course there's going to be some fakes, but all of them? Not a chance. Especially when there are Native American tribes from the eastern U.S. and Canada who have Middle Eastern languages and customs preserved in their cultures to this day. For every story I've heard from U.S. academia to discredit certain artifacts and the people who found them, there's always been a strong counter-argument in defense of the artifacts, which even some professors at Brigham Young University in Utah don't bother to investigate. But just remember, BYU is not the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And just because BYU professors and sites like Book of Mormon Central and fairmormon.org teach something, that doesn't always mean it's true. So first, on many artifacts from the eastern U.S. and Canada, you'll see this symbol. This is a word in the cuneiform language, which originated in the Middle East shortly after the time of the Tower of Babel. Yet, it is a sacred symbol in many Algonquin tribes right here in North America that has been passed on through the generations from their ancient ancestors. Why is it sacred to these tribes? Because it is the name of the Creator, which is read from right to left, and the name is Yod-Heh-Vah. Now, like I said, this symbol has been found all over the eastern half of North America and even out west. But I want to focus right now on what are known as the Michigan relics, many of which have this cuneiform name of God carved on them, as well as Egyptian, Assyrian, Phoenician, and Greek characters, and artwork depicting biblical stories. Yet, U.S. academia says that the Michigan relics are all fakes created by some guys named James Scotford, Daniel Soper, and James Savage, starting in 1890 and into the early 1900s. But there are some major problems with these claims. The biggest problem is that even though the Michigan relics were a popular topic from 1890 to the early 1900s, the artifacts were being found as early as the 1840s. Why is this a big problem? Because Daniel Soper wasn't born until 1843. James Savage wasn't born until 1844. And James Scotford wasn't even born until 1852. You see, after Michigan became a state in 1838, people started moving there. And as they began clearing trees and plowing their fields and also digging through the mounds, they would find these artifacts, sometimes even mangled in the roots of very old trees. Signed documents by more than 50 farmers across 27 counties in Michigan show that they found these artifacts on their lands. And by the 1850s and 60s, there were even museums that had some of the artifacts on display. Another big problem is that the Scotford, Soper, and Savage collection is estimated to about 3,000 pieces, yet all the Michigan relics total has a low estimate of 10,000 pieces and a high estimate of 30,000 pieces. And most of them were made from copper and black slate from the Keweenaw Peninsula, which is on the separate part of Michigan on the other side of Lake Michigan and above Wisconsin. And ancient copper mines are there, which are estimated to date back as early as the 2000s BC, and in operation clear up until the 500s AD. And the Adena and Hopewell mound builders were experts in copper and other metal work. And like I said, it wasn't until 1890 that the Michigan relics became well known due to the Scotford, Soper, and Savage collection. Now let's say, for the benefit of the doubt, that these guys were making fakes. Let's say, since they were living in Michigan, they knew about the artifacts that had been found since the 1840s, and they decided to make some fakes and try to get rich and famous. Their 3,000-piece collection is still 7,000 pieces short of the low estimate of Michigan relics. But because U.S. Academia says the Scotford Soper Savage collection are fakes, they also dismiss the other 7,000 to 27,000 Michigan artifacts and the fact that they were being found as early as the 1840s, before Scotford was even born, and before or around the same time that Soper and Savage were born. Thousands and thousands more Michigan relics than what was in the Scotford Soper Savage collection. The cuneiform Yod-Heh-Vah symbol has been passed down through the generations among Algonquin Native Americans from their ancient ancestors, and it is the name of Creator, and they pronounce it Yod-Heh-Vah. Even to this day. Another interesting find in Michigan is this carving of a Hebrew menorah in a cave that belongs to the Potawatomi tribe. And the Potawatomi say that this is a sacred symbol from their ancient ancestors. U.S. Academia says it's a pitchfork. But as you probably know, U.S. Academia doesn't care about learning from the Native Americans. Here are some Hebrew carvings found in Connecticut of the names of some biblical prophets. But U.S. Academia says that some guy who just happened to know Hebrew was taking a lunch break from working in the mines and decided to just carve these names into the rock. Here's another artifact called the Bat Creek Stone, found on Cherokee land near Bat Creek in Tennessee in 1889 during an official U.S. archaeological excavation controlled by the Smithsonian itself. They said it was ancient Cherokee writing and would display it or print it as such. And nobody ever accused the stone of being fake until about 75 years later in the 1960s, when Cyrus Gordon, a professor of Mediterranean studies at Brandeis University, said that the stone had been shown upside down for all those years, and that when turned right side up, the characters engraved on the stone were ancient Hebrew letters that said, "For the Judeans." Some other translations vary slightly, but Judeans or Judah is always in there.
It is made up of 606 feet, 606 feet, 606 feet, 606 feet, 606. It's made up of stades, exactly the same. Now, if that's not interesting enough, look at the angle of the Great Pyramid of Giza. If you take the angle of the Great Pyramid of Giza, the slope is 51.8 degrees. Let's go back to the earthworks. If you measure the line that goes straight through the center of the structure, right here, and then you go true north, it's 51.8 degrees. That angle is exactly the same angle as the pyramids of Giza. It is the same math, the same calculations as ancient Egyptians. Let me show you one more connection. In 1860, David Wyrick, he's a guy who surveyed the Newark earthworks. He was digging into a mound near those earthworks, and he found a wooden coffin made of oak. They opened up the coffin and found a skeleton of a man holding a little box that was about 8.10 inches in size. The box had been cemented shut here. This, by the way, is sitting in Ohio. Well, he opened up the box and he found a little man inside, a little black stone. They took it to scholars and they looked at it. The man seems to be carrying something, and there's writing here at first they couldn't recognize. The writing is, they thought in 1860, some sort of Hebrew. Well, finally, about 20 years later, they found some rabbis living in the area, and the rabbis looked at that, and they could read it. They said it was an old kind of block Hebrew, and it was a rendition of the Ten Commandments. Now, this is another piece. Block Hebrew, they said they'd never seen anything like it. Mainstream archaeologists at the time called this a hoax. But then in 1900, or just about after 1900, in Israel. They found the same block-style Hebrew writing. Mainstream archaeologists still dismiss the findings. They found it in Israel, and they found it in Ohio. But there was another stone that they found that they couldn't argue. This is the Bat Creek stone. It was found during the course of an official Smithsonian evacuation. The Smithsonian didn't understand the meaning of the writing on the stone. They thought it was Cherokee, since it came from Cherokee country. They didn't realize that it's actually Hebrew. They had published this originally upside down. They threw it in a box at the bottom of the Smithsonian, put it in the basement. Many years later, a scholar took it out of the box, looked at it, and went, oh my gosh, it's upside down. It's Phoenician, ancient Hebrew. So what's going on here? What is that about? Where is that history? I'll show you in a few minutes, and we're going to have a conversation, and I'm going to show you some more things that the Smithsonian, science, government, commerce colluded to erase. By the way, I want to thank the directors of the documentary Lost Civilizations of North America for bringing these stories to my attention. I was blown away. To find more, visit the website, lostcivilizationdvd.com. Here's the thing we should be asking ourselves. I don't know the story of these. Do you know that? Did you know that? Do you live in Ohio and did you know that? Why not? Were the American Indians wronged? Yes. Yes. And that's what we focus on in America. Is we were bad to the American Indians. Forget about it. It's in the past. The question should be the ones that the founders asked. Who are they? What knowledge do they have?
Well, as soon as people started noticing that, then suddenly U.S. academia started saying, oh, well then the stone is fake, even though they found it on their own controlled excavation, and the Smithsonian continued to display it and print it upside down. Well, in recent years, the Cherokee won a U.S. court case to get all of the artifacts and skeleton bones found on that dig back from the Smithsonian. The Smithsonian said they couldn't find the bones, but the Cherokee did get the Bat Creek stone, but there was a condition attached with it. The Cherokee were told by the court that they had to continue to display the stone as it was in the Smithsonian, upside down. So you think about that. There is a great effort by U.S. academia to prevent people from knowing that there is Middle Eastern ancestry within some ancient Native American tribes. And again, sadly, Brigham Young University sides with U.S. academia, and many people think that BYU and websites like Book of Mormon Central and fairmormon.org represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. But they don't.
Fact and Fancy series. In that book, we can read one of Columbus's letters, titled Deed of Intel. This letter was written in 1498. In it, Columbus wrote, "And it pleased the Lord Almighty that in the year 1492 I should discover the continent of the Indias and many islands, among them Hispaniola, which the Indians call Haiti, and the Manicangos Cipango." Columbus wrote that the island that he named Hispaniola, the Indians, the natives, called the island Haiti. That's the same name that the island has today, Haiti. It is the original name of the island, and it was given that name by the Hebrew children of Jacob. It is a Hebrew word. This is not surprising at all, especially to Christopher Columbus. He wrote in other letters that the gold that King David and King Solomon got and used to build the temple in Jerusalem came from Ophir. Columbus believed that Haiti is the land of Ophir. And so he knew that the people that he would be encountering in these lands are descendants of the children of Israel. Let's go to another book, the title of which is Christopher Columbus and the Participation of the Jews in the Spanish and Portuguese Discoveries by Dr. M. Kayserling. This book was published in 1894. First, let's go to page 90. We read, among the explorer's companions whose names have come down to us, the complete list is lost, there were several men of Jewish stock. For example, Luis de Torres, a Jew who had occupied a position under the governor of Murcia and who was baptized shortly before Columbus sailed. As he understood Hebrew, Chaldee, and some Arabic, Columbus employed him as interpreter. We read again, as he understood Hebrew, Chaldee, which is Aramaic, and some Arabic, Columbus employed him as interpreter. Well, if you're Christopher Columbus and you're going to lands that are inhabited by the children of Israel, you have to figure that you're going to need a Hebrew interpreter in order to be able to communicate with them. He fully expected that they would speak Hebrew or a language that grew out of Hebrew. On page 95 of this book, we read, in Cuba, Hispaniola, and the other islands which he discovered, Columbus found natives who had their caciques and their own language and traditions. To what race did these aborigines of America belong? Several writers have asserted and have displayed much learning in attempting to prove that the aborigines were descendants of the Jews. This result was reached already in the 16th century by the Spanish clergyman Roldan. His arguments were derived from an unpublished manuscript which he discovered in the library of San Pablo in Seville. Montesinos, who possessed the manuscripts of Luis Lopez, the learned bishop of Quito, was convinced that the Peruvians were of Jewish origin. The view of Roldan and of Gregorio Garcia that the aborigines of America were descendants of the Jews was maintained with many arguments in one and the same year, 1650, independently by the Englishman Thorogood and the Portuguese Jew Manasseh ben Israel, a renowned rabbi of Amsterdam who induced Cromwell to allow the Jews to return to England. A Portuguese Marano of Villaflor, who, strange to say, also called himself Montesinos, and afterwards assumed the name Aaron Levi, informed Manasseh that he had mingled in South America with Jews of the 10 tribes. Manasseh's book attracted much attention and was translated into Latin, Spanish, Dutch, English, Italian, and Hebrew, nor has interest in it ceased even at the present day. In page 98, we read, of more interest than the mode of migration is the question whether any analogies in language, in traditions, in religious conceptions, or in religious ceremonies justify the acceptance of this ethnological theory. Roldan's chief argument in support of his view is the language of the Indians in Hispaniola, Cuba, Jamaica, and the adjoining islands. He contends that it has many resemblances to Hebrew. In fact, he even calls it corrupted Hebrew. He asserts that such names as Cuba and Haiti are Hebrew, and that they were first applied by the earliest caciques, the chiefs or leaders who discovered and peopled the islands. It refers us to Appendix 8. So let's go there. When we go to the appendix, we see that it is written in Spanish. It is one of the author's source documents. These are the words of the 16th century Spanish clergyman Roldan. On page 154, we read, Así Cuba es nombre hebraico. Cuba is a Hebrew name. Further down we read, La isla española se llama en la lengua Haití. We read that Española is called in their language Haití. Notice the spelling of Haití when presented in the Spanish language. It is A-I-T-I. A-I-T-I. A-E-T. It is called a nombre hebraico, a Hebrew name. Keep that spelling in mind because that was part of our list. A-I-T-I as one of the ways that the name Haiti is spelled. Let's go to a third book, Haiti, Her History and Her Detractors, written in 1907 by Jacques-Nicolas Laguerre. In this book, in part 1, chapter 1, the author gives the two names of the island, Quisqueya, or as it is spelled in English, Haiti. But he gives us a footnote. When we go down, we see that it is a pronunciation guide to the word that he spelled H-A-I-T-I. And he informs us that it is to be pronounced A-E-T. A as in alone. The proper pronunciation is A-E-T. This is very important because we have to reconstruct how the word I-E-T should be spelled in Hebrew and also in English.
And as you know, the heathen prides himself on stealing the works of men and claiming them for his own. So is there any proof that the advanced mathematic, geometric, or astronomical technology used to build the pyramids of Giza was in practical application anywhere else on Earth between 2750 BC and the year 1798? When, according to Egyptologists, it was lost only to be recovered by the French in Egypt. And furthermore, can we prove that these methods of astronomical construction were in practice prior to the discoveries by France? If this basic point doesn't hold up, the entire field of Egyptology can be called into question. In fact, all of ancient Egyptian history need be redacted. If the day should come when the most honored and awarded Egyptologist is questioned about the history of pre-Columbian America in comparison to ancient Egypt, he will be at a crossroads of conscience. Lie and advance his career, or tell the truth and ostracize himself academically, and never work for an accredited college or university again. One of the first scientific excavations of a mound was done by the man considered the father of Northern American archaeology, Thomas Jefferson. In 1781, after excavating a small burial mound near Monticello, his home in Virginia,
Jefferson had no doubt that this and other mounds in the area were the work of American Indians. In the mid-1840s, the first fairly extensive study of mound sites was conducted by two men working out of Chillicothe, Ohio, Ephraim G. Squire, a local newspaperman, and Edwin H. Davis, a physician. They excavated at nearby Mound City and also explored a large number of other earth mounds and enclosures. Their findings were published by the recently established Smithsonian Institution. They concluded that some of the earthworks were sacred enclosures and that the people who had built them were skilled mathematicians and engineers. Unfortunately, after bringing this ancient American heritage to light, the two men had a falling out and Davis sold his collection of artifacts for $10,000. With no reliable federal or state legislation existing to protect these sites, the destruction and looting of the mounds and their buried treasures became a critical problem.
They were very obvious. People excavated them purely out of curiosity, with no record keeping whatsoever. One instance that I know of, a farmer was removing a burial mound, found a copper artifact, and used it to repair his shovel. There were Mississippian mounds that were dynamited and artifacts hauled out in wheelbarrow loads and sold to people right on the spot, and the collection dispersed all over the country.
The Spiro Mound site in Oklahoma became known as a veritable treasure trove of artifacts. In the early 1930s, it was labeled the King Tut's Tomb of the Arkansas Valley because it was being ransacked by a mining company that had control of the land. The local citizens were outraged and pressured the Oklahoma legislature into passing an antiquities law in 1935. Unearthed at this site was one of the best preserved and largest of the Mississippian figurines, a human effigy pipe standing 11 inches tall. The adornments, the cap, braid, beaded necklace, and feathered cape, give us a rare portrait of a member of the elite of that particular society.
Does this artifact look Asian? Does this artifact look Caucasian? This perfectly preserved remnant found in the heart of America resembles what some would call a Negro. Inevitably, in depiction after depiction, Indians have been whitewashed into Euro-Mongoloid hybrids. But the bodies that were exhumed from the burial mounds were all Negro. Quote from Crania Americana, an inquiry into the distinctive characteristics of the Aboriginal race of America, by Samuel Morton, renowned American anthropologist. It must be noted that Samuel Morton was also a eugenicist who promoted the idea of Caucasian superiority. Quote, "It is an adage among travelers that he who has seen one of the Indians has seen them all. So much do the individuals of this race resemble each other, notwithstanding their immense geographical distribution and those differences of climate which embrace the extremes of heat and cold. The half-clad Fuegan, shrinking from his dreary winter, has the same characteristic lineaments through an exaggerated degree as the Indians of the tropical plains. And these again resemble the tribes which inhabit the region west of the Rocky Mountains, those of the great valley of the Mississippi, and those again which skirt the Equinox on the north. All possess alike the long, the lank, the black hair, the brown or cinnamon-colored skin, the heavy brow, the dull, sleepy eye, the full, compressed lips, and the salient but dilated nose. These traits, moreover, are equally common to the savage and civilized nations. Whether they inhabit the margins of the rivers and feed on fish, or rove the forest and subsist on the spoils of the chase. It cannot be questioned that physical diversities do occur, equally singular and inexplicable, as seen in different shades of color varying from a fair tint to a complexion almost black, and this too under circumstance in which climate can have little to no influence.
So also in reference to stature, the differences are remarkable in entire tribes, which moreover are geographically proximate to each other. These facts, however, are mere exceptions to a general rule and do not alter the peculiar physiognomy of the Indian. Physiognomy? Physiognomy? Physiology of the Indian, which is as undeviatingly characteristic as that of the Negro. For whether we see him in the athletic cherub, or the stunted Shayama, or the dark Californian, or the fair Bora, he is an Indian still, and cannot be mistaken for being any other race.
To the greatest game of 2020.
This is one of the world's biggest secrets. In fact, the only accepted pre-Columbian theory is the Clovis First Beringia migration model, because it can be used to fit into their modified premise. All of their attention isn't targeted toward finding the truth about ancient America, but instead securing evidence to further push their false proclamations. Their attention isn't targeted toward finding the truth about ancient America, but instead securing evidence to further push their false proclamations. The evidence clearly exists, contrary to their efforts to suppress. But the people will idolize their public figures and their supported and backed institutions of perversion. For example, if a black person living in America thinks they are liberating themselves by identifying as a black or African, they are living a double lie, neither of which is true. Black is a color, also meaning legally dead in the eyes of the law. Africa is a continent from which none of their ancestors are from. This is an idolized institution of perversion, a spell cast over the minds and souls of the blind and the wicked, who seek answers from those immoral institutions for the comfort of a good night's sleep in a bed of lies. A well-intentioned fool is still a fool indeed. Why do we blindly accept their answers as true, when the same people who are providing the answers are guilty of conspiracy, theft, and murder? All of these institutions are guilty as charged, and this goes beyond a shadow of a doubt. So why do you keep believing their lies when it comes to your history?
Let's do a hypothetical and say that you are elected, you get people of color's unemployment down to single digits. Most people are working, they're happy. Bob Johnson recently suggested that the African American community should see $14 trillion in reparations to try to eliminate the wealth gap, because if you are employed as a person of color, you are still so far behind in being wealthy in this country. The wealth of a white family is 7 times that of a black family.
That's exactly right.
I know you've said before that you want to see studies, that you weren't necessarily ready to say you were for reparations, but you'd be willing to at least look at studies. There are a lot of people who suggested that these studies have been going on for a mighty long time, and why not say now whether you would be for reparations or not?
I know it has to be done now, and you know it too. Let's not wait. Let's do the study and decide whether there should be direct cash payment. But in the meantime, you know it has to be done. We know now. For example, if in fact the homes of African Americans that are the same housing that white Americans have were valued at the same rate, there'd be $154 billion more equity in black homes. That's how most white people and everyone else builds equity, builds cash, builds access to pass things on. We have to change that. We have to change the way in which we deal with access to housing. We have to change the way in which we allow people to be able to get in and purchase housing in the first instance. We have to. Now, these are things we can do, and we can do it. And by the way, right now, we can change the education system overnight. I've been proposing for a long time now. We should have Title I schools that have very low tax bases in their communities. I said we should go from $15 billion a year to 45, which we can do overnight. Increase the salaries of teachers to $60,000 a year. They're 23% paid less than everybody else graduating from school. Get them in a position where every single child in that community is able to, and they're not just African Americans, is able to go to school, not go to daycare, school. 3, 4, and 5 years old in school. Every study of the last 8 years of all the great universities shows that will increase by over 55% their ability to go all the way through all 12 years. We should be finding
and we should
free
note
access.
we should note we can find that on Biden.com, but I'm not sure what your answer is to the reparations question.
If in fact there are ways in which to get direct payments for reparations, I want to see it. But why are we waiting around for the study? We can deal with it.
Well, they're not mutually exclusive. You don't have to wait around
no, they're
for the
not
study.
Exclusive. No, but they are. Look, they're not mutually exclusive. But I can't believe that whatever it is, the African American community would not support what I'm talking about. In addition to
I don't think we have to. Let me ask you this then. Let me ask you this so we can move on because we've got to get some phone calls in as well. But let me ask you this then. If in fact a calculation comes to you that you are satisfied with, would you then say, I'm for reparations?
The answer is it would depend on what it was, and will it include Native Americans as well?
So recently a kind of viewer named Drew sent me an awesome collection of pictures of the St. Louis exposition. And I look forward to having a look at that. And now a lot of these World's Fairs seem to be confused with expositions. Very similar, at least from our perspective, showcasing amazing machinery and architecture and engineering of giant parcels of land in a very early time period. And in this particular example, in St. Louis, we initially have a St. Louis exposition followed by a St. Louis World's Fair. An easy transition, and just the number of repurposings that these grounds and buildings undergo is enough reason to raise the eyebrow of even the most unaware. Here we can see, for example, the glorious fairgrounds and site in 1874. In the middle of the Civil War, the fairgrounds were repurposed, and one of the buildings was turned into a massive hospital. Really amazing that they could build all these wonders in such a short amount of time for some of the stupidest reasons, and yet have to repurpose a fair building into a hospital. With the short time frame it took them to build everything in the past, and there seeming to be no shortage of funding or skilled labor, there should be no good excuse given to the repurposing of a building by these people and their narrative. Let's have a look at some of these photos. Now, I don't know if I really need to stress this. I think anybody watching these videos can tell that this is not a new building. Not even slightly. And this is not a World's Fair. The German house, as depicted here. And frankly, I don't care what they say about it. This picture speaks volumes. And here a little look at the inside. The Elizabethan room in the British pavilion. And what do we see here? The inside of an old house. Looks like the majority of goods have been pillaged. And an old floor, and even in disrepair, still exquisite. Even the impressions in the wall. Once again, this is supposed to be a temporary, to be torn down fair. Why even bother with crown molding and this intricate fireplace and statues on either side? I want to have a little peek at the people, especially the posing Native Americans.
again seeming upset, like they have been snatched from their home, making the best of the situation, but really not pleased. And here, this photo is labeled Giant Indians from Patagonia. It's very interesting, because these days, this is a subject that is left in the dark. And we've come to understand this connection. In this Congress of the Races are included a family of Tehuilche Indians from Patagonia, remarkable for their powerful frames and commanding height. They are peaceful people. These Indians are said to be rapidly disappearing on the account of the inroads of civilization. So unbelievable. How tall are these people? It's hard to get a scale. And really, I don't care how tall they are. The point here is that these people were snatched up from Patagonia and brought to be displayed as zoo animals in a false indoctrination of history. In the World's Fair, seeming more and more sinister by the day. And here, the Travelers Protective Association building. How ironic to have protection for travelers while they're snatching them up, seemingly against their will. And this building, of course, is not new construction. And let's just have a quick little look at this fine book. And right from the get-go, one of my favorite buildings here in the whole exhibit, the Festival Hall in Cascades. Very festive indeed. And there's many pictures of this. I don't know why they used this rendering. Probably because it's so unbelievable. This one site and building would not be possible by these people in this time frame on this budget. It's one building. Of course, the Louisiana Purchase Monument. A little extra time and money, totally normal. And here we can see the massive crowd gathering at the base. Who's our little friend up there? I don't know. And here a little peek at this monument along this elaborate waterway. Thousands, perhaps thousands of columns between all these buildings. And here we have this official photographer, William Burrow, not sure. Here another little angle of this building, the massiveness of this fair. Surely we would expect to see one picture of mixing concrete. Where's all this concrete coming from? It would take years, again, in just this picture, to pour all the concrete. Dig out these lakes and waterways, and plumb all the fountains in, and power them. Super high-tech. And the main entrance to the art palace, and these guys are really busy preparing this fair. They were probably responsible for putting these benches here, in this picnic table. In the Palace of Education at night. So, these temporary, meant to be torn down exhibits were fully powered to the brim, and the trees were already planted. Mind you, that is what I like about this fair, is it was previously the St. Louis Exposition in the 1850s, which creates a contradiction in their story. Most of this was already here for 50 years, and the buildings were built to be temporary. And I used to be an electrician, and the thought of wiring this building with a crew is absolutely overwhelming. Here we see the carnival scene on Grand Basin. Again, any one part of this fair takes the overall budget and time scale we're given. This just never ceases to amaze me. The more I look at these pictures, the clearer it is that we're just seeing a massive inheritance and designation of what was clearly an important part of the realm for an advanced past civilization. And I don't mean to be rude, but these people seem so stupid and childlike, being introduced to things like hot dogs and having nothing to do with architecture like this. And here the Palace of Liberal Arts and the Palace of Machinery, the Palace of Electricity. And here a little look at the corner of that same building. And again the same building at night. The Palace of Manufacturers, looking almost exactly the same. And the Palace of Metallurgy. So we can see the people really enjoying themselves down here. Palace of Liberal Arts, with its triumphal arches all over the place, and an absolute monster titled the Palace of Transportation. Just the designation title alone seems stupid. Why must they all be palaces? If we're to believe the narrative, then this baby is just a marvel. Yet I believe this is the Palace of Transportation. This is some sort of airport or major transportation hub. These bays could house the greatest of modes of transportation. Some giant airships, or zeppelins, or something we know nothing about. And here we see the sunken garden. Some random garden. Why not? May as well complicate things and sink the garden so you have to excavate more dirt. Where is it all? And here, the Louisiana Purchase Monument and Palace of Varied Industries. What does Varied Industries mean? Like random. The Palace of Random Industry. And here we do see quite the crowd. In fact, the largest crowd we've seen yet. Looking absolutely boring. Actually seeming like they're waiting for something. They're not engaged in a fun fair. Nowhere to sit, even if they wanted to. Dressed very well, seeming to have a better time than the indigenous people, forced to be on display for their amusement. And this is a very odd picture. Looking towards Jerusalem. So perhaps this display back here in the background is supposed to be Jerusalem. It's very interesting. And of course a palace of agriculture. Massive and actually pretty tattered. A little broken up here. The windows seem busted out. And it seems like they spent their budget on the building and very little on the agriculture. This corn looking pretty sad. And actually this area, pretty run down. It looks like they didn't bother. This must have been out on the outskirts. Looking swampy and less manicured than the other buildings. Here we have the designation of the floral clock. Very interesting. I'm sure this was their doing. The only thing that's been done on this site. I'm less interested in the floral clock than this floral building behind it. So we can see here, this glass appears to be multicolored. If I'm seeing that correctly. And I think I'm just going to skip through rather quickly. Although it's very hard to do. Here's the fish building. Absolutely amazing building. Massive. The fish. And similar to all these World's Fairs. So we saw this in the Rio de Janeiro fair in Brazil. Piles of dirt or dung, concrete, in the road. So these people could build these buildings to excess, temporary, and they couldn't clear the roads for the fairgoers. Look at this poor man. Nobody even bothered to take these shovels out of the dirt. Truly a hazard, but these people were tough, as people were in this time period. Who needs a good road? They have these buildings. And this is something that Wood and Nichols and I were digging into some time back. And we found this image of the Chicago World's Fair, the World's Columbian Exposition. And of course we've covered this many times before. One of the more remarkable fairs, pretty much equal to this St. Louis one we're examining today. And what we're looking at here is a reproduction of the cliff dwellings at Battle Rock Mountain, Colorado. So this is supposed to be a recreation of Native American cliff dwellings in 1893. And being from Arizona, something always seemed a little off about the cliff dwellings. And when I started doing this research, I thought so even more. And what we see is they've seemingly created faux blocking to resemble a cliff dwelling. And in the new research we do, I've wondered what is really behind these. I almost feel as if these are just a ruse to keep us from perhaps entering the structures, especially in the Southwest. But this is a double mind blower, because what it looks like is they've just taken an old building and made it look like a mountain, similar to anything we'd see at an amusement park. And we can actually see traces of the old damaged building in the background here. We see columns, and clearly a floor, and a big mess, actually. 2x6, and a bunch of dirt. And it seems to me like this building was in ruin, and they just covered it with some facade. This perhaps being an example of a temporary building that they created out of plaster, and having a dual purpose, serving as a narrative point as to what the Native Americans were said to be. And I'm not sure about the true Native American history 100 years ago, because I'm not sure of our history referring to old people 100 years ago. None of this makes any sense, and perhaps the most disturbing is why would they lie to us? And personally, I think if we knew our past, we wouldn't live the way we do in the present, and we wouldn't tolerate or consent to all subsequential deception. St. Louis Exposition, or St. Louis Expo, was a series of annual agricultural and technical fairs held in St. Louis from 1850 to 1902. In 1904, they would host the Louisiana Purchase Exposition, a major World's Fair, and after this World's Fair, they would cease to host the annual Agricultural and Technical Exposition. It seems to have been a yearly thing. They tell us this group started the Agricultural and Mechanical Association in 1855, and 1 year later began holding annual fairs, starting in 1856. Prominent citizens founded the association, which was not intended to pay dividends. All profits were to expand and beautify the fairgrounds. And of course they're telling us right here, no construction, only expansion and beautifying. The site is a total of 50 acres. It was well outside the city limits. Of course, how convenient during a time of horse and buggy. And it was an hour's journey from the city by horse-drawn carriage. The largest amphitheater in America was built, seating over 12,000 people. Of course, the annual fair was an immediate success, and soon became noted all over the country. It must have been a lot of writing of letters. It was, in reality, a gigantic county fair. Of course it was. An hour out of the city, by horse. There were booths for vending wine, beer, and other delicacies. There were displays of livestock, poultry, vegetables, grains, and the latest inventions in farm machinery, tools, household gadgets, etc. Buildings for the fair included the amphitheater, mechanical hall, agricultural hall, the floral hall, the Gothic fine arts hall, very important, and the wire gallinarium, a 3-story chicken palace for displaying poultry. What would a fair be without a 3-story chicken display? In 1860, the grounds were made available to the public for picnics for a nominal fee. But the fairs were soon interrupted by the bothersome Civil War for a few years. In that time, the fairgrounds were used for military and training purposes. The largest amphitheater in the country was converted into one of the largest, most thoroughly ventilated hospitals in the United States, accommodating 2,500 patients. Numerous other fairground buildings of the association were taken over for officers' quarters, medical dispensaries, kitchens, and other military purposes. After the war, the park was returned to its former use by the association. A zoological garden was added in 1876, modeled after the finest European zoological buildings, and consisting of a monkey house, bear pits, and carnivore house. These structures and facilities were eventually absorbed by the St. Louis Zoo, following its establishment. The last fair was held in 1902 in preparation for the 1904 World's Fair. In 1912, the amphitheater was removed and replaced by the city's first municipal swimming pool, said to be the world's largest, of course. And all the former fair structures and zoo buildings were removed, except the bear pits. The facade of the old bear pit still guards the park's main entrance, like a medieval castle, and as a reminder of the glory days of the popular St. Louis Exposition. And if we were just to have a look at this Louisiana Purchase exposition, informally known as the St. Louis World's Fair, we would get the feeling that they built it from scratch for this event. And really, this is just a second redesignated event. Redesignating what I called, in a past video, a beautiful neighborhood. And that's what it seemed like to me. And all these different homes in the neighborhood were given state house designations. We're told for the second go-around, they spent $15 million, showcased 60 countries, and was attended by nearly 19 million people. Historians generally emphasize the prominence of themes of race and empire, and the fair's long-lasting impact on intellectuals in the fields of history, art history, architecture, and anthropology. From this point of view, the memory of the average person who attended the fair recalls a fair that primarily promoted entertainment, consumer goods, and pop culture. We have discussed in the past that these World's Fairs may have been educational camps. In the case of America, this is where we probably got this introduction to the hot dog. I think that was in Coney Island. But nevertheless, this would be people's first experience of the greater realm. And not even a real experience. A false, staged experience. The fair's 1,200 acres was designed by George Kessler. It was the largest fair to date. There were over 1,500 buildings connected by 75 miles of roads and walkways. It was said to be impossible to give even a hurried glance at everything in less than a week. The Palace of Agriculture alone covered 20 acres. Exhibits were staged by approximately 50 foreign nations. And let's just jump over to people on display. Following the Spanish-American War, the peace treaty granted the United States control over Guam, the Philippines, and Puerto Rico. Doesn't seem much like a peace treaty. These areas became controversially unincorporated territories of the United States, and people were brought from these territories to be on display at the 1904 fair. So you tell me what's really going on here. Uncertain about where the supposed fairgoer actually came from. But here, with no shame, we're told that 1,100 Filipinos were displayed. 700 of them were used for controlling conflict among Filipinos and fair organizers. Displays included the Apache of the American Southwest and the Igorot of the Philippines, both people which were noted as being primitive. $1.1 million went into creating the Philippine Reservation at the exposition. So here we go. A little glimpse into what a reservation really may be. And let's just have a little look at some Indian girls dressed for a bowl game. The U.S. Government Indian Exhibit. Now come on. Did these girls volunteer for this stupid exhibit? These are supposed to be Native Americans? I don't think so. Let me know what you think. They don't look happy. Doesn't look like a good deal was cut. And no doubt even the narrative telling us this was a forced exhibit. And while we're looking at Native Americans, let's just jump down here and have a little look at good old Geronimo. Geronimo, photographed by the fair's official photographer. Now what is Geronimo doing, posing in a suit at the World's Fair? Supposed to be a great warrior. And when we look into our own worthless school history, a lot of stress put on Geronimo. And here we can see him hanging out at the World's Fair, a mere tourist attraction. Geronimo, the former war chief of the Apache, was on display in a teepee in the ethnology exhibit. And in my last screen recording that I lost, I mentioned that not only were they teaching the false histories, but also introducing foods, what we would come to understand to be American foods, were very simply introduced at these World's Fairs. No cultural progression, simply introducing the waffle-style ice cream cone, the hamburger, the hot dog, peanut butter, ice cream, and cotton candy. Dr. Pepper and puffed wheat cereal were also first introduced to a national audience at the fair. So not only introducing these American foods, but also symbolizing the beginning of tooth decay, naturally creating a side industry as a byproduct. If you're struggling with tooth decay, I recommend Dr. Weston Price. And as they say, dead doctors don't lie.
I talked about how the African American may just be an American, native to the land, and I got a lot of backlash for it. But nevertheless, is it that crazy? If we look at pictures of the Civil War, and even in the photographs, the destruction seems to be much older, and the disaster seeming to have taken place in a time before those pictures were taken. How long before, I don't know, but not looking like fresh cannonball ruins, looking like some massive frequency swept through the realm and reduced everything to rubble. And naturally this brought me to the African American, and it's not so shocking to speak of the black man being in the Americas, for we see this long ago in South America, and not too deep south, rather in the northern part. We see the remains of what history has coined the Olmec civilization, and we see these massive heads, and not only massive heads, but pretty futuristic, wearing some sort of helmet with various types of apparatus. And what we see is that these statues depict what we would call a modern-day African, and absolutely mind-blowing, for they tell us these people existed in 1500 BC to 400 BC, very early time period, one of the greatest advanced remains of pre-Columbian art. And so here you go. And this knowledge is not even hidden. This is accepted, yet not pieced together in the bigger picture. And I think this is great evidence as one living in harmony and very advanced. And even here in the mainstream, at the first glance, we get a statue resembling an African origin people. And so just this Olmec civilization alone tells us more about ancient America than anything else. Already we see two people that are not supposed to have originated in the Americas. And as always, our mainstream depicting people of the past as primitive and savage, a bloodletting and sacrificing population. I think that this is just offered up in case we get any ideas about how advanced all of this is, especially in this early time period, supposedly before Christ. And this realization has existed amongst the African American community for some time. In this next part, I thought we'd look at a little place I found in Chicago on accident and compare some similarities to the Holy Land. And here we are at the Adler Planetarium and Astronomical Museum, Grant Park, Chicago. And clearly an old photograph and an old building and artificial island, clearly. Very sharp right angles, and pretty much looking abandoned in this early time period. Not too early. We do see vehicles. Perhaps they're going to have a meeting about what to do with this building. And we can see here they turned it into a planetarium and astronomical museum. But I have seen a twin of this building. I'm not sure where I saved this photo from. I've had it for months, and while looking for other photos, I keep passing by it. And when I first had my epiphany about it, I was still reluctant. Just this one building, and my realization that it had a twin. Still, I felt it would just be a small segment. But tonight, or this morning, at 2:24 a.m., I'm inspired to share this, and I feel it's actually very important. But first, I just wanted to have a quick little look at this planetarium in modern times. And here she is, still standing. Excellent. And this planetarium is a public museum dedicated to the study of astronomy and other nonsense. It was founded in 1930 by a Chicago businessman, Max Adler. It was the first planetarium in the U.S. and includes an aquarium and a field museum. Clearly all old world buildings repurposed. The planetarium opened May 12th of 1930, and of course some talk of an architect, and no talk of the construction. As usual, who cares about the architect if you're not going to talk about the builder? And it looks like all they've added is some stupid sculptures. As we can see here, not impressed. And really fascinating. Originally, it looks like they wanted to turn the Museum of Science and Industry from the World's Fair into the planetarium. And we can see that here. But we're told they were struggling to manage the many required renovations of this building, so they decided to just look for another spot. Very telling. Struggling to renovate, so they just decided to build another building. Or as we know, they decided to look for another building suitable to perpetuate their falsities. In this case, a planetarium. So here we go, the backstory, and this looks like it was built 100 years before this picture. And you can see there's been very little foot traffic, just a couple small pathways right here, and one here. Pathways created by light foot traffic. Certainly no recent construction has taken place in this photo. And we have an observatory outside of Los Angeles that I've shown in a past video. That is clearly an old world building, and I think that became a good cover-up for these dome-type buildings. You know, if we were in the Middle East, we could convert this into a mosque. But here in America, these have become observatories. And back to my point, what is this building the spitting image of? A very famous building in the Middle East. And let me just show you that building. Here we go. The Dome of the Rock in Jerusalem, said to have been built at the former site of King Solomon's Temple, a very touristy site, a building that I've always thought was rather top-heavy. And here we find a very similar building in Chicago, seeming to have been modernized or stripped of its former glory. And when I saw this picture from times of past, this is exactly what it brought me to. The same style from the old world. And are they both top-heavy? Is the bulk majority of these two buildings underground? Here, what we would call the border of the island may simply be the top of a massive wall. And I think that's exactly what's going on. North America was clearly flooded in ways that many parts of the realm were not. And when we look here in Jerusalem, we see that there was a massive building, and that this is actually merely the top, and this being the remains, the ruins. And we can get another feel for that in this image. Here, this Great Wall, as it's called, the Wailing Wall, is just the remains of this massive building of the old world, this impossible building. And this wall has been rebuilt over and over, similar to what we see in Baalbek, just throwing columns in here, and very impressive, even as a rebuild. And we can only imagine what everything looked like in its original glory. So let me know what you think. Are we looking at the same type of building here? Jerusalem to Chicago. And this really lends to the idea that the old world, the builders of all these buildings, were one people. And I think the stories that we're given are all partial truths, oftentimes completely backwards. But in my opinion, this is a smoking gun. Let me know what you think. Is this the same model as the King Solomon's Temple or the Dome of the Rock found here in Chicago? In my opinion, yes. And here I want to try to disprove the narrative in 5 minutes while looking at 3 cities. First, I want to start out with Charleston and Richmond, Virginia, and all the cities that were affected by the so-called war in America over 100 years ago. This, we're told, is the ruins and remains of a war that was fought with cannonballs, and the cannon and its ball do not create explosions of fire. It's just a ball, and this is what we get for ruins. So many things to consider. For instance, the glory and amazing architecture for this very early time period in America. First out of place part of the narrative. Second out of place part is these ruins. This place looks like a sophisticated bomb has gone off. Not a place that was affected by cannonballs. A highly advanced city of the old world in ruins, and this alone lends to the idea that there was no civil war. However, there was a serious reset, and some people at the very beginning took advantage of this situation, and this myth has perpetuated for all this time. Again, I ask you, is this the remains of cannonball fire? I don't think they could have produced enough cannonballs or gunpowder to amass this kind of destruction. Now let's just move on to another example. Here we have Hiroshima, and what kind of force levels buildings and leaves unburnt tree stumps. And here we can see the remains of a palace, the Palace of Fine Arts, very similar to what we saw in San Francisco, and very similar to what we were just looking at with the Civil War ruins. Exactly. Same type of brick architecture and the same devastation. And this, we're told, is the result of a bomb. Already a better explanation than the one we get in the Civil War. Same result, but in this much earlier narrative, we're told this is the byproduct of these cannonballs. Same result. And now we can jump over to San Francisco. Here we can see both old and modern pictures of ruins. Same style, what we would call the Greco-Roman brick with a cement facade architecture, left in the exact same condition. And we can see that here. Exactly what we saw in both architecture and damage in both Hiroshima and Virginia. All different time periods, same result. This, we're told, is the doing of a great earthquake and fire. So cannonball, earthquake, and bomb, all rendering these cities in the same condition. And the Civil War one being the oldest in this narrative and the most ridiculous. But I think what we're seeing is all the same story, same civilization, all wiped out in the last reset, and 3 ridiculous narratives given to why these cities are left in this condition.
It's Ohio. Make it a little smaller. 1907. And so here we have the county soldiers and sailors monument in the public square. Civil War monument dedicated July 4th, 1894. And yet the picture is in 1907. And so, yeah, does this really seem like, 10-year-old monument? You know, maybe some of the things at the base could possibly be, like these top portions here. But not this. No. That's not 10 years old. That weathering. And I don't think that this, Sultan character is even the type of thing that, they would have placed here to dedicate. So, really interesting. I wish I could make out that writing right there, what that says. But, really interesting. And everything you see in the background here, again, is going to be much older than we're told. Really amazing. I mean, again, we recognize that style. That's not our style. That's the Greco-Roman style. And why would our people just come over and begin building in this style? So now this is a pretty modern picture. Let's see, this is from 1943, but regardless, this is much older. And this, I believe, is in Chicago. And I believe it's one of the newspaper agencies that own this building. even to date, if I'm not mistaken. But you know, when you're down on the street level, it might just look like an ordinary building. And it's not until you get to the very top here that you realize it's much older. This is something we would see in Europe, or, you know, again, this is not, you know, for Americans to just, you know, thinking of our narrative. No way does this just arrive on the scene. Do we just start building this way? And we don't build like this now. And we didn't then. I mean, this is the peak of an older civilization, not our own. Again here, the peak of a prior civilization. This doesn't belong in, you know, 1850s, early 1900s. And we'll see that with a lot of these photos. Now, this photo is really telling a view of a church in Charleston, South Carolina, 1865. Now again, you know, there might be the Civil War, as they say, although I don't think so. There's something else going on here. You know, this is not caused by a war. This ruin. And here's a great example of what I was telling you about, how we have in this very picture, how we see two reset civilizations. We see an older, much older brick interior of a building, and this is a quadruple brick thick. I mean, this is built well. And yet it's old, and then we see a resurfacing of it, a beautiful resurfacing, but nevertheless, and given the impression as if it is block work, but no, we're able to see that, and now this is being ruined, and soon this will probably be torn down. So here we see two, very possibly two civilizations, and again this column, I mean this column, this is something, this is a ruin in America. In the 1850s. When did I say this was? 1865. Obviously, it's much older. You know, this column, we could say it's at least 50 years old. And that would be generous. So this is a ruin in America. This is a Greco-Roman style of ruin in America. And I think the Civil War may have been to purge a lot of this architecture and essentially historical reference. You know, because to me, what were, you know, were they lobbing cannons at the tops of the buildings and you know, blowing the tops of these structures? You know, to me, this seems like a war against the architecture. Really interesting. And I'm going to try to move kind of briskly. Let me increase my pace a little. Another example here. In St. Louis, no, I'm sorry, New Orleans, 1905, hence, you know, this is much older. If this picture is 1905, we could say these buildings are 100 years old, you know, putting them in the early 1800s, being generous again, and no way, our country's formed in 1776, and we're told in 50 years, this would have all been built out, only to be destroyed. Really, really amazing. And beautiful. See, look how they've torn this one down here, this Antiquitech. And this is what it looked like. And you can see this is already old. This is already... And the city is as well. Oops. Let's see if, okay, get lost there. Now let's go 1865, South Carolina, Charleston. Again, the same thing. What was going on in the Civil War? No. I mean, again, this is so much older. This resembles European architecture. And I don't think any kind of war could do this kind of damage. I mean, this damage came from the top. Look at these stairs. And he seems like he knows something. But let's move on. 1908 Cathedral in Massachusetts, St. Paul's Church. And let's zoom in, let's get better perspective. Now this looks like it has been mud flooded. Again, there's a whole story here that we see exposed that is completely buried on this side, completely underground. And just really beautiful. This reminds me of a church, a cathedral I'd seen in Europe. Same kind of blockwork, same masterful building. Doesn't seem like, it was freshly built, that's for sure. This is amazing. And now this is in Mexico, but I just thought it was absolutely amazing as well. Mexico, and it just seems so old. This wall here, and this could be renovation, but what an amazing style. Absolutely amazing. Past civilization being used. Now this, I believe, is in Guatemala. I've never seen this picture. Guatemala, 1915. And absolutely amazing. Now I think what we're seeing here is again some revealing of two different eras. You could see how this amazing, amazing intricacy is actually breaking off. You see how it's broken off here? So, this gives us an idea of how they were actually constructing these. Look at the bottom here. So perhaps, the last deluge that came and flooded the earth, it probably stripped off this lower level here. And look how many layers we can see here. So now we have a brick core. I don't know if you're picking that up. We have a brick column core, then a surfacing, some kind of a wrapping, and then another surfacing, which you can see up here. You see this bird, and it has all of the rest of the ornamentation has broken off, but we basically see 3 layers on these columns. And up here at the top, where it was higher away from the water and this flooding, it's much more preserved. This is probably the final product. And second layer, and the third, the deeper. And who knows? Who knows if it was one builder that built it all in these stages, or if it actually was a stage thing, one reset after another. There it is. So in any case, yes, really amazing. Really, and in this case, clearly an older people, and here is the newer people with a basket on her head, which I think is really impressive, but not her people, but living amongst it and probably occupying it. So let's move on. Now here, I was really amazed with this building. So impressed. Just so impressed. And I almost wondered if, you'd build a building like this, with this glory, and later put a cemetery right next to it. So I almost felt like this cemetery was an afterthought, and I have a later picture that may depict that, I don't think so. I think this is going to be like a beautiful park that you're going to have, next to a gorgeous building like this. But no, in the afterthought, this becomes a cemetery. And even the building next to it is just gorgeous. I mean, the ornamentation here reminds me of Angkor Wat, Cambodia. Really, really beautiful. Now, here's a little Ohio. A little taste of Cincinnati 1907. And really, really beautiful. Again, it just didn't seem like, you know, just didn't seem like the beginning. It seemed like the architecture of the end. And the people really reflect that, you know. These people seem odd. You know, everybody's very leisure. Everybody seems actually pretty privileged. You know, everybody's, you know, smoking it up, and they have nice suits. And the horses are beautiful, and the architecture is old. And there aren't that many people. I mean, the living seems to be pretty good for, in this 1907 Cincinnati inheritors. Now here, 1900 St. Paul Church. And yes, the church is absolutely gorgeous. Oops, I've gone into some kind of crazy zone. Well, in any case, look at this. Look at this ornamentation. Again, very Cambodian-like. But that doesn't mean anything. Look at this. I mean, absolutely amazing. The peak, the absolute peak of the Greco-Roman style right here. Just amazing. I just wanted to emphasize that, you know, that this is the end of a civilization. This is absolute glory. This is not the beginning. You know, and any date that we're given on these photos, you can easily, you know, subtract 100 years. Just look at the wear of the buildings and, you know, easily 100 years, probably more. Probably more. I mean, look at the wearing of these columns up here. This, you know, these haven't been cleaned in a while. This is aged. This is probably 200 years old, and this easily blows our narrative out of the water. That this, you know, that our country starts in 1776. It just can't be. Anyway, I'll move on. Where are we here? Lower Manhattan in 1903. Just remarkable, remarkable architecture. Look at this. I mean, they don't leave anything out, this last civilization. The ornamentation, nothing is ordinary. No street lamps. This has to be some kind of wireless. Come on. Amazing. And the statue of this man, he's not from our time or from even our history's reference. I don't know. Again, the ornamentation. Look at this. Look at the ornamentation, you know, way, way beyond these people. These people don't need ornamentation like this. That doesn't make sense either. And these streets, I mean, you're going to build like this and you're going to leave the streets muddy? No, they haven't quite recovered yet, you know. There's still rubble, but yet many people have been introduced at this point in 1903. So here we have Charleston, South Carolina. Again, does it look like the Civil War No, this looks like something we see in, I don't know, this seems like some aerial force. Were they shooting cannons in the air again? Just, I don't know. No, this doesn't seem like Civil War, and this doesn't seem like Civil War people built this. It seems like it doesn't fit our narrative whatsoever. They shouldn't be in America. And yet now it's already a ruin. Already a ruin and soon to be destroyed. We're lucky to even see these pictures. Now here we have Boston, Massachusetts. 1907. I'd say this building is at least 100 or 200 years old. So again, that doesn't make sense. You know, nobody built this in the 1700s in America. Obviously they did, but not our people. It doesn't fit our narrative. This is absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. And they're telling us this is the First Trinity, First Church of Christ, Scientist, whatever that is. Scientology? I don't know. Really amazing. And these people, look at this. There's just 3 people hanging out here. Inheritors. And here's a little bombing after in South Carolina, 1865. Look how old this is. So old. Look how old the streets. No. You know, this is something else happened here, and the war is just the excuse for this. But I don't care how many cannons you could lob around and how many fires you could have. You're not going to create this. This is something else. And really amazing. This, I believe, South Carolina, 1865. Again, just absolutely amazing. I don't know if we're seeing, I don't know if that's a person or it must be. It's very odd. Very, very, very odd. Shadowing and the length of the arm. I don't know. It's going off on something else. And the parking barricades here really caught my attention. This column, this little mini, I don't know. I don't even know.
Some great mysteries around San Francisco, including the gold rush and the creation of the town in itself, how it goes from 1,000 people to, well, you'll see. And also we'll discuss plagues and earthquakes and fires that devastated the town one after another, and also examine some photos from 1877 that show amazing build-out of the city, which would mean that it was only 20 years into the inception of the city. So here we go. In 1849, there's a large boom in the population of San Francisco, and the town increases from 1,000 people to 25,000 people. So here is the San Francisco Harbor in 1850, or 1851, they tell us. But they continue to tell us, okay, that this just sprouts into existence. Suddenly we have 1,000 people in San Francisco in 1848, and in 1850, boom. We have literally a boom, the gold boom, or the gold rush. And, before we get too far into this gold rush, let's jump over here to just the very history of San Francisco. So, San Francisco, starting overnight as the base for the gold rush of 1849. So really, this is about the shortest introduction to a town that I've seen. Usually we have long, elaborate stories. But this is the beginning. This is Wiki, and I'm using Wiki because, they're the complete other side. I'm giving the benefit of the doubt to what is the accepted mainstream narrative, and here it is on Wiki. San Francisco, starting overnight as the base for the gold rush of 1849. The city quickly became the largest and most important population, commercial, naval, and financial center of the American West. It was devastated by the Great Earthquake of 1906, but was quickly rebuilt. So, 1849, starting overnight, and then let's jump back over here, and here we see that, yes, here it is, 1850 or 1851, literally starting overnight. And so, the city just booms. Suddenly we have this immediate boom. The Federal Reserve Branch opened in 1914, so now we've just jumped from 1850 to the earthquake of 1906. City's just rebuilt, just like that. And now we're talking about 1914 and business, and now to 1960. I mean, just wow. So let's take a little jump now to the World's Fair, once again, of 1915. Just as we saw recently in the Chicago World's Fair, we have a similar situation here in San Francisco. And a very, very, very similar story. And I'm not going to go into it, but it is absolutely similar, that all of these were built to be temporary, and they were torn down. And yet, there are some that remain, and we have some glorious pictures of them, as this one shows right here. And this one is the Palace of Fine Arts, once again. The same designations given to these other buildings at the World's Fair in Chicago. In some cases, as we can see here, this one was actually preserved. And how fortunate, how blessed we are, because this is the kind of picture that we see, and yet, oftentimes we don't actually get to see the real thing. And in this case, you can actually see it still to this day. Absolutely amazing. This throws the whole narrative of them building these structures as temporary structures right out of the water. I mean, this is absolutely the real deal. Look at the size of the people compared to these columns. I mean, absolutely amazing. And this is, exactly what we would find as ruins anywhere in the world. And here they are in San Francisco. And this one is called the Palace of Fine Arts Rotunda. And so, 1915, oftentimes, we don't get to see the modern version because it's been torn down. So here we have the Netherlands Pavilion, 1915. What they've done is they've left this structure on the left, but they've torn down this glory, the most glorious part. And I'll show you some black and white photos here coming up. Absolutely amazing resolution showing the whole skyline of San Francisco in the early 1900s. And you can see not only this building, but just tons of buildings like this. You can tell that the whole city was built out in an amazing fashion. So let's have a look now at what they've replaced this with. Here it is. Here it is. This is what we get today. So this junky building, and for what? And for what? In this case, they haven't even put anything in its place. They just leveled it. So the Palace of Horticulture. I mean, look at this one with the little pieces on top. The detail is astounding. Absolutely amazing. And so here it is. Here's what they replaced it with. This is it. This was, and they've done a pretty good job of actually positioning themselves, exactly where these things were. So here's, it was, this was more important than this. Of course this had to be torn down. And again, if this was a temporary structure, I'm sorry, but, there is no temporary glass. And again, a palace of transportation. Look at this beauty replaced by this. Here we go. These homes. We're told that San Francisco is built in 1850. In 1850, you have 1,000 people. In 1848, 1,000 people. And buildings like this suddenly arrive And again, I'm going to show you pictures of the entire skyline filled with buildings like this, filled, an entire city, and they're going to tell us that 25,000 people were there, and that these buildings were built and torn down and replaced by things like this, and things like this. Yeah, same street. And in fact, where there was the sidewalk there, they've still utilized this survey, basically, this perfect survey, which I'll also show you a picture of the grid, from like a map of San Francisco, where the city is perfectly laid out. I mean, perfectly laid out. When they say that, they actually complain and say that the architects, squabbled and, could not come to an agreement on how the city should be laid out. When we look at the layout, it seems like, there was not a disagreement. It's a perfect grid. Perfect. So the amusement zone. So, I think that's what they did. They just took these glorious structures and, have these fairs and, this idea of, even what we call a fair is really just a ruse. Just something to turn the eye. So here's what we had again, just basically a part of the city. This was probably a commercial area in this ancient city, and now we have a park. The park was more important than the original buildings of the city, apparently. No, it all had to go. It all had to go for this park. And the Machinery Palace, again, like we saw in Chicago, the same designations. Look at this amazing marvel. These columns and statues and the Antiquitech. Amazing. And here's what they've replaced it with. This was, again, very important. This is, a city that's starting out, that could use beautiful infrastructure. Who knows? Let's just assume they built it. However, now it's not worth it to them, and we need to go backwards and build smaller. Now these are temporary buildings. That's the irony, is when they show us pictures like this and say that these were temporary and built for the World's Fair. How ironic, when what we build now, is temporary, not this old glory of the past. And again, and the trees also were, fully grown and brought in temporarily as well for the event. It gets better. It absolutely gets better. The nations of the East, court of sun and stars. This beautiful, beautiful arc of triumph with this amazing Antiquitech around it, which I've never seen. By the time we've seen any of these arches, all such things have been removed. But this is one of the most glorious things ever. And here you go. Here's what they replaced it with. I think this is probably an original little sliver left of the facade here, because this does look like the old style. And I think this has been preserved. Just this little facade here seems like the style we're seeing of this old world and of this old people. But far from this, far from this. We're probably just seeing a little piece, just a little piece that they left. And here is the service building. And you see how they've painted some signage up here. In any case, a glorious building, and replaced by this. Still with hints of the leftover world. And of course there would have been skilled architects left over from the old world that would spill over into this period. But no comparison here. No comparison. Just the faintest husk of the old building style. But definitely temporary. Now here is the Liberal Arts Palace and Tower. And this is one of the most glorious ones. And this actually reminds me of some towers that I was looking at recently in Morocco. Beautiful Moroccan style. And now, if you go and look at, some of these images in Morocco, you'll see this, but I think that the tops have been removed, as always. And so all we get is the towers left. But really, really similar style. Real intricate, and same people, I believe. And yes, here we go, replaced by this. Replaced by this. By this junk. This to this. No good reason could be given, and no good reason has been given for doing such things.
Notice the Antiquitech antennas even at the gates here, all with the little starry things. And later, basically we would turn every piece of Antiquitech into a flagpole, if we didn't just remove it completely. And to this day, look at where your flagpoles are, especially on your older buildings. So the State of Washington Pavilion, look at this beauty. And they replaced this with nothing. But yeah, this was really important to get rid of, to make room for nothing. This glorious, glorious structure. And what I'll show you here soon is that the World's Fair in San Francisco, which was basically held where, this must have been the capital of the ancient city, just like in Chicago. It must have been the capital of the ancient people. And this is the reason for destroying these capitals, having these World's Fairs and then leveling these capital districts, and then the rest of the town would be done in by the earthquakes and the fires, and little pieces would remain here and there. But these capitals were laid out amazingly and were something else. So now let us jump over here to this amazing little group of pictures. These are all what I've been showing you, but these are actually the real photos as opposed to the lithograph types. And this is actually from, apparently from a 1915 family photo memories. So, this may be somebody's private collection because it was very difficult to find any real photos of this. Somebody really went to great lengths to, bury a lot of these old photos. Here we go. Again, like I was showing you earlier, but now this, what we are being told, was built for temporary usage at the World's Fair in 1915. And again, San Francisco in 1848 had 1,000 people. And now look at the weathering. Look at the aging of this and the intricacy. So we're to believe that, in 50 years, they create this amazing, and once again, not just buildings, but a city. The splendor of these buildings, and really no difference to what we saw in Chicago, what we see in Paris, and in Greece, and in Portugal, and in Russia, and in South America. In every part of the world we see these. But I don't know if anybody has such a ridiculous story as we do in America for ours. Look at this. And a double arch. An arch and then another arch. I mean, look at the size of the people and the doorways. I mean, we cannot recreate these arches now. And we don't. And we didn't. And here we just have ruins in the brush, in the overgrown brush, showing, the age of this era and these people. Just mind-blowing. Mind-blowing in every way. Just a city full of Antiquitech and marvel. Just absolute marvel. And when you look at what we replaced all of this with, it's just a shattering proof to our false historical narrative. Look at this column. I mean, this is what we see in St. Petersburg. The size of it. And again, they tore this down. And nowadays when we make concrete columns, we see these same types of, spiraling lines because you use like a cast. But we fill it with junky concrete. And this type of geopolymer is, some kind of a marble granite. Absolutely amazing. And again, to tear things like this down, really just to hide our past. And all these inheritors of this civilization. This is the gold rush. This is the true gold rush. Imagine the amounts of gold and luxuries just laying around for the plucking. Just inheriting a city. I mean, so much luxury that you can afford to just tear most of it down. And you take what you want, and you rewrite history, and then you bring in some plagues and some earthquakes and some fires after you've, plundered. And you reset things again. That was already one reset. People walking in. I mean, the old people are already gone.
They're already gone, and now the people move in 1850, in 1900, 50 years of reaping the ancient culture, and what do? Then we get reset again by a fire and an earthquake, and we're told that the town is wiped out and rebuilt within, 10 or 15 magical years. And then again, we begin. And now, because, these new people after the fire and the earthquake and these similar, things happen all over, and we have the mud floods, and now people don't remember. Now all of a sudden they don't even remember. Now by the time 1915 comes along, you have a depression and a World War I, and people's minds are in the mud, literally, with all this chaos. And now history is conveniently rewritten. And yet, it's all here. It's all here for us to see. And thank God that these photos are actually preserved, and we can see what our past looked like. This is a statue of the old world. This is a symbol of the old world. Now I want to take you to this amazing picture. And this is a very, very early photo. A beautiful panoramic view of the city before it was destroyed. So this is a photo from 1877. The photograph was taken from the tower of the Mark Hopkins Mansion, then the highest point in San Francisco, at 381 feet above the harbor. So here we go, 1877. So let's review our narrative, just to have it fresh in our minds. In 1848, there was 1,000 people. 1,000 people. And by 1850, you have 25,000 people. 25,000. Now ask yourself, in this short amount of time, if it's even conceivable that the city should be built out in this fashion in 15 years, 10 or 15 years, or is this city much older than 1850? I mean, a baby. They're telling us that it's a baby in 1850, and here we are in the 1870s, 20 years later. In 20 years, can you conceive of building something like this in 20 years? I mean, look at this onion dome, for example, on top of this cathedral. And the layout and the engineering, just remarkable. No, this was not just some city that was thrown together for a gold rush. This is something else. The perfection and the resolution of this photography. I mean, look at these buildings. Just amazing for this time period. I mean, this isn't a young, booming gold mining town. I mean, we've all seen gold mining towns. This is an established town. And let us continue. Look at this thing. Look at these two. Some of the mansions. And a little peek at some of the Antiquitech being used at the time. Neptune's trident. Antiquitech everywhere. 1870s. 1870s. I mean, we're not supposed to really have power until, 15 years after this photograph. Yet, it appears that there's poles and clearly power lines down here. And clearly an infrastructure. But we're told that the infrastructure collapses because the town grew too fast and they had to rebuild the whole infrastructure. Well, no, I think that the old one failed. Just remarkable. I mean, again, just, looking at this, and you all know better, I know. This is not a city of, 25, 50,000. This is a city of 1 million people, as we see it in 1870. And again, it just doesn't fit the narrative. And again, here is the, one of the palaces. I don't know if this was the Palace of Fine Arts, or whatever designation they gave it, but regardless, this is the old city. This is the old capital. And this is also what they would call the World's Fair of 1915, the Pan American Expo. This is what we're told they built. Amazing. Just amazing. And again, a little gold rush town. No, and this is much older. This is much older and much more weathered. And nobody on the coast, even though we're told that it was bustling and ships had to wait in the port because it was so busy. And yet, what do we see? 2 ships here. Typical of what we see, empty streets, empty seas, fresh from a reset. And now here I just wanted to show you a layout of the city. So, this would be made for the 1915 Panama Pacific Expo. And, this was basically your tour guide, like you would get at Disneyland, you would get a little map of where all your amusements were. And in this case, they, wanted to make sure that people would know, where all the amusement was. So all the amusement was in this little corner right here, which you can see here, and I'll zoom into it here in a minute. But this is where they would supposedly build the World's Fair for 1915, and they would lay out this glory. And again, the city's built in 1850, they tell us, in 1850, 1,000 people, and now in 1915, in 50 years. I mean, this story in San Francisco is as bad as Salt Lake City's. In 50 years, you went from Mormons with wagons to a complete and bustling city with old Greco-Roman architecture that has signs of mud flooding and aging like anything that we see anywhere in the world. And yet, look here, we have canals carved in for miles. I mean, I don't know how many miles this could be. And these roads and everything is perfect. I mean, this city is perfect. This doesn't look like a city with some unorganized gold-rushing miners that just came in here. No, I mean, this thing has been planned to the T. And now let's move in here. Let's move into this part that I was telling you is supposed to be the site of the World's Fair. And here we go. I mean, can you imagine laying out something like this? I mean, this, again, like we saw in Chicago, 600 acres. 600 acres of development for, for a usage that would last 1 year only to tear everything down. I mean, where are you getting this kind of funding? Not only to build buildings and lay out waterfronts, but even make, piers, and here they've called this the Fort Mason. I mean, absolutely amazing and completely ridiculous. But yeah, look at this city. I mean, look at this city, in 50 years, they made all these ports, and I mean, just really amazing. There's more than, there's enough to discuss here for, years. But I just wanted to show you this real quick, how amazing the layout is of this city. I mean, this is not a city that was designed on a whim. Absolutely astounding that this city is built in 1850. What they tell us is that this fire killed 3,000 people, and it was rebuilt. But what is so baffling is that it looks like everyone in this city was wiped out. I mean, there's nothing left. There's nowhere to even be. I mean, where did everyone go? They seem to leave that out. There's nothing. There's nowhere for anyone to hang out. Now, I want to look at these photos from 1850. I did a search and wanted to see if there were any photos from 1850, because if you remember my last video, there were 1,000 people in 1849. 1,000 people. So I said, okay, let's look at pictures from 1850. And it took me a few different places, but here's one, for example. Now, this is from 1854. 1854. And what they tell us is that this is the Roman Catholic Orphan Asylum and the St. Patrick's Church. And pretty interesting and pretty aged. But again, we could give them the benefit of the doubt. That this picture that we're seeing, these are the first 1,000 people. But, I'm sure if we turn this camera to the right or left, we would see
a lot more. You know, just in this little image that we're seeing, there's probably 1,000 people. And we know San Francisco is a lot bigger than this little slice. You know, for settling 1,000 people, you know, really amazing architecture. And back here, it's almost looking castle-like on this hill. Really amazing. So 1883. So, you know, less than 15 years later, we have the Knights of Templar parade on Market Street in 1883. So again, look at these beautiful buildings. And just the style of town, you know, to imagine in 15 years that they threw these babies up, you know, gold miners. And I'm not sure what's going on here. I mean, really interesting. Look at this building with what look like holes in it. And again, you know, I got a lot of comments in my last video about, you know, were those photos before the World's Fair? And just to be sure, you know, that again piqued my curiosity to come in and look. And sure enough, we do see these images pre-World Fair. Even right here, this is pre-World Fair. And, you know, only less than 15 years after the inception of the city do we see this amazing, amazing architecture. I mean, look at this. Look at this ornamentation around this entryway with this horse statue. And, I mean, this is really something else. And, you know, when you search San Francisco in Wikipedia, you are not going to get these photos. You know, they're not going to show you such things. And again, they're going to show you the 1915 World's Fair and tell you that the buildings were temporary, but this is on Market Street. This has nothing to do with the World's Fair. Okay, look at this. Look at this. E pluribus unum. This, you know, what I'm going to say is more of a Tartarian emblem than any San Franciscan ornamentation, and I don't know if this still exists, but this is absolutely amazing. You know, I've never seen anything like this around an arch. This is really special. And this is the 1886 Grand Army of the Republic, the Triumphal Arch. So, you know, I mean, this is the most amazing city ever. And so here they're telling us 1890, celebrating California's 40th birthday. This looks a lot older. You know, the weathering on this building, it almost looks like, you know, some pollution or soot. 1905, a little action on the streets. You know, so this would be 50 years. This is still pre-World Fair. And just to show again the build-out in 50 years. 50 years. This one is from 1906. And oh, look at this little owl here. And, you know, I wanted to comment on some of these shadows that I was noticing. You know, I mean, this is an early morning shadow. You know, and there's still, you know, here's some people walking. And this would be in 1901. But look at this amazing, look at this overhang architecture with columns, overhanging columns. I mean, really special. 1860s, a view of Market Street. And again, 1860. So this is a great one. This depicts what they are telling us 10 years of development has taken place, again, in just a little sliver that we can see here. 10 years, the gold miners come in. And the truth is, you know, this is not as impressive as a lot of the architecture that we're just looking at in the front. But if we look in the back here, I mean, we have cathedrals and spires. You know, what is this? 2, 3... 4 blocks over, another cathedral, and, you know, back here, I mean, look at this.
Not what you would expect for 10 years of development. Again, 1860s. Here's these onion domes that we saw in another picture. And here, 1860. So this verifies this picture that I was showing earlier. This verifies that this onion dome was already here. Here it is. Now let's jump back over here and look at it from this angle. So this was a photo in 1877, they told us. This beautiful panoramic that we get of the whole city. 1877. So this was only, 15 years after the inception of San Francisco. So in 15 years, the mainstream narrative tells us that all of this was built. And now this photo is showing us that in 10 years, most of what we're seeing was already here. I guess this is only proving the point that much more. Now this is getting ridiculous, that we would have this in 10 years. And, 15 years later, it looks like this, although I really don't see very much difference between this and this. It's just a different angle. We're seeing a lot less in this photograph. And when we look at it in this photograph, it's just absolutely amazing. Like we just saw, the photos of 1860 where, the city is built out and beautiful, but then we have this. I mean, the whole city is mud flooded. Completely mud flooded. And what they've done is just build these boardwalks along, the sidewalk so people can just get around in this mud. And in some cases, they've actually built boardwalks here. It appears as if it's a wooden road. Like a boardwalk sidewalk and a boardwalk. And so, this town really looks like it's abandoned in this 1877 photo. And, I know they want to tell us that these photos were taken early in the morning. And here we do see a few horses. But what we can tell with this photo is the time of day that it is. And now here, if you look at this pole and this shadow, we can see that this is not a long shadow. This is not a morning or sunset kind of photo. This is about 10 or 11 o'clock. Depending. If this was winter, this could be high noon based on this shadow. So yeah, this is your city at high noon. Again, no long shadows. Look at all the poles. And this one is pretty clear what time of day this is. And, for a city built out like this, it should be a mess. There should be a mess of people. And so already the narrative doesn't add up. The fact that, it should be built out like this in 10 years. But then, there's no people. There's no people. Here we have a horse. Really unusual, and at the very least we would expect to see, wispy, ghost-like silhouettes all over the place from an open exposure photograph, but we don't see that, and certainly not everybody would be moving. There would be a lot of standing around, a lot of horses, especially that we can prove without a shadow of a doubt that this is not an early morning picture. Not at all. If this was early morning, this shadow would continue and perhaps even cast into the side of the building some. But we don't see that. Not at all. So let's continue. The cliff house. This cliff house can be seen in many photos. 1894, San Francisco Midwinter International Exposition. So already I believe that this is the same one of the same photos that we were seeing for the World's Fair in 1915, but apparently it was actually built earlier than that. So again, we have a discrepancy in the narrative. And you know what happened here? Rare pics of the palace. You know, this baby looks like it was hit by a bomb. 1880s. So this is really interesting. 1928 and versus modern times. You know, so this, look at these steps. I mean, what was this? Was this a pyramid? You know, this looks very South American to me almost. And certainly very glorious and very, very palace-like. And now it's just a ruin, almost unrecognizable. And how interesting, you know, how such things might be found all over the place. And here's a case where it was actually better preserved, but it has absolutely been mud flooded. And who knows what was up here at one point. Clearly there was probably some structure. Really amazing, all these ruins. So here's a boat that they discovered. San Francisco was built on abandoned and buried ships of the gold rush. So now that, you know, they're actually telling us that, you know, the gold rush had massive ships and that somehow they got buried. So, you know, here's another proof of, you know, some kind of massive flood here that has actually buried ships. And now they're excavating it. And finally, I just wanted to comment on this photo that I showed in my last video. And so here in 1915, they're showing us the size of the trees. You know, as massive as these columns are, you know, these trees are potentially 75-year-old trees. Again, adding to the age. And 75 years before this photo, again, would make it, you know, 1960-ish. And here you can see now they've grown to the top, all the way to the top of this column. And even the blockwork and the statues on top of the column. If this is modern day, it took the tree another 100 years to grow from this to this. And that's still, you know, I would say that that's still the same tree. That one right there. So, if it took it 100 years to grow from here to a little bit higher than it, 1915, let's just say to 2015. 100 years to grow from here to here, which tells me that when we're looking at this picture, this is a 100-year-old tree. You know, because it took it another 100 years to grow. And what an amazing tree, actually. That tells us that this is a 200-year-old tree. I mean, if we're to believe anything. And again, I was baffled by not only, you know, these old images of the fair in 1915, but also in Chicago in the World's Fair of 1893, that we have palm trees and cacti in Chicago, and old cacti. You know, and again, growing up in Arizona, I know the saguaro cactus, and I know the amount of time it takes for a saguaro cactus to grow. And the idea that they would bring in a bunch of saguaro cactus, full-grown saguaro cacti with arms, and each arm, you know, just an arm takes 100 years to grow. And we have these cacti all over in Chicago, which would not support this type of cactus. And equally here, you know, in San Francisco, these artificial coastlines, you know, it got me thinking about, you know, everything that we see. Is this little corner artificial? And is this the remnants of something perhaps that was destroyed, as it looks like all around here? I mean, it sure looks like it. And now, you know, there's a parking lot.
You know, was there a grand castle here? Because I'm seeing a lot of stuff under here. Let's take off the roads and we'll see it for what it is. So now there are no roads on right now. And yet you can see that these are just poking right through. And there's a lot more. You know, this whole mountainside here is covered with what look to be artificial remnants. You know, a lot of right angles and unnatural looking things under here that have just become overgrown. But to me, these are clearly traces of older civilizations. This is really interesting, the perspective. Just notice these tiny little people right here, and it's not that they're tiny people and these are giants, it's perspective. I mean, that's how massive this is. You know, from these people back here to these people is a huge distance, enough to make them look half the size and a quarter size of these people. Just to give you a perspective of how massive this is. And forgive me, I should be clicking on these. It wasn't much better resolution anyway. You know, it brought me to this grand theory, really, that, you know, before, you know, you had the angels and the giants that we talk about in the Bible, and, you know, perhaps everything was giant, and you had this splitting, and this good and this bad of these giants. And later, you know, half of them are wiped out, and yet they had a lot of building, and this, you know, a lot of the mountains that we see are just the leftover wars or whatever. In any case, they wipe out the bad ones, and you still have, you know, a lot of giant creatures that were left over. I mean, first they're going to round up the, you know, equal creatures. Those are going to be easier, like the horses and cattle would be for us to round up. And as it gets smaller, it gets harder. You know, you have giant lizards, and these could be our dinosaurs that spilled over. They were harder to catch, just like for us, you know. Again, we could capture the large animals, but, you know, your mice and your lizards and your snakes and your smaller things and your underwater creatures, and these are going to be harder to capture. And yes, I mean, so now we have the, you know, bringing order back. We have a bringing the order back. We still have these titan-like giants, and these could perhaps be, you know, the good, you know, the good angels. You know, if you have this toroidal field at the base of your building, now you can actually pour material. You could pour, say, your concrete over the top. You'd probably want a looser and fluffier material, but, you know, regardless, and you crank up your machine and you create the frequency which now will flower, you know, in the shape of the frequency that you're emitting, and now it could probably push up, you know, you could shape your structure from the bottom, and you could push up these concretes and they could solidify, and, you know, really, really interesting. But if we look over here, we do see traces of civilization. You know, all of this is very, very anomalous, and you have to look carefully, but it's just buried. But this is not natural formations. And what are we seeing here? I don't know. Let's see if I can get out of here. No, I can't. Oops. Sometimes we shouldn't do things like that. Okay. Nope, it's not gonna let me do that. But yeah, just absolutely amazing. The Relief Society in San Francisco, 1920. You know what? We're missing the... I don't know what that number is. Let's continue. I don't know, this to me almost seems as if it could have been some kind of a corpse, some mud fossil. something that died and bled out and was mined for its iron and its blood. Really interesting. And here we go again. And this one actually still exists, and I'm very excited and cannot wait to take a trip to San Francisco just to see these. These actually exist, and I'm so thankful. And, perhaps, all of the trees were, for instance, meant to be cut down, but then some were left. Some were left, and what we see in Devil's Tower is an example. Somebody didn't cut the stump down far enough to where it would eventually get covered with mud and dirt and be almost unrecognizable. And with the case of Antiquitech, a lot was left. A lot was left, and, good people may have stepped in and preserved.
Before the year 1800, no European nation knew anything about the civilization known to us as ancient Egypt. The pharaohs were unknown. The mummies, the treasure, the temples, even the pyramids themselves, unknown. Understand this is to understand that our westernized perception of ancient Egypt has been carefully molded by unscrupulous institutions of perverse knowledge. Everything that has been uncovered has been strategically packaged within a presupposed agenda and counter-agenda, neither of which resembles truth.
Is this you discussing Indian blood? We're going to judge people by whether they have Indian blood, whether they're qualified to run a gaming casino or not?
That probably is me, absolutely. Because I'll tell you what, if you look at some of the reservations that you've approved, you, sir, in your great wisdom have approved, I will tell you right now, they don't look like Indians to me. And they don't look like the Indians. Now, maybe we say politically correct or not politically correct. They don't look like Indians to me, and they don't look like Indians to Indians. And a lot of people are laughing.
Thank God that's not the test of whether or not people have rights in this country or not, whether or not they pass your look test.
Depends whether or not you're approving it, sir.
No, it's not a question whether I'm approving it. It's not a question whether I'm approving it. Mr. Trump, you know in the history of this country where we've heard this discussion before, they don't look Jewish to me.
Oh, really?
They don't look Indian to me. They don't look Italian to me.
Mm-hmm.
And that was a test for whether people could go into business or not go into business, whether they could get a bank loan. You're too black, you're not black enough.
Bloodlines of all U.S. presidents are descendant from the British and French royal. The books Burke's Peerage and Baronetage and Burke's Landed Gentry have, for 175 years, recorded the genealogies of the UK and Ireland's titled and landed families. Often referred to as the Aristocracy Bible, these are without comparison as a genealogical reference to the influential figures and families of Great Britain and Ireland. Burke's publishing director, Harold Brooks Baker, says Bush's royal connections are startling. Bush is closely related to every European monarch both on and off the throne, says Brooks Baker. Some of the governor's royal kin include Britain's Queen Elizabeth II, the Queen Mother, Duchess Sarah Fergie-Ferguson, and even the late Princess Diana. His most prominent ancestor may be England's King Charles II, who shared the governor's vision of a strong military. Going back nearly 1,000 years, Brooks Baker points out both the Bush and Pierce families. Barbara Bush's maiden name is Pierce, were high society. Not one member of his family was working class, middle class, or even middle class, he notes. Gore's family members weren't exactly peasants. The vice president's family tree includes Charlemagne and 3 Holy Roman emperors. And a good fight wouldn't frighten the vice president's most famous ancestor, England's Edward I, best known today as the king who defeated, then executed Braveheart. Gore is running a bit behind Bush in the European royal count. His bloodline runs close to some American homegrown nobility, including Thomas Jefferson. As for John Kerry, the 60-year-old can trace his roots back to the first Massachusetts governor, John Winthrop, to every great family in Boston and to a host of royals in Europe. Kerry can almost certainly be traced back to King James I and to the bloodlines straight through the Windsor and Hanover families, Brooks Baker said. But both candidates have a remarkable number of royal connections and both are related to Queen Elizabeth. What about Bill Clinton? In an Associated Press article published in the Daily Oklahoman, October 28, 1996, Harold Brooks Baker said, Bill Clinton was born William Jefferson Blythe, but took his stepfather's name as a teenager. Clinton's ancestry can be traced back, on his mother's side, to King Henry III, who ruled England from 1227 to 1272. He is descended from King Robert I of France. Furthermore, he is related to every Scottish monarch to the current British royal family. Clinton's royal roots include several medieval monarchs and Simon de Montfort, a statesman and soldier under King Henry III. Through de Montfort, Clinton is related to every ancient aristocratic family in Britain today. In the same article, the journalist revealed that Bill Clinton's family goes back to William Henry Harrison and Benjamin Harrison, making him related to Gerald Ford and Jimmy Carter. His kinship to Ford makes him near kin to Richard Nixon and George Bush. Small world, isn't it? And this seems to be a jealous guarded secret, as over the past years, efforts to uncover Clinton's personal history have been nigh unto impossible to confirm. The president had all records of his family history, school records, medical history, etc. sealed. All the president's cousins. Student finds genetic link between all but one U.S. president. During the presidential campaign, news that Dick Cheney and then-candidate Barack Obama were distant cousins became fodder for comics and pundits alike. Now a Bay Area middle schooler has revealed family ties among some of American history's most achieved politicians. Bridget Davignon was on a mission to trace her own roots and uncovered evidence that each American president except for one has a common, very famous ancestor. The 12-year-old from Salinas discovered that all the presidents except Martin Van Buren are related to King John of England, who was depicted as the villain in the Robin Hood tales. King John also signed the Magna Carta in 1215, which helped form the British Parliament. Van Buren's descendants are Dutch. It took Bridget 2 years to finish the project, our friends at the Santa Cruz Sentinel discovered. Her grandfather, who has been tracing roots for 60 years, helped her connect the presidential dots. Obama's family tree expanded to include the Bushes and the Pitts. Barack Obama often jokes in his campaign speeches about a genealogical survey last year that found he is a distant cousin of Dick Cheney. Now there is more bad news for Obama. A study published yesterday found he is related to George Bush as well. Researchers at the New England Historic Genealogical Society, founded in 1845, said Obama, the son of a white woman from Kansas and a black man from Kenya, can call 6 U.S. presidents his cousins, both Bushes, Gerald Ford, Lyndon Johnson, Harry Truman, and James Madison. The Society, a non-profit organization, found he is also related to Churchill. It said it investigated the bloodlines of the 3 presidential hopefuls. One of the oddest connections is that Obama is related to Brad Pitt and Hillary Clinton to Pitt's partner, Angelina Jolie. Clinton, who is of French-Canadian descent on her mother's side, is a distant cousin of Madonna, Celine Dion, and Alanis Morissette. Other distant cousins include writer Jack Kerouac and Camilla, Duchess of Cornwall. Obama and Bush are 10th cousins, once removed, linked by Samuel Hinckley of Cape Cod, who died in 1662. Pitt and Obama are 9th cousins, linked by Edwin Hickman, who died in Virginia in 1769. Clinton and Jolie are 9th cousins, twice removed, both related to Jean Cousin, who died in Quebec in 1718.
The Declaration of Independence was 1776, and the Constitution was 1789. And if George Washington's first term started in 1789, who was the leader of the United States for 13 years between 1776 and 1789? I learned the answer to this question from Prince. Yeah, Prince, the symbol, or the artist. He was on a Tavis Smiley show talking about chemtrails after he saw Dick Gregory talk about chemtrails, manganese, and malt liquor conspiracy theories on the state of the Black Union. And in the video, he mentions that he found out there were 8 presidents before George Washington.
When I found out there were 8 presidents before George Washington, I wanted to smack somebody. You know, I wanted to know why I was taught otherwise. Just tell me the whole story. I'll fill in the blanks.
I think I also recall him saying that Barack Obama wasn't the first black president. So I started looking this stuff up and found out there were 14 presidents before George Washington and 7 black presidents before Barack Obama.
Indian tribes across the country have reaped windfall profits, usually from gambling operations, and some, like the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma, from belated government payouts for lands taken hundreds of years ago. But what makes the Seminoles unique is the fact that this tribe, unlike any other, has existed for nearly 3 centuries as a mixture of Indians and blacks in Florida. Together, they fought government troops in some of the bloodiest wars in U.S. history. In the late 1830s, the Seminoles lost their land and were forced to a new Indian home in what is now Oklahoma. Over the years, some of them intermarried, and that blurred the color lines even further. Now, the government is paying the tribe $56 million for those lost Florida lands, and the money is threatening to divide a nation. Talk to Seminole Chief Jerry Haney. He says the black members are no longer welcome by many in the tribe. After 300 years together, the chief says the tribe wants them to either prove they're Indian or get out. What are you hoping that the black Seminoles will do now? Are you hoping they will just pack up and go away?
I would hope so.
So if they're black and they can't prove that they have Indian blood, go away.
Basically, that's what we're saying.
Harsh words from the Seminole chief for the 2,000 black members of this mixed Indian tribe. In response, they say they're just as much Seminole as he is.
I fished in these woods, I hunted in these woods, I went to stomp dances just like the regular Seminoles did. And I never knew I was any different for a long time.
On any given Sunday, go with Loretta Guest to the Indian Baptist Church in Seminole County, Oklahoma, and you'll find red and black Seminoles praying together, singing hymns in Seminole, sharing meals and catching up on tribal news.
Hi, dog.
Walk with her through the Indian cemetery out back, and you'll find their ancestors are buried together as well.
My aunt is next to him.
Were there any distinctions made as to, you all are the black Seminoles, we're nice to you, but you're the black Seminoles?
No, nothing like that. We've always been treated as one to another. No difference at all.
Joe Opala, a history professor at James Madison University in Virginia, says that from the beginning it was a melting pot tribe. So these people all banded together and somehow became Seminole?
Became Seminole, and in fact the word Seminole is not even an Indian word. It is derived from a Spanish word, cimarron, meaning runaway slave. And so from the beginning you don't have an Indian tribe. It was a multi-ethnic coalition.
Historical evidence documents their close relationship. Blacks became chiefs, signed treaties, and served on the tribal council. They intermarried. They were equals, Opala says, and the Indians depended on them as warriors and interpreters. So there absolutely is proof of the Black Seminole importance to the tribe.
Absolutely. There's a lot of intelligence information that passes back to Washington. For instance, General Jessup, the commanding general, writes back at one point to the War Department and says, the Negroes rule the Indians. What he was referring to was the fact that no significant decision was ever taken in the Seminole councils unless the black members agreed to it.
When the Red and Black Seminoles were forced out of Florida in the 1830s, they traveled together hundreds and hundreds of miles by boat and on foot, passing through this barren place on the banks of the Arkansas River all the way to Oklahoma. It was a long and difficult journey, referred to as their Trail of Tears for the many who died along the way. Now, nearly 200 years later, comes the $56 million payment from the federal government to compensate the tribe for those lost Florida lands. But the Black Seminoles can't share in it because the government and the tribe say they were slaves of the Red Seminoles back then, and as slaves could not have owned land. Joe Opala, who has worked to preserve their legacy, says that's wrong.
The Black Seminoles fought side by side, died, bled for those lands in Florida. They've been together, they've been good brothers and good neighbors for 3 centuries. It makes no sense now to say they're not Indians.
Bud Crockett and his sister Polly Gentry trace their Seminole roots back to their great-grandmother Dora Davis, who came to Oklahoma on the Trail of Tears. But family legend and physical resemblance aren't enough. Today, you have to be able to prove your Indian heritage, which is hard for most Black Seminoles because of something called the Dawes Rolls, a government census of sorts created in the late 1800s, which separated the tribe into the Blood or Red Seminoles and the Freedmen or Black Seminoles. Intermarriage made no difference, as Polly and Bud discovered with their ancestors.
If you had any black blood in you whatsoever, you were a freedman.
So it didn't matter how much Indian blood you had. Just
right.
Any black blood,
right.
You went on a separate roll.
Right.
And on the Black Seminole roll, it doesn't list that you have any Indian blood.
That is correct.
Mm-hmm. Did you feel equal to the Blood Seminoles?
Sure, at one time, yes. Still do. Still do. But when money and the government entered into the picture, everything changed. Everything changed.
If they don't have any Indian blood or prove it, then they're not looked at as Indians.
Putting aside that history of togetherness, the Blood Seminoles are going by the book, that is, the government's book. They're relying on that 100-year-old census which separated the Black Seminoles from the rest of the tribe in determining just who gets the government money today. For Seminole leaders like Chief Jerry Haney, this is what it now comes down to, proof. I've met several Black Seminole women, some of whom look Indian, and yet they can't participate in the benefits. They know they have Indian blood.
I'm well aware of that. The individuals that I know of that say that, you're absolutely right. They show a lot of Indian in them. But it's up to the individual to prove that they are Indians. And this is where the problem is. They can't prove it with the Dawes Commission roll.
What happened to your front porch? You have no steps.
No steps. No steps there, no steps here. And I need a whole house here.
Polly Gentry has lived her entire life on land her grandmother received 100 years ago as a full member of the tribe. All Seminoles, red and black, were given land in Oklahoma. Polly says she could use some of the $56 million judgment fund to repair her house.
My husband decided he's going to put some bricks around it, and he got, far as you see them bricks is now, and he had a heart attack.
And it's been like this?
And it's been like this, because you couldn't get nobody to fix it.
Do you have the money to fix it?
No. No, Lord, no.
So, did you apply for a benefit?
Yeah, but they wouldn't give it to me.
The Seminoles have $56 million coming from the government, and how much of it did you want?
I want enough that I can get me a house built where I can live comfortable, because it ain't no comfortable here.
This whole business of degree of Indian blood is just a concoction. It's just an excuse now that's been dreamed up of late in order to exclude the blacks from membership in the tribe. I can tell you this, 100 years ago or 150 years ago, Seminole Indians would not have been talking about whether or not this black person has Indian blood. It simply wouldn't have mattered. They were Seminoles.
You know what the motion is? We're going to go ahead and vote on it. That's all.
For more than 100 of those years, black Seminoles held 4 of the 28 seats on the tribal council. But that ended at a meeting like this one in the summer of 2000, when the red Seminoles voted the blacks out. Sylvia Davis, who was one of the 4 black council members at the time, says it was humiliating.
It's been hard for me to sit there and listen to the way they talk to the freedmen. It's been very hard for me.
What do they say?
The racist names that they be using toward them, calling them animals' names, cows, stomping feet, roaring at them, telling them to get out.
They don't want you.
That's right, they'll tell you.
Why do you think the freedmen, the black Seminoles, belong as part of this tribe?
Because we have people that die along the trail just like any other people in the nation.
But I guess they're saying, yes, thank you. You fought alongside us in Florida. That was 200 years ago. It's time for us to separate.
I would just let them know that we have all rights within the Seminole Nation.
But Chief Haney says many of the black Seminoles and even some of the blood Seminoles weren't interested in being part of the tribe until it included benefits, namely a piece of that $56 million government payout.
The tribe wanted to have an Indian tribe that was all Indian tribe.
There are too many freedmen.
I think there's a lot of freedmen out there now that are eligible to join, but have not joined because there are no benefits.
But you think if there were benefits for them, suddenly freedmen would be coming from
Yes.
all across the country?
Yes.
Let me tell you what it looks like from the outside, though. It looks like the freedmen fought wars, died with you, moved on the Trail of Tears from Florida to Oklahoma with you, and now suddenly there's a big pot of money. Let's exclude them.
That may be true to some extent, but I don't think that's all of the reasons for what has happened.
He also says the red and black Seminoles have just grown apart over the years and have little in common today. But that's not how Sylvia Davis sees it. She's hired Will and John Veely, 2 young attorneys who specialize in Indian law. They're suing the government on behalf of the black Seminoles.
The entire tribe received a county in exchange for a state. When that was individually allotted, all Seminoles, including the black Seminoles, received their individual allotments. When the United States awarded $56 million, shouldn't the same people that received the land before also receive the money? The tribe's the same.
The Bureau of Indian Affairs chose not to speak on camera, citing the pending lawsuit. However, in a letter to us, they say that these kinds of issues are up to the tribe. Eligibility for the judgment fund, the letter says, may depend upon whether a current member is descended from a member of the tribe as the tribe existed in 1823. However, the letter says, deciding who's in and who's out is solely within the purview of the tribe. But the black Seminoles say they won't go quietly. They continue trying to cast votes and participate in tribal meetings without success. Bud Crockett says he won't be denied his heritage, but he won't beg for it either.
It's not all about the money. It's about setting the history record straight about our ancestry and our history and what legacy we intend to leave for our kids.
Since the black Seminoles were removed, the government has cut off all federal funding to the tribe. That's persuaded some, like Chief Haney, to say they should be allowed back in. But he still says they're not entitled to that $56 million.
The Babylonians had maize as the location of the seed pod at the very top of the plant. Here are some examples from Babylon, all around 3000 BC. Here are Babylonian corn plants from marshy or delta environments. The artworks date to about 1000 BC. Here's an Egyptian harvesting top cob corn plants on the right. The corn has 2 characteristic features. 1, the top cobs with hairs at the top, and 2, corn or maize is typically shoulder height or higher, whereas wheat on the left is typically waist height to shoulder height. Here's an example of top cob maize in China from a 16th century herbal. Here's a Roanoke Indian corn plant from the coast of Virginia in 1586. Francis Drake had his naturalist draw the picture when he rescued the colonists of Roanoke who had been abandoned by their landlord. My associate Mark McInerney sketched these two top cob maize plants during an expedition he took to Mexico and Guatemala. This is the heirloom variety of maize. These plants are quickly becoming extinct because they do not produce as large a per acre yield of grain as do the hybrid modern corns. Here we see the same type of corn plant in a Mexican folk art painting. The Bubastis treasure hoard in Egypt has provided further clues. Here we see a golden drinking flask on the left. The relief-carved surface is identical to that of the golden sweet variety of maize. Another New World plant, crookneck squash, is also seen along with maize in most of the ancient Egyptian tomb paintings. There are two kinds of large production field farming in medieval Europe, wheat farming and maize farming. This is an 15th century French drawing. The English farmer Jethro Tull invented the mechanical corn drill in 1700. Babylonians had a hand-operated corn drill circa 700 BC. Large seeds were dropped into the funnel or hopper, and these were fed by a tube directly into the furrow. So keep in mind that the corn drill and the plow were used primarily for deep seed planting of large seeds. This is not an appropriate method for planting wheat. Wheat is planted in what is called the broadcast fashion. This illustration shows two more versions of the Babylonian seed drill. Egyptians planted large seeds such as corn by laying them on the ground in front of the plow. These were then pushed under by the plow as it cut a furrow for the next row of seeds. An early method of planting wheat involved using hand choppers to cultivate the soil. Then a farmer scattered seeds on the ground. Throwing handfuls of seeds across the ground was called the broadcast method of sowing. Finally, goats were driven across the field to drive in the seeds. In this Egyptian mural, a farmer scatters seeds after the field has been plowed. Next, a team of goats would be driven across the field to drive in the seeds. The broadcast method of planting resulted in a thick stand of short wheat plants. We see more evidence that Egyptians were farming maize by the nature of the granaries that are often portrayed in the tomb murals. In this example, the granary has a corn crib and a stack of corn cobs that are still in the husk. Seed corn was typically stored while still in the husk. Egyptian women are shown in murals carrying seed bags and scattering seeds with their right hands. This suggests that the Assyrian genies, who also hold seed bags, have corn pods in their right hands. There are numerous Egyptian examples of effigies that have corn plants growing out of the body of the god Osiris. These plants are called Osiris beds, and they play a role in the mortuary practices dealing with resurrection. So there was a relationship between Indian corn or maize and the Egyptian belief in resurrection. M.D.W. Jeffreys mentioned evidence of maize in Nigeria by the 11th century. Carl Johannesson, Ann Parker, and Juweed Ashraf have documented the existence of maize in India by the 12th century. It was known by such names as Makarama, Kundrus, Junhari, and Hanta. I have documented several examples of maize in China going back to the 1st century. Use of oxen to plow rows of maize is a characteristic of corn row planting and not millet, which is typically planted like a grass by sowing in the broadcast fashion. The evidence we have seen in the British Isles, Egypt, Nigeria, India, and China all indicate that the ancient travelers had spread maize agriculture all across the world prior to Columbus.
Dr. Alvarez made arrangements for the Central Bank of Ecuador to open up its private museum collection for us to view. He gathered a team of experts, including archaeologists, anthropologists, and even police escorts to take us through the storage rooms containing Crespi's precious collection. Rows upon rows containing thousands of artifacts awaited us. They had been carefully catalogued according to their age and the culture they had belonged to: figurines, ceremonial seats, weapons, stone carvings, ceramics, jewelry, ancient calculation systems, religious icons, and even elongated skulls and shrunken human heads formed part of Crespi's impressive collection, but no metallic plates. Locating the metallic library. When we inquired about the metallic plates, we were told they were simply considered as junk and that the central bank refused to purchase them. We wanted to see for ourselves. Dr. Alvarez arranged for a police escort to take us to the metallic plates. They were located at the opposite end of the building complex in a locked storage area of a dilapidated old building. We were shocked. The metallic plates and artifacts were strewn all over the floor, thrown in cardboard boxes, and gathered in miscellaneous
you.